Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Scion Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What if Deku had Heinous recovery quirk? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. To be, or not to be. The thought comes to Izuku, unbidden and uncalled for, as he stares over the edge of the roof. Perhaps not truly uncalled for. Perhaps it is a very appropriate thought, but Izuku is no Hamlet. His life is no poor player, but merely a background extra unworthy of even the final bow. Curtains fall, cue next act. Izuku doesn't want the curtains to fall. This is a very poor ending for his story, but it is an ending, he supposes. A neat, tidy ending is more than a background extra can ask for. It's just as likely that a person like him would have no true ending. Drift through life, work an average job, have an average grave. Curtains fall, cue next act. Izuku doesn't want that either. What Izuku does want is a lot of things. He wants Kaken and himself to be friends again, like they used to be. He wants his life to get better. He wants to be a hero. None of those things seem like they're going to happen and he doesn't know what to do about that. He thinks he should know because he has had most of his life to figure out what to do about these truths in his life, but he continues looking over the edge as though it might give him the answers. The ground, so distant and far away, predictably does not. To be, or not to be. To be what? Himself? What is himself? What is Midoriya Izuku? Is he still himself if he had a quirk, or would he be someone different? If he swapped bodies, would he still be Izuku? If his cells are being replaced periodically, is he still the same person? If his soul moved on past death, would it be him or just a part of him? Would he reincarnate or go to hell or heaven? Curtains fall, cue next act. But what happens behind the curtains? He doesn't know. He doesn't think anybody knows. He wants to know though. He's curious. The ground almost calls to him now. Find out, it says. All you have to do is fall. Falling is the easy part, he thinks ruefully, remembering an old joke. It's not the fall that kills you but the sudden stop at the end. Izuku's not sure he wants to stop, but he's not sure what he'd stop being either. To be or not to be. It's the one choice Izuku has in life. He has no bright future. He has no grim one either. He has nothing but mediocrity ahead of him. A life as a salaryman. A life without choices. He doesn't feel sadness or despair, here at this crossroads. He doesn't feel much at all, and he feels that this is worse. A numbness setting into his very soul, without joy or suffering. Empty. To be or not to be. He chooses. Izuku falls. Cue next act. Curtains rise. A new kind of circus trick. Izuku is not dead. He doesn't think he is, at least. Maybe he is. How would he tell? It's not as though he has any reference frame for death. What are the symptoms and signs of death? Heartbeat. Dead people have no heartbeat. Does Izuku have a heartbeat? No. He's not dead. His heart is beating, loud and clear. The soft patter is a thunderous pounding, mocking him for his failed attempt. Insert a coin to retry, loser. He hauls himself up to a sitting position slowly, just growing cognizant of the blood. As befitting a multi-story fall, there is an impressive blood splatter, almost artful like those modern art paintings everyone admires but Izuku thinks are silly. He wonders why he's not feeling any pain and then he lifts an arm up. It dangles limply from a point that he is absolutely certain is too close to be his elbow. Ah. There's the pain. Somehow, it seems muted, like someone else was feeling the pain and he was just imagining it sympathetically. Would he have felt anything if he didn't notice? He staggers up onto his legs slowly, faintly aware of a grinding sensation in his left foot and he surveys the damage. His flesh is split in multiple places. His arm is definitely broken. His hips feel weird, and his back tingles. He tries to move his mouth, and is only just growing aware that part of his face is not responding the way it should. Most of all, he's not dead. That defies explanation. He's pretty sure he died. He, at least, cannot remember the PRD between impact and awakening. But people don't just die and then, undie. Schrodinger's Izuku. Is he, or is he not dead? Really, that's a question Izuku is certain he should know the answer to but suddenly he's not really certain of, well, anything. The more pressing question is what does he do now? He, apparently erroneously, believed this would be his final and only choice. Except it was neither final nor his choice at all, wasn't it? To be or not to be. He chose not to be but it seems he has to keep on being anyway. He gets a good look at himself in a puddle and the sight is not pretty. Half his face is caked in blood, and his thick, curly hair is similarly matted. But he's alive. Isn't he? He's not dead, at least. There's more to being alive than just not being dead. Zombies aren't alive, and they're not dead either, he thinks. They're more like machines. Is he like a machine? Maybe. But he's ignoring the more important implication. Does he have a quirk, after all? If he has one, what does it even do? It seems to stop him from dying. Useful, perhaps, but not as useful as it would suggest. He may have survived his fight against gravity, but he certainly didn't win it. Gravity remains an undefeated champion. So Izuku might have a quirk and it might stop him from dying. Having a quirk is nice, he thinks. He's not sure. He feels like a dog that caught the garbage truck. Dreams fulfilled, but what comes next? Curtains fall, cue next act? He's not even sure it's a quirk, but really, how else do you explain falling from that height and not dying? It's invigorating. Freeing. He feels the weight of the world, his burdens lifted. He doesn't want the story to end here, he thinks. He wants to have a satisfying end. A conclusion that feels final. Slowly, painfully, he limps home. Hello Midoriya-kun. My name is Inspector Tsukachi Naomasa. The inspector has a kind face, Izuku thinks. Very friendly. Izuku likes him. He smiles back, weakly, glancing around for some sort of distraction. Just because he likes him, doesn't mean he's comfortable dealing with him. Unfortunately, the hospital room has nothing he can really use to help pretend he's busy. He supposes he shouldn't be too surprised to be here. His mother had freaked out pretty badly at seeing the state he was in, and immediately rushed him here. The doctors were very nice as well, but there was something off about the way they looked at him. I'm just here to ask a few questions. Is that okay? Questions? Well, it couldn't hurt. Okay. Inspector Tsukachi takes a seat by the side of his hospital bed, and Izuku busies himself by fiddling with the cast on his arm. It's a miracle he didn't break it worse than he did, they said. It's a miracle, he thinks, because he did. So, Midoriya-kun. How are you feeling? Is it good fortune, he wonders, to jump off a building intending to die and survive? Anyone who fell off a building would be considered fortunate to live. Is it still fortunate for him to be here? Winning first prize is usually a good thing, but if first prize is a chocolate cake and you're allergic, is it still a prize? I'm okay? He says, after a minute's thought, and he's not really sure if that's true or not. Izuku is lucky to be alive, they said. Is it good luck, or bad luck? The inspector nods. That's good to hear, he says, opening a small notebook. Is everything okay at home? I guess? Izuku offers. Is everything okay at home is a very strange question to ask, he thinks. Did something happen? Inspector Tsukachi doesn't reply at first, studying his face before scribbling something down. No. Nothing happened, not that I'm aware of at least. Now, just to confirm. Your injuries are from falling off the roof of a building in Urudara Middle? He fiddles a little harder with the cast. Yes, he says after a long moment's silence, refusing to meet the inspector's gaze. And nobody made you fall? Izuku frowns at his cast, like it personally offended him. Nobody pushed me, he says, a little more irritated than he feels he should be. It's not the complete answer, because somebody made Izuku fall from that building and he thinks the inspector might already know that, but he might not know who. Izuku does, of course. It was Izuku. Izuku made Izuku fall from that building. So no one else was there? The inspector presses on regardless, and Izuku feels the frown deepen a touch. No, just Izuku and his thoughts, and what great company they turned out to be. I see, the inspector says, and writes something down. Why were you on the roof, Midoriya-kun? I was wondering what it would be like to die, but Izuku's pretty sure he can't say that. Thinking is what comes out of his mouth after a few more moments of contemplation, and it's not a complete lie. Inspector Tsukachi seems to notice, because he frowns at him. Aha, he says, but this he doesn't press. Well, Midoriya-kun, I've taken up enough of your time. Rest well. He leaves Midoriya alone with his thoughts once again, and Izuku isn't sure if he's relieved or not. The ramifications of his choice to fall ripple out like waves, slowly but surely. His mother takes a week off to watch over him as he heals, and there's a definite change to the way she looks at him. There's always been pity in Midoriya Inko's eyes, but there's more of it now, and it feels different. Izuku doesn't like it, but there are a lot of things Izuku doesn't like that he can't change. What's one more? Of greater impact is a weekly visit to a therapist. He's not sure he needs one, but his mother insists, and the doctors insist, and he's quite sure if he asked Inspector Tsukachi, who he has not seen since, he'd probably insist as well. Izuku has nothing against the nice, middle-aged woman who goes by the name Dr. Yamada. She's calm, tranquil, and doesn't pressure him with any kind of expectation. This is very different from expecting nothing from him at all, which seems to be the default response Izuku gets from adults. She sits across from him in her swiveling office chair, usually in a 3/4 facing position. She asks him basic questions, and lets him decide if he wants to answer or not. Izuku expected her to ask him why he chose to fall, but she doesn't. When you're ready to discuss it, we can discuss it, she had told him in her calm, non-confrontational voice. This is your hour. You talk about whatever you want. You can talk about nothing. It's all up to you. Izuku does talk. He talks about his days at school. What he learned. He doesn't talk about Kaken much, aside from mentioning him in passing. He doesn't want to talk about Kaken, or much of the other things that swirl in his head. He doesn't want to talk about the things he can't change, because there's no point. He can't change them. He just has to accept that. Things at school don't change that much, and for that, Izuku isn't sure how to feel. Kaken remains Kaken, although he seems to leave him alone a touch more than usual. The other bullies don't, but he's honestly not sure what to make of that either. There are a lot of things Izuku isn't sure what to make of, but he makes do, he thinks. After a few months, things seem to settle down into normal again. So Izuku dies again. He does it in the bath this time, accidentally. He hadn't intended for it to happen, but he hadn't been very careful either. Wet tiles were very hazardous after all, and Izuku only had a brief moment to realize what was coming when his foot slipped out from under him. He's not sure how long he's out, but when he opens his eyes, there's blood on the floor and through his hair accompanied by a dull ache in the side of his head. His fingers come away wet with old blood, and a glance in the mirror tells him half his face has been laying in the pool for some time now. At least he's in the bathroom, he thinks, where he can already clean up this mess without much issue. More interestingly, this mostly confirms his suspicions. Surviving the fall could have been coincidence. Surviving a lethal incident twice was unlikely to be so. Really, there was just one way to be sure. It's good to be sure, and he wants to be. He has to be certain that it's lethal. He might have just knocked himself out when he slipped, and there is a tiny slim chance he might have survived the fall because he was unlucky. Izuku is going to have to die again. But how? There are a lot of ways he can kill himself, but most of them he imagines are quite painful. Really, his absolute best bet would probably be shooting himself in the head. Instantaneous, so whatever pain he feels is temporary and undeniably lethal, but how is he going to get his hands on a gun? Drowning is right out. Not only would the entire experience be awful in a variety of ways, he can't imagine how to do so in a way that would be reversible. He can't just hold his head under water, because it doesn't work like that, and if he tries tying heavy objects to himself, what happens if he can't get free? Does he drown only the once, or does he get caught in a horrible loop of life and death? Well, arguably he might already be in that loop, but Izuku thinks the respite between deaths is much more preferable to drowning followed by more drowning. At least he can eat cake in between deaths. The idea comes to him rather suddenly. He's already in the bathroom, and there's already mess he needs to clean. And maybe he's inspired by movies and literature, the poetic drama of dying in the bath, bleeding out until the water turns a scarlet red. Like slipping off to sleep, they say, buoyed by warmth. That'd be an okay way to die, he thinks, even if it does end up being permanent. He takes a knife from the kitchen, fills the tub with hot water, and takes a deep breath. And then Midoriya Izuku dies again. 3 times now he has died, and 3 times Izuku has returned to life. Dying still feels weird, and he's not sure if it should be getting better if he's perfectly honest. It's dying. One day it might be as normal to him as breathing, but until then? It'll always be a little like waking up in the middle of a dream and not remembering what it was about. He wonders if the dead are just dreaming as well. Where once there had been a neat slice, Izuku's hands did not shake at all, and he felt oddly tranquil. There was only a thin off-color line. A scar. It told him little, but enough. His quirk healed whatever had killed him, but everything else was just there. Curious. What would happen if he were to die of 1,000 small cuts, he wonders. Slowly bleeding out from multiple wounds? Would it heal them all or just enough that he wouldn't die again? If he tore his arm off and died of blood loss from that, would he have a new arm, or would it just scar over the stump? Well, that last one isn't one he's too willing to experiment with. It's weird. I think I know what I want to do with my life. Dr. Yamada doesn't respond at first, tapping her pen against her pad in a steady beat. You told me earlier you wanted to be a hero? There was no accusation in her tone, no judgment. She was calmly restating a fact, prompting him to explain. Izuku looked at his hands. I did. Do. I don't know. But. He frowns. It was. You never thought you'd ever achieve it, Yamada said, smooth and tranquil. I'm quirkless. There's never been a quirkless hero. And boy, did he know for that for certain. He spent entire years combing the books for any kind of quirkless hero. It just wasn't done. Sure, plenty of quirkless managed heroes helped them. But actually going into the fray as a hero? And yet you've never given up hope. Izuku clenched his fists briefly, hard enough to dig his nails into his flesh before he slowly unfurled his fingers. He doesn't like thinking about it. Do you still want to be a hero? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Izuku's not sure how he'd be a hero. His power stops him from dying, but it doesn't do so quickly or neatly. He hasn't timed how long he stays dead for, but the water had gone from that pleasant steaming hot that made bath so pleasant to room temperature, so it had to have been at least around half an hour. Not particularly useful in a fight. If he could come back faster, and with less injuries? Definitely. What do you want to be, Izuku? She puts emphasis on the word you, she usually does that. She likes to emphasize that the therapy is about him, and his choices. Problem is, Izuku doesn't like looking into the mirror, because he's not sure what he sees. I don't know, he mumbled. I found I have a talent? He doesn't want to say, Quirk. He doesn't want those kinds of questions. She jots something down, pen scratching. That's good, she says, something we're good at can be a great way to build identity and self-esteem. Two things Izuku really needed. Yeah. But, he fumbles briefly, searching for the right words in the right order. Drawing. Let's say you're good at drawing. Should you do it for a living? She pauses, and taps her pen a few more times. If you enjoy it, and you can live off of it, I see no reason not to. But talents are very rarely things we're just naturally good at. They're the result of hard work and practice, sometimes practice that isn't obvious. Skills are transferable, after all. His brow crumples up in a frown. Enjoy it? It's dying. He doesn't enjoy it. At one stage, the idea of the quiet rest that comes after would have been, well, heaven. Evidently now though, he wasn't getting much of a choice in the whole to be or not to be question. What if drawing is painful? What if you don't like drawing but it can help people? Should you still practice and get better at it? She pauses again, but there's a lot more weight to the way she does it now, slow and carefully considerate. A lot of things that help people can be painful to do. The police, firemen, heroes are all at physical risk, but doctors, nurses, even therapists like me are at risk of emotional and mental pain. These are all very necessary things for people to do, someone has to do them, but we cannot force people into doing them. If helping people hurts you and you don't want to be hurt, that's okay, Izuku. She gave him a small, calming smile. Balance selflessness against selfishness. Even the mightiest heroes like All Might must remember to take care of themselves. But if I can help, shouldn't I? Humming softly, she jots something down. Do you think All Might saves everyone, Izuku? He does a pretty good job, but I mean, lately he hasn't been showing up as much as he used to. Actually, I think there were some statistics showing his activity is declining but not in proportion to crime. She lets out a small laugh, and he blushes a little. He does do a pretty good job, but All Might can't be All Might 24/7. Doctors can't save people all the time, firemen can't be putting out fires constantly no matter how many there are. Far be it from me to say you shouldn't help people, but you have to remember to help yourself just as much. Don't feel that you have to help, not if it's hurting you badly to do so. Helping people is good, but you're a person too, Izuku. Izuku looks down at his hands, and wonders if that's even true anymore. He has to try practicing. Most quirks can be improved with practice, except for most mutant physiology quirks, but even those could be sort of improved with just physical training. Izuku has to practice dying, and it's the weirdest statement he's ever made to himself. He has to die by cuts, by bashes, by falls and poisons. He has to know what it will and won't heal, how fast it brings him back and whether that can be faster. 30 minutes plus is too slow. Izuku is going to die, and die again, and the thought doesn't seem as daunting as it used to be. He had changed a lot in a few years, he thought ruefully, looking in the mirror. Gone was the timid, weak little boy of yesteryear. Now there was something entirely different, scarred and hardened. Soft curves had become sharp edges, a kind stare was now a cold gaze. His quirk had gifted him renewed purpose, and he doubled down on everything: exercise, study, attitude. He took risks he never did before. He fought back against the bullies. Hard. After facing death multiple times, facing them had been almost laughably easy. Sure, dying hadn't made him especially strong, but he'd come back with a burning will that suffused every fiber of his being. The first time they'd soundly thrashed him for his impudence. The second through fifth time was much of the first again. But the sixth? That's when he started giving as good as he got. By the 10th, he'd turned the tables completely. Katsuki had always been strong, but he'd always used his strength to crush those around him. Katsuki had never learned, never known what it was to be weak, never had it carved into his very soul. Izuku had. Izuku would never forget what it was like to be powerless. So he didn't just stop at fighting back against his bullies. He started fighting every bully he found. The Midoriya Izuku of yesteryear had tried and failed because the Midoriya Izuku of the past was weak. But what was it they said? What doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And now? Midoriya Izuku was strong now. It was in the hard set of his face, the scars on his hands from punching posts until his knuckles bled, and then punching bullies until they bled. Pain was nothing to him now, not when he had experienced the kiss of death itself. But, he mused, tying his hair back into a puffy ponytail, that was all thoughts for later. Musing on the past didn't do much for him. He had places to be, things to do. Come on, Kirishima. You let that little brat get away, so it's on you now. Help your senpais out. Kirishima Ijiru was having a bad day. Most of his days weren't exactly great if he was honest, but today seemed even worse than usual. His tendency to try and rush in to protect others made him a target for bullies. His hardening quirk wasn't nearly enough to protect him against even basic attacks. None of which had stopped him. All of this had made him a regular target for Giant Jozu and his gang. Jozu was an almost comically short senior, but the source of the epithet was his quirk, muscle balloon. By biting down on his thumb and blowing like he was inflating a balloon, Jozu could, well, inflate himself like a balloon. It looked a bit ridiculous, but it didn't feel ridiculous when he punched you, and Kirishima's hardening wasn't strong enough to protect him from an ordinary bully's punch, let alone one with a strength enhancement. Ashido ain't here to protect you this time, Sharky. Jozu was already looming over him, a good foot taller from using his quirk. Kirishima backed up into the dead-end alleyway a little more. Come on, man? I already gave you guys 2,000 yesterday. I ain't got any more. And he'd gone home hungry because that yen was meant to be for his lunch. Fool, cried a reedy-looking boy, Hachi, his name was, by Jozu's flank, I see right through your lies. He flipped his hands over his eyes, first 4 fingers splayed out over his forehead with his pinky fingers linked with his thumbs to form lenses over his eyes. The pose looked silly, but there was an orange tint to his eyes now, a quirk. My finger scope, Sherlock scan cannot be tricked. You had fish and miso soup for breakfast. You're worried you did badly on this morning's quiz. You didn't brush your hair today. And most importantly, you're hiding coins in a bag in your left pocket. He was right. He'd packed a lunchbox today specifically in case Jozu tried to shake him down again, but he had brought a few hundred in case he wanted to buy a drink or two. For a moment, he thought about fighting back. About making a stand. But then his resolve crumbled in the face of Giant Jozu's glowering expression, and his already inflated arms. Wilting a little, he reached into his pocket to withdraw the few coins he had. That was when the backpack had collided with the back of Jozu's head. There was dead silence for a moment until the gang, slowly and in unison, turned around to see who had dared. Who the F is this? Snarled one of Jozu's lackeys, a girl by the name of Amiko, with some kind of telekinesis. The interloper was small. Not as small as Jozu's natural form, but also not a very imposing figure in terms of height. There was a coldness to his presence though, and his lips were twisted into a parody of a smile, the kind smile a serial killer gave their victims just before they started screaming. I'm going to give you until the count of 5, he said quietly, and the tone was as coldly friendly as the smile, as though murder itself had learned to speak, and if you're all still here, you won't be for much longer. Kirishima swallowed. The guy was shorter than everyone else present, but there was an air of restrained violence to him. Scars crisscrossed his arms and scattered themselves along his face, and a long, red scarf had come loose enough to show the thin white line across his neck. Kirishima didn't want to know how he'd gotten that. His dark green eyes were cold and dead, devoid of kindness or mercy. Empty of light, like looking into the abyss. Kirishima swore the abyss was looking back at him. Who the F do you think you are? Jozu growled, stomping over to glare down at him with his imposing height. The boy didn't respond directly to Jozu. His eyes were locked on Kirishima's, staring into his soul and judging him. Finally, his gaze flicked to Jozu. 4, he said calmly, and Kirishima choked. Sweet gods above, the kid had ball of steel. I asked you a FING question, shrimp. Jozu bellowed, rearing a fist back. It was mostly for show. For all his strength, Jozu preferred to get what he wanted with the promise of violence, not the enforcement of those promises. The kid had no such compunctions. Kirishima couldn't follow what happened next. Jozu's bulk blocked most of his view, but suddenly the indomitable Goliath was toppling back with a cry of pain, blood spurting out of a broken nose, and David was just landing back on his feet. 3, he continued, like he hadn't just kneed Jozu in the face. Jozu! Amiko cried, flinging a hand out to begin lifting several nearby objects. You fucker! I'm gonna FING dash. Amiko, wait, cried Hachi. This guy, he flipped his hands into position over his eyes. I'll identify his weak points with my Sherlock SCBUH. The boy didn't wait for him to finish before he had rushed forward, elbow slamming into his stomach with enough force to make him crumple. 2, he counted calmly, pushing the hunched-over figure to the ground. There was just Amiko left. You, she snarled dangerously, bringing several bits of discarded wood and rocks to her defensively, including the backpack the boy had thrown at Jozu. 1, the boy, no, the man, announced, still calm and collected. Run. Ami, it's Urudara's bully hunter, Hachi wheezed from the ground, still clutching his stomach. I saw it, my scan, never lies. Urudara's bully hunter. There were rumors in the gossip mills about some insane junior high student who had single-handedly declared war on the very concept of bullying. Of course, nobody could agree on any other details. How big were they, what color was their hair, what quirk they had, what gender were they. Kirishima had thought they'd be much manlier. Tall and strong with a jaw that could cut steel, and maybe sort of looking like Crimson Riot. Instead, they had cold and furious green eyes, wild dark green hair and scars all over every visible part of their body. The bully hunter looked more like they crawled out of a hole to punish the wicked. More wild beast than noble warrior. But manly as all hell all the same. Amiko looked torn now. She'd heard the rumors. Sure, some of them were wildly impossible. Kirishima's favorites was that the bully hunter ate gravel and slept standing upright, but there was an element of truth to them, given he'd downed Jozu. Jozu, who was rising up now, looking murderous as he slowly reached out with massive hands. He'd inflated himself even more, all top-heavy and cartoonishly out of proportion. Dude behind you! Kirishima called out before he could stop himself. The bully hunter didn't even glance behind him before it was over. He slammed his right elbow back, legs spread in a stance Kirishima didn't recognize, hands clasped together as he plowed into Jozu's inflated stomach. 0, he said, voice like a funeral bell tolling out a dolorous tone. Ask not for whom the bells toll, Jozu, for they toll for thee. Amiko launched everything she had at him, but the bully hunter just pulled on Jozu's wrist and sent the now 8-foot-tall senior over his shoulder like he was a sack of feathers, letting his bulk absorb the blows. Then he was on Amiko before Kirishima could even blink, unleashing a devastating low kick against her left knee. She screamed as it twisted painfully, and before she could even think to muster a counter-attack, the green-haired boy had slammed his elbow into the side of her ribs and she wasn't getting up anytime soon from her position on the ground. Kirishima was only vaguely aware that his jaw was hanging open. Dude. That was. The bully hunter just picked his bag up and slung it over a shoulder, glancing over Kirishima. You okay? He asked brusquely. Yeah. They didn't lay a finger on me. Dude. You're like a legend. The bully hunter pursed his lips and slipped his arm through the other strap and shouldered his pack properly. Don't remind me, he muttered, nudging Jozu's downed body. He seemed to contemplate something before beginning to walk off, his job clearly done. Wait. Don't go. Kirishima called, nearly tripping over the groaning body of Amiko. The bully hunter didn't so much as pause. Desperate, Kirishima shouted out, I'll buy you a drink. That got his attention. You've been in another fight, Izuku, Dr. Yamada said calmly, not looking up from her pad. How many does that make this week? Izuku scratched his cheek, nail scraping gently against the band-aid there. 4. He'd kept up his meetings with Dr. Yamada. He liked talking to her. She was the only person Izuku felt like he could really talk to. He couldn't talk to the teachers, they'd gone from thinking of him as useless to delinquent, and they refused to deal with him unless they absolutely had to. He couldn't talk to other students, they never liked him when they weren't afraid of him. He couldn't talk to his mother, he didn't want to bother her with his problems. That left Dr. Yamada, a woman who was quite literally paid to listen to Izuku talk about his problems. He thought it was a nice enough arrangement for both of them, and she was a great listener. She never judged him, not in all their years. She'd always been calm, quiet, prodding but never pushing. I thought you were trying to get into less fights? Izuku smiled sheepishly. New gang. I don't think they were, familiar with me. Izuku had never seen them before. And Riza was back with new friends. He'd sent them packing with a few bruises. I see. She tapped her pen a few times and then writes something down. Izuku's always wondered what she writes down, but he's never asked. I made a friend, Izuku said, apropos of nothing. Dr. Yamada paused briefly. Tell me about it. Stop staring at me like that, Izuku muttered as he accepted the strawberry milk from Kirishima's outstretched hand. He had the decency to look sheepish at least. Sorry man. It's just, whoa. You're a literal legend. And just, right in front of me. Izuku made a face. I cannot seriously be some kind of mythical figure. Dude. Man. You are. Everyone's heard rumors about Urudara's bully hunter. Is it true you eat gravel? Why would I eat gravel? Izuku is staring at him with the most confused expression a human can make. Don't answer that. Kirishima manages to muffle his chuckles, but the bully hunter seems to sense it anyway because for a brief moment he glares at him hard enough to make Kirishima's heart stop. Wisely, he decides to continue going on. Yeah, but ever since you took down Tojo from Kaishima Middle, you've been like, the biggest thing. Izuku frowned, swallowing a gulp of milk. Tojo? Doesn't ring a bell. Kirishima nearly fell over. Stripes? Tiger Claws? Biggest and scariest delinquent this side of Muzurafu? Stripes did sound more familiar. Izuku does remember pile-driving a guy with a tiger quirk into a trash can and then rolling it down a hill. Oh. Him. I think I have the scars from that. He'd raked his claws along Izuku badly enough that he'd considered slashing his thigh and bleeding out somewhere quiet just to heal them, but instead, he'd gone home and bandaged himself as best he could. First aid as learned from YouTube videos and internet guides was among Izuku's list of dubious skills, alongside Muay Thai and cleaning bloodstains out of any surface or fabric, both of which he'd also learned from YouTube and self-practice. Dude. That's manly as F-, Kirishima said in a tone that was far too odd for Izuku's liking. Whatever, he muttered, I don't really care what people think of me. A few years ago he would have been overjoyed. Now he just feels tired. Kirishima's eyes were full of stars now. Izuku was getting uncomfortable. But you're so cool. You just swoop in and send bullies running for cover. Gangs are afraid of you. You're like, a local celebrity. Well, a local celebrity as far as middle school students were concerned. Not a huge demographic. Izuku groaned, rubbing his face with a calloused hand. Please tell me there's no fan clubs or anything. I don't think so. You're mostly just a rumor. Kirishima paused, and his face brightens up a few megawatts. Dude. I get to dash. Izuku grabbed his face by the cheeks, glaring at him with all the finesse he's learned from Kaken. Absolutely not. It's bad enough that he's got some stupid title like Bully Hunter. Do not spread rumors about me. Okay? Okay, Kirishima said, as best he could with Izuku squeezing his face. Why not though? Izuku exhaled slowly but released him all the same. Because I don't need the attention, he grumbled, I'm not doing this for attention. If anything, Kirishima is just further moved by his words. Dude, you are the coolest person I've ever met. You haven't met many people, have you? Izuku muttered under his breath, shoulders sagging. Kirishima either doesn't hear Izuku's muttered comment, or doesn't react. I'm Kirishima, by the way. Kirishima Ijiru. He's so very tempted to snap, when did I ask, but Izuku can't bring himself to be too annoyed at him. Great to meet you, Kirishima-san, he replied, pointedly not looking at his expectant, puppy-like expression. Come on, dude, I won't tell anyone your name. Ugh. Midoriya Izuku, he mumbled, looking away. He's nice. Dr. Yamada hummed quietly. Peer relationships are important. I think this will be good for your development. Izuku's not sure he needs a friend, but it's nice. He's never really had friends since Kaken, and Kirishima seems too genuine to end up like that did. Too weak, too. He reminds Izuku sort of himself, pushed around by stronger people and without the drive to claw his way up. The kind of person Katsuki would trample over. The thought made Izuku's gaze turn to ice. It took dying to make Izuku realize his potential. What would it take to make Kirishima? What sort of activities do you do? I don't know. I only met him a few days ago. Izuku hadn't really meant to be friends, but Kirishima was very hard to say no to, and after getting his name he dragged a promise to meet up again out of Izuku. And then his email. And then his address. All, ostensibly, to make sure Izuku kept his promise. Izuku's quietly glad Kirishima's a good guy because if he kept going he might have given him his bank details. Well, group activities are a great way to bond. The way she delivered the words faintly suggested that she didn't think he knows how to bond with people his age. If he's honest, she's probably not wrong. I don't know what other people my age even do. Izuku's life is a precarious balance of studying, exercising, practicing, and fighting. Despite his epithet, he does not actually have time to hunt. He just beats up the ones he finds. Perhaps you can invite him to join you in your exercise, or maybe you can visit an arcade. Izuku pursed his lips together but didn't say anything for a while, studying the spidering scars on his left arm instead. Some self-inflicted, others by would-be bullies. Yamada sensed his change in demeanor and steered the conversation away. How are things at home, Izuku? All right. Inko doesn't pity him anymore. She worries now. Worries about her son who doesn't go a week without getting into a fight or some sort of accident. Worries when her quiet, timid boy became something wild and untamed. Izuku broke the chain that bound him when he broke his neck falling from that building, and he has the X-rays to prove it. That's good. Yamada scribbled something down. Yamada-sensei, if you had a secret, a big secret. Like. Massive. How, Izuku frowned, closing his mouth for a moment. Would you continue keeping it? Yamada hummed. It depends. Is it my secret? Will it hurt anyone if I keep it? Will it hurt anyone if I stop keeping it? Secrets are sticky. She set her lad down. The harder you keep them, the harder it is to keep them. They start pulling other things into them, make it harder and harder to keep them hidden, but they also get harder to reveal. We all have secrets, Izuku, but I try to keep them to a minimum. Easier that way. Izuku nodded. That was good advice. But it didn't really help. Izuku needed to tackle the unanswered question about his quirk. As a child, they identified the possibility that he might have one. He had no extra toe joint after all, which meant maybe his quirk was very subtle or weak, or maybe it only activated under certain circumstances. Well, the last one turned out to be true. So it wasn't unreasonable to say he had found his quirk just recently. What was harder to grasp was how people would react. His quirk wasn't regeneration, after all, it was honest to FING God, resurrection. How would he explain to his mother that he tried to kill himself multiple times? How would he explain that to Yamada? How would he explain it to anyone? Let's say you had a big secret and you needed to tell everyone. How would you do it? Yamada peered at him over his thin rectangular glasses. Well, depending on the secret, it may be easier to start with people you don't know very well as opposed to people you do. When we reveal hidden parts of ourselves, we worry about what people will think, and we worry most about those we are closest to. Our parents, for one. She paused before adding, when I came out of the closet, I did it to friends first. Izuku nodded along until she got to the last part. Wano. That's not the secret. He sputtered, my mother already knows that. His cheeks had turned a burning red now, and he looked away. With a huff. Yamada nodded calmly, a gentle smile on her face. That's good to hear. But I was mostly using it as an example. You made a new friend recently. He doesn't know anything about you. If you tell him the secret, he won't have as much of an image of you to change. That is more helpful to him. There's an abandoned shack, deep in the woods, and it's overgrown with plants and wildlife, but it's the perfect place for Izuku to practice dying. Still a weird statement. This is a kind of practice in itself though. Kirishima has the dubious honor of being the first other human Izuku shows it to. He looks around with his usual sense of awe, and gives Izuku a sharp-toothed grin. Awesome man. Izuku doesn't say anything at first. I have to show you something. He reaches for the hem of his shirt and pulls it up over his head and reveals the myriad of scars that map his body, lines thick and thin, spiderwebbing across every inch of flesh. Jesus Christ, dude. Those are gnarly, Kirishima breathes out, and now he's really awed now. Izuku's bare flesh reminds him of a work of art, powerful, muscular, manly but vulnerable at the same time, the off-white scars almost like cracks in a statue. Like kintsugi, pottery glued back together with gold dust to highlight the beauty of its persistence, its continued existence. Izuku's very body was a testament to his survival, a testament to his will to live. It was art. Izuku reaches for a knife, thin and sharp. Don't freak out, he tells Kirishima, preparing himself mentally. In between the third and fourth rib. Kirishima isn't sure what Izuku is about to do. Does he cut himself ritualistically for the scars? Is he actually some sort of weird mad artist and this is his magnum opus? He's halfway to asking Izuku what he's going to do when it happens. Midoriya Izuku dies again. Kirishima Ijiru is freaking out. It's a very rational, obvious thing to do, he thinks, because his newest and possibly coolest friend just stabbed themselves in what Kirishima suspects may be the heart. There's blood everywhere. All Kirishima can do is stare because he's paralyzed by horror. He's never seen so much blood. What should he even do? He doesn't know first aid, let alone whatever it takes to save someone from a wound like this. An ambulance. He should call an ambulance, shouldn't he? But what would they even do? Ambulances don't bring people back to life, nobody brings people back to life, and Izuku is dead, dead, so very dead, with glassy eyes and bloody hands, and the world is spinning. He can't take it, he's going to heave. His breath is coming in short spurts, too fast to really breathe, and he needs to calm. He punches himself in the face, hardened fist against hardened cheek. There. That did it. He needs to think, an act that is admittedly not something he's great at, but he has to. He needs to call an ambulance. It doesn't matter if Izuku is no, he is not dead, he will be saved because Kirishima was not going to let his friend die. He's halfway to fumbling with his phone, about to dial 119 when he drops it. Something ghostly white is oozing out of Izuku's wound, filling it neatly. Kirishima is frozen for an entirely different reason, unable to tear his eyes away because what the F is going on. It seems to settle and solidify, and then slowly but surely it turns from a ghostly gray-white to pale off-color skin. The wound is gone. Scar tissue is all that's left. And then Midoriya Izuku gasps, alive again. He coughs wetly, spitting up more blood before he wipes it away with a grimace. Then he looks up at Kirishima, who is trembling and crying because he just witnessed his friend die right in front of his eyes, and it only occurs to Izuku at that very moment that he may have made a mistake. Well, mistakes into miracles. Surprise? He says weakly. What's wrong, Kirishima? You look like you've seen a ghost. Okay, a bit of a dark joke, but maybe it'll break him out of his, no such luck. Then Kirishima has him in the tightest, most crushing hug Izuku has ever felt since he fell. Dude. UFING died. Kirishima's voice is all wobbly and sniffly, and there's snot on his shoulder, but there's also blood all over Kirishima's shirt now, so it's kind of equal. I did, and I'm sorry for scaring you, Izuku says slowly, but I'm back. So. Less crying? Please? Also maybe let me go. Before I suffocate. Kirishima lets him go after a moment, and when he looks at him now there's something different in his eyes. Not pity or awe. Something else Izuku can't identify. He takes a deep breath, and then clamps his hands on Izuku's shoulders again. It's all the warning Izuku gets before he starts shaking him back and forth vigorously. What the hell were you thinking? Honestly, Izuku's not sure anymore. It seemed like a good idea at the time? He gets out, trying not to bite his tongue as Kirishima rattles him back and forth like a piggy bank with one stubborn coin left inside. This doesn't relax Kirishima at all. If anything, he starts shaking him harder. What in the name of all might made you think that? I don't know. Really, if Kirishima keeps shaking him like this, Izuku thinks he might die all over again. I just couldn't think of how to explain. Kirishima slows down at last. Explain, what? He says slowly, sounding a little unsure. Great. All this trouble and trauma and he still had to explain it. Really, bang-up job, Izuku. My Quirk. He takes a deep breath to steady himself. The shaking hadn't done wonders for his thinking, really. I don't die. Well, no, that was a lie. Or at least, I don't stay dead. I don't stay dead. Now it's dawning on Kirishima. All of these, are they? He mumbles, gesturing weakly at Izuku's chest, and he can see the very concept of what he's suggesting breaking Kirishima's mind into little pieces. How many times has Midoriya Izuku died? Not all of them. He thinks maybe he should ease him into it, but he also has no desire to keep secrets anymore. Some of them are just normal scars, I guess. I'm kind of clumsy. He pokes the new scar at his side. There are similar ones near it, a legacy to his experimentation and his dedication to bettering himself. Kirishima stares silently, because what can he say? What can he do? What kind of Iron Man is Izuku, to die and die and die again? To do it so casually? He might need to sit down. Feeling a little self-conscious himself, Izuku reaches into his pack to pull a bottle of water and a washcloth out to begin cleaning the blood off himself, the motions practiced and familiar. His pants will need to be laundered, but he has a spare set in the backpack for this very purpose. Sorry for springing it on you, like this, I mean. Without warning. It was dumb. I should have. Thought. Better. You know? He's flailing for words like a drowning man. Izuku thinks he should have been much better prepared for this. He's only been rehearsing similar situations for years. Admittedly with his mother instead of Kirishima, a boy he's only known for less than a week, but it works. That reminds him. You can't tell anyone, Izuku says suddenly, trying to regain some of his serious air. Promise me you won't tell anyone. Anyone. Kirishima works his jaw silently for a few moments before he finds his voice again. Why yeah. Sure. Okay. Then he blinks, snapping out of his daze. Wait. Who else knows? Izuku freezes. The silence wraps around them like badly knitted Christmas sweaters, stifling, awkward, and yet they don't want to remove it. Slowly but surely, Kirishima tightens his grip on Izuku's shoulders until he's almost crushing his flesh in his hands. Or doing his best to, at least, Izuku is made of stronger stuff. No. You ain't tellin' me that, Kirishima says, sounding a little frantic. You're not seriously telling me that. This is a bad joke, right? You're kiddin'? It's at this moment that Kirishima Ijiru fully grasps the extent of the tire fire of a being in front of him, and he resolves himself without even a moment's thought to help him. So he goes back to shaking him back and forth. Dude! What? The F dash? Not telling his friends? Okay, Kirishima could understand that. Not telling his parents? About something like this? We are telling why dash. No, Izuku's voice crashes through Kirishima's thoughts like a wrecking ball, and for a single moment, he's all too aware that the man in front of him is Urudara's bully hunter, someone who has died countless times and thinks nothing of dying countless more. And then like the Wizard of Oz, the illusion is shattered as Izuku looks at him with eyes full of panic, all pretense of confidence and assurance swept away by the desperation of someone who is out at sea in a boat with no directions. You can't. She doesn't know. How can you keep a secret like this from your parents? The very thought boggles Kirishima's mind. Then again, so does everything about this situation. She'll die. Izuku exclaims, and it's his turn to shake Kirishima. She already worries so much about me, if I tell her about this she'll be crushed. Of course she worries about him, Kirishima thinks. He's known Izuku for less than a week and he's already starting to worry about him. He opens his mouth to rebuke him, tell him that if he doesn't want her to worry so much perhaps he should stop doing such worrying things, but something about the desperation in Izuku's eyes makes his teeth click shut without thinking. All right, he mumbles, suddenly aware that he is slowly losing control over where he expected his life to go. It feels like the tracks of his life have changed in this moment, in this meeting. Izuku deflates, breath rushing out in a long slow exhalation. Thank you, he mutters, hands slipping from his shoulders. Silence returns to oppress them, pressing down with all its stifling weight. Kirishima doesn't like silence, boisterous and loud, he's usually the one to break it, but what does he say? Forget conversation minefields, this feels like trying to find his way through a death-trap-filled maze. He feels Izuku's hands tugging at his collar, and he glances up at in confusion. Your shirt, Izuku says quietly, gesturing at it, it's not good. Kirishima looks down. Ah, right. The blood. He'd hugged Izuku, and now it looked like suffice to say there was a lot of blood and it was going to be an awkward explanation if anyone asked. Take it off. Did he hear that right? What? Izuku frowns at him, tugging on the collar a little again. Take it off. It'll be a bother if people ask questions, so we can go to my house and I'll clean it for you. It might take a while, so you can borrow one of my shirts. We're about the same size. A part of Kirishima wonders how many times Izuku's cleaned bloodstains out of clothing. He's not sure he wants to know. Yeah. Okay. Izuku's room is different than what he expected, but if Kirishima's honest, he's not sure what he expected. Maybe some kind of band merchandise? A poster of cool, manly heroes? Things like that. Well, he supposed the latter kind of counts. It's All Might, he mumbles in the sort of reverent tone usually reserved for archaeologists stepping foot into lost cities or tombs. Top to bottom. All Might. All Might posters grace the walls to the point that they may as well have been wallpaper. There's an All Might throw rug on the floor. Matching All Might sheets. Even the desk is covered in All Might figurines and memorabilia. Really, the only thing that's missing is a life-sized cutout. Izuku huffs, a little flushed as he gestures at the bed where several shirts are laid out. Shut up and pick a shirt already, he mutters. There's not a massive selection. Izuku seems to prefer pretty plain clothes, although one of them has a very large All Might emblem on the front, so he takes the one that's the brightest and most colorful. It's pink and a little baggy on Kirishima, but it's the most fitting choice. So, he glances around the room again. Outside of the All Might memorabilia, there's not a lot. Some weights that look way too heavy for Kirishima to even contemplate lifting. A laptop, currently closed and turned off. What do you do for fun? I don't really have time for that, Izuku mumbles, looking away. I'm busy. Schoolwork. Training. Dying. Why are you even asking? Well, it's going to take a while for the washing machine, right? I figured we could pass the time doing something. That is what Dr. Yamada had suggested he do. The problem is that Izuku doesn't really have anything. His idea of relaxation is weightlifting or running, and sure, he could do that with Kirishima and it'd be a bonding exercise, but it's not the kind of thing you just kind of do spontaneously. Izuku's pretty sure about that, at least. Well, the washing will take a while, and then I can hang it out to dry. I mean, we can go visit an arcade or something, but I wanted to talk. The way Izuku delivered that line did absolutely nothing to make Kirishima think this would be in any way a good kind of talk. Okay. About what? Izuku wrings his hands, rubs the back of his neck and generally does absolutely everything he can short of laughing maniacally to confirm Kirishima's fears. When I, did the thing. Did the thing is a very inelegant euphemism for, killed myself, Izuku thinks, but if he actually says the K-word he's worried Kirishima will faint. What did it look like? When I came back. Kirishima freezes up. He's been avoiding that mental image as best he can, blotting out every reminder of the red, sticky blood and Izuku's glassy dead eyes looking up at him. There was only the faint sense of the smell, but thinking about it makes it seem thick and pungent, filling his nostrils with its coppery tang. I've never actually seen it, because, well, yeah. It's not the complete truth because he has done it in front of a mirror before, just to see what it looked like from someone else's perspective. He's thought about buying a video camera and recording it as well, but he's not sure he could ever explain the footage, that and video cameras are fairly expensive. Okay, Kirishima says, even though it is very much not okay, alright? Well, there was blood. Everywhere. Of course there was blood, he thinks. Izuku stabbed himself. Come on, say something useful. White stuff. He says suddenly, seizing on the opportunity to actually be of help, there was this weird white stuff that came out after you did it, and were laying on the ground. Izuku is extremely thankful his mother is busy at work because if anyone were to overhear that line out of context, well, he'd almost wish he were capable of staying dead. It just kind of, Kirishima waves his hands around for a moment, managing to convey just about nothing, before he lets them fall. Settled. And then it kinda turned into a scar. Weird white stuff that turned into a scar, well. Izuku wasn't really sure what he expected, but he finally knew, secondhand, how he healed. Until now it had been automatic, something that just happened. It had gotten faster, sure, but it was more like training a muscle that he never really knew he had. If he knew what it was, maybe he could actually flex it himself? He'd have to try. Kirishima bonks him on the head gently, face twisted up in a frown. Absolutely not. I didn't say anything. You were mumbling it. Izuku reaches up to cover his mouth with a hand, flushing pink to the tips of his ears. It's a surprisingly cute reaction for someone with a reputation for violence, but it's probably not fair to judge him by the rumors. So. It's fine. It'll just be a little cut. Kirishima is having absolutely none of it. No cuttin'. He declares, arms crossed for extra emphasis. Alright. Fine. He feels a little bad, if he's honest, lying to Kirishima like that. Lying is something Izuku does regularly now though. How did you get that injury? Why were you late? Are you okay, Izuku? Telling Kirishima he wasn't going to hurt himself was fine. It's not as though Kirishima could understand his feelings. So that he would never feel powerless again, Izuku had already killed himself 1,000 times. It was almost kind of ritualistic now, how he prepared. Washing himself, laying out the plastic sheets. He'd gone so far as to buy a knife specifically for practicing, a long slender thing of stainless steel that seemed like it belonged in a collection. He kneels down on the sheets, trying to ignore the chill of the air on his naked flesh. It was a pain getting blood out of his clothes, so where possible he avoided it. Just a small cut, he thinks, pressing the edge of the knife against his forearm. Small enough to try it out, but not deep or long enough that if it didn't work, he wouldn't be too inconvenienced by it. If it needed stitches, it'd be troublesome. The blood wells up, beating on his skin in little scarlet drops. It doesn't hurt nearly as much as it used to, but Izuku has developed a lot of ways to manage the pain. He dabs the blood away with some tissues, and stares long and hard at the cut. When he discovered his quirk, he'd tried to see if he could use it to heal himself normally, but after hours of trying, and several cuts, he'd had no results. But he'd also had no idea of how to even try. It's sort of like asking someone to fly. How? You don't have wings. Do you flap your arms? How do you flap them? Is there something you should be doing with your legs? It's much the same, he thinks, with trying to heal himself. His quirk can heal his wounds, so surely it can do so when he is not dead? But even so, he has no idea what it even feels like. Now Kirishima has told him what it looked like, so perhaps he can start there. Something white. He tries to find it in his being, scouring his soul for whatever it was and bring it forth. Something inside him could heal this wound, and he was not taking no for an answer. It was his body, his quirk. He was the master of his own existence, and he would not be denied by his own powers. His quirk, however, had different ideas. Nothing, he mumbles, wiping away the blood again. Not even a tingle. Is he going about it the wrong way? Is there something he's missing? It only activates when he's dying. No. When he's dead. If you want something to repeat, you create the same circumstances that allowed it to occur. Izuku doesn't want to die, but he does want it to happen. He wants to die but without actually dying. Ugh, that doesn't even make any sense, he mutters. Dying without dying? It sounds like some sort of koan. It'll have to be something he deals with later. He has to bandage his arm, clean up this mess, and go to sleep so he can wake up in time for school tomorrow. Maybe he can ask Yamada about it? The more things change, the more they stay the same. Once upon a time, he used to look up at Bakugo Katsuki the way people look up at the sun. So bright, so beautiful. But Katsuki's radiance was not a warm and gentle sunlight, it was the harsh heat of the desert, scalding and relentless when his attention was upon you and cold as ice when it wasn't. He'd chased that radiance, desperate for even a shred of it because Bakugo Katsuki was everything Midoriya Izuku was not. Powerful, where he was weak. Confident where he was afraid. Proud where he was ashamed. Everyone loved and looked up to Bakugo, and everyone looked down at Izuku. It was only natural that he had wanted to be like him. But the closer he got to the radiant sun. What's this about you trying to go to U.A, Deku? The more it burned him. Izuku freezes, exhaling slowly in a low hiss of breath as he turns around, eyes cold and unfeeling. I don't see why you're so concerned, Kaken. He wields the old, childish nickname the way one wields a dagger, drawing first blood with the tip of his tongue. I thought I told you, Bakugo snarls, face twisting into its usual visage of fury, not to call me that. It's all the warning Bakugo gives him before he's upon him, hands sparking dangerously with the promise of unrestrained violence. Like always, Bakugo goes for the right swing. Like always, Izuku blocks it with his left arm. It's the beginning of a dance that may as well be choreographed, every step the same no matter how many times they go through it. A blast to the chest, a ducked punch. His leg sweeps out, Bakugo's knee in his stomach. And then finally his back hits the ground, hard enough to drive the air out of his lungs. All his training, all his progress, everything. And he still couldn't defeat Bakugo Katsuki. Izuku hates it with every fiber of his being, but he can't change it. The bitter tang of defeat is as familiar to Izuku as the coppery scent of his own blood. Stay out of my FING way, you useless F-, Bakugo snarls, stalking off to leave Izuku lying on the ground looking up at the cloudless skies. The weather almost seems to mock him with its cheerfulness, the bright sun beaming down at his broken and beaten form. Weakly, Izuku raises a hand to block the rays, unable to take its brightness. Honestly, that guy, he mutters, gritting his teeth. He's had years to accept the way things are. But he hates it. He hates it. He hates Bakugo. He hates the bright and cheery sun that's mocking him. Worst of all, he thinks, tears streaming down his face, he hates himself. Hey, can you teach me to be as cool as you? Izuku starts, jerking the joystick in surprise. The crane begins to lower but not on the All Might plushie he'd set his sights on. Instead, it latches onto a cuddly-looking Blood King. Well, not what he'd wanted, but he'd take it. Kirishima. I told you to stop saying things like that, he mutters, cracking his neck as he looked at his only friend. At least he had the decency to look sheepish. What brought this on? Just. Kirishima mumbles, not meeting his eyes. No, Izuku thinks, he does not know. His complete lack of impressment seems to get through to Kirishima. It's just. Don't laugh, okay? All right. Kirishima takes a deep breath. I want to be a hero. Izuku blinks. That's it? He asks, a little incredulous. I thought it was going to be something ridiculous. What's embarrassing about that? He pauses, brow knitting into a frown. Are you crying? Kirishima sniffs, rubbing an eye with the palm of his hand. It's just, that was so manly. He looks at Izuku with bright eyes, shining with tears. Reflexively, Izuku takes a half step back in case he's about to get hugged again. So you'll do it? You'll help me? If he said no now, it'd feel like he was kicking a puppy. Really. Looking at his stupidly eager expression just reminded Izuku of a younger version of himself. Just, with more optimism and hope that everything would be fine. Ugh. Fine, he groans, jabbing a finger at Kirishima. But it's not going to be fun. You wanted this, so I won't listen if you say you give up. Great. Now Kirishima was crying again. At least he wasn't. Okay, there's the hug. Izuku would awkwardly return the gesture, but his arms are currently pinned to his sides so he's left just kind of standing there. It's just as awkward as if he'd tried to hug him back or pat him or something, but at least it involves less input on his part. It's going to be tough. Really tough. And it's going to hurt. Of course, Kirishima isn't going to be dissuaded so easily. Anything. If it'll mean I can be a guy as manly as you, I'll do it. Alright. Let's start with learning to fight. So what school are you applying to? Kirishima says, panting a little as he punches Izuku's padded body. Izuku's not a professional trainer, or a professional anything, really, so he's mostly just winging the whole thing as best he can, but he can at least serve as a sparring partner and exercise buddy. Kirishima was a little surprised at the extent of Izuku's training to begin with, but he's determined to bear it as enthusiastically as he can. Which is more than can be said for Izuku, who is feeling slightly bored as he absorbs the blow with a padded arm. If you have time to talk, you have time to punch, he says breezily. Remember to use all 8 points. Not just your hands, but your elbows and knees. And your quirk as well. Don't go easy on me now. Somewhat ironically, Izuku is wearing the pads for Kirishima's benefit more than his own. Even with his hardening, Izuku's body is a lot tougher than Kirishima's, and if it came down to it, he was not the one that would break. Kirishima pouts, but only so much as one can pout when they've been exercising for far longer than they've ever done before. You didn't answer, he says, between grunts and a weak attempt at a low kick. Izuku doesn't even bother lifting his leg out of the way, letting Kirishima's collide with his own. What school do I want to apply for? Izuku echoes, mulling it over in his head. And then he jabs Kirishima lightly in the chest. Don't let your guard down just because I'm talking. Only idiots think talking is a free action. This is real life, there's no cutscenes. What's this about you trying to go to U.A, Deku? There's a faint twitch to his expression, but Izuku smothers it under an easy smile. I was thinking UA. Originally, he hadn't intended to go to UA. He wanted to go to a good heroic school, sure, but probably not UA. Spite was a powerful motivator though, and if there was one thing Izuku was good at doing, it was justifying his bad decisions. Really? Same, man. Awesome. Looking at Kirishima's bright smile, maybe it's not so bad a decision, he thinks. And then he smacks him in the face. Didn't I just say don't let your guard down? Ow. Low blow, dude. Kirishima huffs, holding a hand to his nose before he throws a few quick jabs just in case Izuku tries to take advantage of the opening again. Of course, there is no mercy to be found in Izuku's heart. Stop whining, he says blankly, deflecting a left hook. Villains don't care about things like rules, and if you're going to beat them, neither should you. I dunno, dude. Heroes should be manly. And I mean that gender neutrally. He goes for a rising knee, but Izuku blocks it with an elbow and pushes him back. Fightin' all underhanded like ain't manly at all. Izuku frowns, jabbing him in the face. You know what's not manly? Losing because you're too proud. If kneeing a villain in the ball will defeat them, don't you owe it to the innocent lives they're threatening to do it? I mean, that seemed to stump Kirishima for a bit. So naturally Izuku jabbed him a few more times to make a point. At least this time Kirishima responded by jabbing back instead of complaining, so it was progress. Don't think about it too much. Being honorable and manly is great for your appeal, but you should think about winning as well. Appealing to people won't help you save them. Yeah? Well, I'll just become a hero strong enough to defeat villains and be honorable about it. Kirishima declares, spinning around into a backwards elbow. Izuku catches it with one hand, the other one too busy muffling his laughter. Kirishima huffs, throwing a few jabs at Izuku to try and get him to stop, but Izuku isn't bothered in the slightest. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh. It was just, you sounded so pure and innocent. It was adorable. Throwing more punches at Izuku does little to stop him from continuing to laugh. If anything, it makes him laugh harder even as he parries them all effortlessly, but it does help Kirishima ignore the burning sensation that is spreading across his face and to the tips of his ears. Shut up. He shouts, trying for a roundhouse kick. Predictably, like everything else, Izuku blocks it without so much as even pretending to try. Come on, Kirishima. If you want me to stop, then make me. And that's when he punched me, Izuku finishes, concluding his gripping tale. You're graduating this year, aren't you? Have you given much thought to where you'll be going afterwards? Yamada asks, uncharacteristically going with a question. Everyone keeps asking me that, he says, running a hand through his hair. It's gotten longer, but that's not a very insightful thought at all. Of course it's gotten longer. He hasn't cut it in a while because the extra length has been useful, he thinks, for hiding scars on his face. But I guess Yamada gives him a small rueful smile, turning the page on her notepad. Izuku gets a glimpse of the notes, written in English, he thinks. U.A.HM? Aiming for the top then? I guess? He offers, non-committedly. If I'm going to be a hero, then this is probably my best opportunity to get on that track. Well, remember not to pressure yourself too much. It's good, of course, to receive an education that's strong and good for what you want to do, but it's also important to remember that there's no deadline for success. I didn't become a therapist straight out of university. I studied to be a lawyer, until I realized I cared more about the people in the cases than I did the cases themselves. Izuku huffs, resting his chin on a hand as he leans in his chair. But I want to be a hero. I don't think I've ever heard of a hero who started up in their 40s or something. Sure there is. Madame Tigress was 42 and working as a nurse when she decided she wanted to follow her dreams. Izuku squints at her. Did you have that example prepared just for me? Yamada hums, scribbling something down. Would it change anything if I said yes? She says, deflecting like a true professional. DMN it. He hates it when she's right like that. After a long few minutes of silence, he breaks it with a question. Yamada-sensei, is it possible to die without physically dying? If it were anyone else, Izuku would have been worried about what they'd think of him, asking such a question. But if it was Dr. Yamada, it would be fine, he knew. She doesn't respond at first, staring at nothing in particular. She usually does this when Izuku asks strange questions. He's 90% sure she's just considering her response. Well, she says after a minute's silence, there are such cases of things like brain death, where the mind is gone but the body continues. But would I be right in assuming you're asking on a more spiritual bent? I guess. She scribbles something down. To die without physically dying? Someone once told me that if you aren't enjoying your life, that you may as well be dead, that you're just sort of there. Existing, but not really living. But honestly to me, that's not really dying. She pauses, leaning back in her chair and studying Izuku with careful, black eyes. He feels a little self-conscious, reaching up to rub the back of his neck. What is dying to you then? He says quietly, watching her turn back to her notes with an unreadable look on her face. A quote by Emma Goldman, when we can't dream any longer we die. To me, death is a state of mind more than it is a physical reality. Izuku looks down at his hands, pondering her words. A state of mind, do you mean like accepting death? Accepting? She echoes before shaking her head. No. Well, yes, but not truly. It's more than accepting that death will come, which is something I believe we should do, as mere mortals, but it's more, we struggle, because that is living, isn't it? If we cease struggling, then aren't we in some way already dead? Cease struggling? Izuku thinks he gets the idea. Would using his quirk really just be a question of mentality though? They spend the next few minutes in peaceful silence as Izuku mulls over her words, turning them over like blocks in his mind to see if they reveal some other insight into his predicament. Do you have a reason to struggle, Izuku? The question catches him off guard a little, and when he looks at her, Yamada's eyes feel like they're piercing into his soul. I want to be a hero? He says, sounding vaguely confused. She taps her pen against the notepad. Do you want to be a hero because it's your dream, or do you want to be a hero because you think it will fix your relationship? Izuku isn't sure what relationship Yamada is referring to, but he suspects. And he doesn't like what he suspects. For a long time, I thought I wanted to be a lawyer to follow in my parents' footsteps. But I realized I never really wanted to be a lawyer. I wanted my parents to be proud of me and I thought they wanted me to be a lawyer. My mother just wants me to be happy, Izuku says, more than a touch defensive. He's trying not to be, but Yamada very rarely presses him like this. It's why he enjoys talking to her so much. Of course, very rarely is not never. He's trying not to clam up, but it's hard. She studies his face for a long moment and leans forward in her chair. I wasn't talking about your mother. He doesn't like this line of questioning. Yamada doesn't relent. Izuku, I know you've been avoiding it, but we have to talk about it eventually. Really doesn't like this line of questioning. He rubs the back of his neck, glancing around the room almost like a cornered animal searching for an escape. Which he is not. I don't know what you're talking about, he mutters, blatantly lying. She studies him a little longer, and leans back. I can't make you talk about things you don't want to, Izuku. Even if I had a quirk like that, using it on you would be a gross violation of your privacy. But you can't keep running from the issue. Izuku stands up, grabbing his pack. Then it sure is great that I am not doing that, he says, as he does exactly that. Yamada watches him silently, not saying anything when he makes for the door. She knows when she's pushed as much as she can, after all. But one day, Izuku will have to talk about it to someone. She looks down at her notepad, before sighing. Written in block letters, the name Bakugo Katsuki looks back up at her. He didn't really want to go straight home. His mother would ask him why he left early, and it was easier to avoid that kind of thing entirely. So instead, he was wandering the streets of Muzurafu, pondering what to do to kill time. He only had half an hour to kill, so calling Kirishima out to the arcade was a bit of a waste. Maybe he could grab a smoothie or... A large crowd caught his attention, the way they were murmuring to each other and watching intently. There were a few possibilities. A big-name hero was doing a meet and greet, a really interesting street performer, or most likely, a villain attack. Well, he didn't have anything better to do. Of course, like many decisions he makes, this would prove to be a mistake. He jostled his way to the front, pushing past other onlookers to get a better view. He could see the large of the pro-hero, Desudagoro, warning people to stay back as some amorphous sludge thing was flailing around wildly. Frowning, he was about to turn to the person nearest to him and ask why the heroes were standing around when he saw him. Coming here was not going to be the only mistake Izuku makes today, he realizes, as he looks straight into Bakugo Katsuki's desperately pleading eyes. Izuku fidgets with his hospital gown quietly, looking down at his scarred hands to try and ignore the beeping of the various monitoring devices around him. Somehow, in the past few years, they've become littered with them. Nicks, scrapes, cuts and slices. But then, his entire body is a mosaic of them, like a broken statue brought back to life. Slowly, he looks up at the face of the man standing before him, letting a small, weak smile on his face. "Inspector Tsukachi-san," he says lightly, trying to hide the panic that must be clear as day on his face, "you look good. And, you brought a friend?" There's a withered-looking blonde man next to him. He didn't look like a police officer or anything, but there was a sense of familiarity between the two. "Ah," says the other walking corpse in the room, "my name is Yagi Tashinori. I am a representative from Almighty Heroics Hero Agency, here on behalf of All Might. Please do not mind me." "All Might? Ah, right." The inspector raises a single eyebrow at Izuku, removing a hand from inside his pocket to reveal a small recording device. "Midoriya-san. We've met?" His tone suggests he's not entirely sure. "Really?" Izuku's hurt he's forgotten him so easily. He eyes Yagi briefly, before putting him out of his mind. "A few years ago, I fell off a building in Urudara Middle." There's the dawning realization. "Ah, yes. You've become a scarred delinquent? Tried to kill himself again?" Groan. "I didn't recognize you." Izuku smiles mirthlessly. "I did grow my hair out." The inspector doesn't react at all to Izuku's terrible sense of humor, but it's not really for his benefit, it's more a coping mechanism than anything else. If he's making jokes, then he can pretend his hands aren't shaking. "It's good to see you again, Midoriya-san, but I wish it were in better ways," he says smoothly, clearly preparing to move on to business. "As you're already likely aware, I'm here to take your statement on the events that occurred earlier today, if you're willing." He's not going to be able to put it off any longer, is he? "Sure. Where should I begin?" "As early as you think is relevant, Midoriya-san." He clicks the recorder on. Izuku takes a breath. "Okay. So I was wandering about without any real goal when I saw the crowd. I pushed my way to the front to see what was going on and then." His feet carried him forward without regards to his thoughts on the matter, every step resounding in his ears like thunder, each heavy footfall another twist in the noose of his own making. He's not sure why he did this, he knows why, but he brushed past the heroes who shouted at him to stop, and yet did nothing to stop him, he noted coldly. His pace is unhurried, unrushed. It was the somber, quiet pace of a man on death row. Midoriya Izuku was going to die. The sludge villain, all vile muck and foul mud, turned to face him, snarling something he didn't pay attention to. Probably, "Get back," or "Stay away." Really. As though Izuku cared what he had to say. "You want a body, right?" Izuku said, eyes still locked onto Kaken's. He could still hear Yamada's words in his head, the unspoken accusation, "Who are you trying to impress?" He held his arms out in a gesture of surrender, smiling with a mouth of broken glass and shattered mirrors. Suffocation is slow, Izuku knew this. It takes minutes to kill. The sludge villain didn't have minutes. My life for his. Take mine instead. I promise I won't fight back, so it'll be faster. He had the villain's complete attention then, a brief mental debate warring over his slimy, amorphous face. He gave him one more little push because neither of them had time to waste. "I'm a lot tougher too. See these scars? It's because my body heals. A vessel that just keeps going." Izuku opened his mouth, tongue extended invitingly as his hand slipped behind him and out of view. It was all the temptation the villain needed to switch targets. A struggle that would take minutes, or an easy victim with a similarly useful power within seconds. It wasn't a choice at all. The taste was awful, he thinks, beyond awful. Like raw sewage. But the worst part was the death. Faster than normal, because the villain wasted no time in invading his skull, but it had to be the most painful death Izuku had experienced. It would only take 10 seconds for Midoriya Izuku to die. It would take merely another 5 more for the sludge villain to assume complete control of his body. It took 17 seconds all up for him to realize that when his hands had been hidden behind him, Izuku had sliced the tendons in his left leg with a switchblade and that he did not in fact heal at all. His body was useless as a vessel to escape in. Of course, Izuku isn't sure about that timeline. He was, after all, dead at the time. When Izuku awoke next, it was not on the cold hard ground or even a stretcher as he'd imagined he might. He'd mumbled a complaint about his death and felt around himself blearily. He had soon realized that he was being carried. By All Might. And that's when I fainted, he finishes, looking away from both of them. He'd fainted not because he was being carried by All Might but because in the process of feeling around he'd unintentionally felt up the chest of the symbol of peace. He was never going to live that moment down. I got put in here. They ran a bunch of tests, ran around like headless chickens. And then you came in. Inspector Tsukachi is frowning at him very intently. You knew you were going to die? He says, sounding like he's caught between believing and disbelieving. Well, Izuku can't blame him too much. That's what I said, isn't it? Not that it's going to stop him from being snippy about it. In his defense, he's kind of having a shitty day. At least the inspector is taking it in stride. And you knew, you weren't going to stay dead? Izuku presses his lips together. If you want to hear me repeat what I just said, you can just replay that recording. Sorry, the inspector says, sounding a touch bashful, I just had to verify for the recording itself. There's a strange sense of understanding in his eyes. Does he believe him? Izuku wouldn't believe Izuku, if he was honest. Not without witnessing the whole thing in action. Then again, people did. Well, he knew people were going to see it happen the moment he stepped past the crowd. It's not as though he could let Bakugo die though. So, to verify for the recording again, you possess a quirk that lets you come back from the dead? Really, he doesn't sound like he's just verifying it for the recording. Repeating it isn't going to make the truth of the situation any different though. Izuku blows his fringe a bit, letting it flop back into his face. Yes, he mutters after a long silence, refusing to look at either of them. Tsukachi presses on. And you have known for? Questions. Izuku hates them. But these are questions he had known he would one day have to answer. I died when I fell off that building, he admits. So that would be 4 years. For that long? And you didn't register it? There's a very slight hint of reprimand to Tsukachi's tone, but it must be hard to reprimand someone in a situation like this. Not that any of this stops Izuku from overreacting. What, exactly, should I have said? Izuku snaps, frustration at this entire day boiling over. Hello, doctor. I'm immortal. No, please don't take me to the asylum. Here, let me have a scalpel and I'll prove it. He freezes immediately after, flushing pink to the tips of his ears. Sorry. You don't deserve that. The inspector lets out a sigh, and shares a look with Yagi that Izuku doesn't catch. It's fine. Apology accepted, Midoriya-san. I apologize too, a case like yours is unprecedented. Anyone wouldn't know what to do in your situation. Quirks are strange and wonderful, but there's never been one that lets people survive death. At least not one that's been documented. This is, well. Tsukachi looks down at his recorder, and coughs. He looks like the kind of person who isn't used to being lost for words. Unprecedented doesn't begin to cover it really. He says it like Izuku isn't already painfully aware of the nature of his own existence. Yeah. Well. It is what it is. Tsukachi rubs the back of his neck, setting the recorder away in a pocket. You'll need to register your quirk under a name. For a case like this I'll have to talk to my superiors but... Izuku doesn't like the way he trailed off there. After a look from Tsukachi, Yagi steps forward. What Tsukachi-san is getting at is that a quirk such as yours will attract attention, my boy. And not just the good kind. There is no good kind of attention, Izuku mutters. Great. Just what I wanted. Not to worry my boy. Almighty Heroics is here to help. As it stands only a handful of doctors and nurses know outside of the people in this very room. And All Might of course. Yagi holds out a spindly hand, paler than Izuku's own. All Might sent me to express his utmost apologies for not being fast enough, for if he were, you would not have felt the need to intervene and this predicament would not have befallen you. Izuku frowns. All Might has nothing to be sorry for. He can't be everywhere at once. Yamada had said something to him like that, hadn't she? Gods above, he was not looking forward to their next therapy session now. Yagi tilted his head back and, was that blood? Huh. Wise words my boy. All Might knows this, don't you worry. But that does not change the heart of a hero. Yeah. That's blood. Well, Tsukachi doesn't seem alarmed by it so, it's not Izuku's problem. They're in a hospital anyway. If he needs emergency help or anything, it's not like they have far to run. This still leaves the issue of your quirk. It'd be super if we could say that no unscrupulous elements will learn of your ability but we do not live in such a world yet. Didn't you just say that the only people who know are a few doctors and nurses? Izuku says, sounding faintly suspicious. He wasn't going to be paranoid for the rest of his life was he? Well, If he got strong enough it wouldn't matter. Presumably. I certainly did, my boy. Yagi cries, slicing a hand through the air. But the more people who know the more likely the secret will be leaked. We've already had everyone sign a non-disclosure agreement, but there will always be a chance someone escaped our net. For someone who looks like they should be on life support, Yagi is very energetic, Izuku thinks. Okay, I guess? Still he can't help but feel he's forgetting some dash. The villain. They seem pretty calm, but it's still possible things went badly. Is within police custody, Tsukachi says smoothly, taking over from Yagi. After your gambit, a rather tactful way to refer to his suicide, he abandoned your body pretty quickly. I understand that Kamui Woods was instrumental in helping All Might defeat him. Kamui Woods? Ah. His lumber, Quirk would have been excellent at containing the sludge villain. Without an innocent to worry about, imprisoning him in a box of wood would have been child's play, and once All Might entered the scene, he could have easily disabled him. Tsukachi and Yagi shared another look. He said that out loud, didn't he? Great. Now he was embarrassing himself in front of strangers, one who is an associate of the symbol of peace no less. What happens now? He mutters, changing the subject with all the grace of a runaway train. Tsukachi sighs. I must go file my reports, he says in a tone that makes it clear he'd much rather be doing nearly anything else, but I may contact you later for follow-up. Thank you for your time, Midoriya-san. And with that, Tsukachi bows slightly and leaves, leaving the half-dead Yagi with the half-dead Izuku. Together, they almost make one healthy person. Izuku isn't very comfortable with strangers though. He'd much rather be alone so he can prepare for the inevitable implosion that will be his mother's reaction to this. Can I help you, Yagi-san? Yagi wipes a trickle of blood away before pointing rather dramatically. What you did today was reckless beyond belief, my boy. Ah. Scolding. I don't dash. A swipe of Yagi's hand cut him off. Do not misunderstand. I'm not saying that just to reprimand you. I'm here to praise you as well. Izuku blinks. What? Is all he says after a long moment. Ha! There's a reaction for the books. Midoriya my boy, there's a fine line between reckless and brave. To be honest myself, and I always am, I can't say for sure which side you're on. He pauses to have a small coughing fit. Really, isn't he the one being reckless, giving speeches with his health? Izuku doesn't know the details but he's quite sure that coughing blood is bad. Yagi doesn't seem deterred, even as a little blood drips down his chin. Ask any pro, and they'll say, you should have left it to the professionals. But if you did, would that boy still be alive? Nobody can say for sure. What can be said for sure is that you have a hero's heart. You saw someone in need of help and without any further thought, you helped. Izuku isn't sure how to react to this. A speech like this from Kirishima is one thing because Kirishima could probably be moved to tears by the hang in their kitty poster. But a random stranger who works with All Might saying he had a hero's heart? The only way this would be more emotionally moving is if All Might himself said it. I'm not crying, he mumbles, rubbing at an eye with his palm, I just, dust in my eye. Yagi, rather kindly, did not call him out on his lie. You have a bright future ahead of you, my boy. Do you intend to enroll in U.A? Is everyone taking an interest in his choice of high school? Izuku didn't realize he needed to make a press release about it. I should not tell you this but All Might himself will be teaching there starting this year. He asked me to pass on a message. Yagi pauses to let a dumbstruck Izuku absorb that, although he didn't wait for Izuku to finish absorbing as that would take forever, and strikes a pose. Plus ultra. Push yourself to new heights. If you haven't considered U.A as your hero academia, do so. I look forward to the kind of hero you'll surely become. Is what he said. Great. Now he's really crying. Is this how Kirishima felt all the time? The air in his little hospital room seems more like a choking smog than the clean, disinfected air he usually associated with hospitals. He's been dreading the day this came for years. Midoriya Inko is standing at the foot of his bed, her worried countenance tarred with indecision. She's looking at him like she doesn't recognize him, and although it tears him up inside, he can't blame her. Sometimes, he can't recognize himself either. Midoriya Izuku looks anywhere but at her face, twisting his sheets in his fists to avoid having to say a thing. This is a mess of his own making, so the least he could do is try to fix it. But he can't find the words either, so they're left swimming in silence and unspoken words. Inko doesn't say anything. She verges constantly on the boundary of it, opening and closing her mouth in minute movements. Sometimes she makes half a noise, venturing just a little further each time before deciding better of it. Izuku still can't bring himself to look at her expression. He doesn't want to see her looking at him like that. He doesn't want to see what he's done to her. If he doesn't see, he can pretend but he can't pretend anymore. Neither of them can pretend anymore. I saw it on the news, she says, breaking the silence at last with a quiet voice full of freshly steeled resolve. They're playing it on every station. It's all anyone can talk about. The heroic teenager who offered his life for another. She falls silent for a minute, and Izuku doesn't know what to do. Does she want Izuku to say something? He can't exactly say it wasn't him, but lying is the only thing he knows how to do. Lying and pretending. So he does nothing. That's how I found out. Looking at the news and thinking, that's my son, duh. She lets out a quiet sigh, steeling herself all over again. Is that how you wanted me to find out, Izuku? You never asked, slips out of his mouth before he can even think about the words, spitting needles at his own mother. He looks away sharply after he says it, unable to look at her but just as unwilling to apologize. He never wanted her to find out at all, but he knew that was a fool's errand. Inko's stare cuts through him, sharper than any of his knives. Would you have told me if I did? She says, stabbing into him with each syllable, I spent years trying to be as open and honest as I could be. Years thinking that maybe, just maybe if I did, if I could just be good enough, that one day you'd tell me. But you didn't need to be said. Do you hate me that much, Izuku? He flinches, raw and hurt like a just-healed burn and blurts out, I don't hate you, unable to stop himself from turning to face his mother. Tears are streaming down her face and something in Izuku twists awfully because each and every one is because of him. Then why? She cries back, why did you keep lying to me? Did you think I couldn't tell? That I was so blind that I couldn't notice something was wrong? She chokes on her words a little, face flushed from crying, her tears red-ringed and dripping. I'm your mother, why won't you let me help you? Because you can't. Izuku shouts, angry at the way his voice cracks until it's more of a cry than a shout, angry at her for failing him. You couldn't help me then, Anne. He froze mid-sentence, eyes locked on the hurt in Inko's eyes. He'd said too much. It wasn't her fault. He can't blame her for failing to be the mother he needed when he couldn't even be worthy of being called her son. It wasn't your burden to bear. She recoils and he almost flinches in empathy. Everything that came out of his mouth felt like it was barbed, tearing up his throat just as much as it tore into her. I see, she says in a quiet tone that only digs deeper. If this goes on for much longer, there won't be anything left inside either of them. You're right. You're just about to turn 15 now, you're almost an adult. I suppose that's just the way things are. Her words feel final, guillotine slicing down and severing, but severing what Izuku doesn't want to acknowledge. I didn't mean it like dash. She's already turning away to leave. I'm sorry for bothering you with my worries, Izuku, she says quietly, shutting the door behind her. As it clicks shut, he can almost feel something break inside. That. Izuku drops his face into his hands. Great. Splendid. Wonderful. He'd pushed her away for years. He didn't get to turn around and ask her to come back. He almost wants to ask if this day could possibly get any worse, but he knows better than to tempt fate like that. Izuku sighs, staring down at the clipboard-held form in his hands. Before he could leave the hospital and return home at last he had to register his quirk. The idea of registering his quirk didn't bother him that much, he was going to have to do it eventually, and if he was perfectly honest, at least this way he didn't have to try to explain it to a doctor. They sort of got the idea. He'd expected more pushback against it, but, well, here he was. The real issue he's having isn't the whole registering thing so much as it is, what does he write down? He's spent years debating what he'd even name the DMN thing, and he still doesn't have an idea. Ugh. Eventually, he scribbles, revivify, down. It sounds okayish. Resurrection feels too heavy-handed, and something like, the grave can't hold me, makes him sound like an edgy hero. Details? Well, there's no point in holding back in the description. He fills it out with everything he knows, what he survived, how long it takes him to revive, well, current estimates of that at least, if he keeps practicing, maybe he'll eventually get it to the point where it's in the blink of an eye, the weird way it heals. It looks so final like this. So formal and parceled and neat, completely unlike his quirk. Unlike him, really. He groans, reaching up to bury his face in his hands again. I hope it's FING worth it, you idiot, he mumbles to himself. He already knows it isn't. But he can't change that. And the things he can't change, he just has to accept. Curtains fall. Cue next act. She plays the clip over and over, watching her son give his life for another. Life for me instead. She can just hear his voice, soft but resolved as he holds his arms out. She can't see his face, not with the angle of the camera, but she can see the way his hands are calm and resolute. They don't shake, not like they used to. Little Izuku used to shake with nerves just handling a butter knife. He doesn't even flinch when he slashes his own leg. The official news ends just as the sludge villain strikes, an attempt to preserve the hearts and minds of viewers from sensitive material. The uncut footage is easily available on the internet. She plays the clip over and over, watching her son die again and again. He doesn't struggle, as the villain forces himself into him, invades every part of his body like a parasite. The pain must have been incredible, but he doesn't so much as tremble. Then the villain turns about and realizes what he's done, and tries to flee. And then the clip ends. It doesn't end, not for her, not for them. She doesn't know what to do. What to say. She doesn't know what can even be said to make this right. She wishes she could find the words, wishes that if she dug deep enough inside of herself she'd find them glittering like diamonds and gold, that she could shape them and polish them and fill the broken gaps. She can't. Worse, even if she could, she's not sure he would let her. She plays the clip over and over, only just now seeing the extent of her failure. When did it begin, she wonders. Was it that fateful day, all those years ago, broken and bloody and still smiling at her? Was it further back? Had it begun when she held him and cried and apologized because his dream was looking further and further impossible as the years went by and no sign of his quirk had ever developed? It hurts to realize she doesn't know the answers to any of these questions. That she doesn't even know who her son is anymore. There's a vast rift between them now, one she's not sure could ever be mended. It hurts like an open wound, but if that's the way things will be, then she thinks she can accept that in time. She plays the clip over and over, trying to understand what's going through his head, although she thinks she'll never know. He wakes up in the middle of the night, gasping for air and clutching his throat. It's the same nightmare over and over. Sludge and slime and muck encircling him, entangling and engulfing. He's swallowed by an abyss, sinking down into the tar and the mud. Drowning in filth, pleading desperately for someone, anyone to save him, whilst the faces of heroes stare down at him, full of pity. And then his prayers are answered. By Deku. He comes out of the darkness, hand outstretched and that serene expression on his face. My life for yours, he says, tranquil and calm, and although he doesn't understand how, he knows that if he takes his hand they'll swap places. He knows if he takes his hand, it'll be Deku who is drowning in the slime, it'll be Deku who is dragged down. He knows it'll be Deku who dies. But he can't take the hand. Their eyes meet, and Deku reaches out further and further, but he can't take the hand. Taking the hand means Deku will die instead but Deku takes his hand regardless, and then all the inky black slime is rushing up to engulf him instead and all he can see is his stupid serene expression looking down at him. And then he wakes up, foul taste thick in his mouth and Deku's dead eyes burning into his soul. His lack of rest makes him more irritable than normal, and in school he explodes like an old landmine at the slightest provocation. Even his lackeys and hanger-ons keep their distance, wary of ending up on the receiving end of his quirk. He's more than fine with that, he barely cares about what they think or do on the best of days, he certainly doesn't give a shit now. There is only one person he actually wants to talk to in school, but they don't want to talk to him. Every attempt he makes to corner that useless is met with failure. The moment class ends, Deku's gone like a flash, off to his next one. He can't find him anywhere at lunch, and when final bell rings, the best opportunity he has to tail him, Deku leads him on a stupid goose chase across Mizurufu. He'd be impressed that he was finally good at something if that thing wasn't running the away. It's really pissing him off because Deku is the only person who can give him the answers he wants. There's the more basic questions, like what the was he thinking and who the did he think he was saving him, but the most important question of all is quite simple. How the was Deku still alive? Sure, he knew what everyone had said had happened. Oh, the doctors resuscitated him. Like hell they did. He was there. He saw everything. That idiot was dead for minutes. The heroes had tried to contain the sludge villain with their stupid useless abilities and then All Might had erupted out of nowhere. His winning smile twisted with righteous fury was another sight Katsuki would never get out of his head, and splattered him with a single furious punch. He'd watched them try to perform CPR on Deku for a good minute before All Might decided to try and rush him to a hospital, like it could have put the light back in those glassy dead eyes at that stage. And yet, there he was. Walking about like nothing had changed and running from him without giving him a single answer. Well, he could right off with that attitude. He was going to find out what the was going on, whether Deku liked it or not. Then maybe he'd stop seeing his face in his dreams. Maybe he'd stop waking up in the middle of the night, trembling and weak. Yagi Tashinori had something of a dilemma on his hands. He'd always been on the lookout for a successor to One for All, someone who exhibited all the qualities necessary for a hero, but maybe lacked the power. He knew there was a candidate in the third years that the principal and his old sidekick had recommended, and he trusted their judgment. But there was a candidate right in front of him now, a candidate who by all means exhibited every quality necessary for a hero and perhaps lacked the power needed. But they just met. Was it wise to rush such a decision? As a candidate, it was definitely a risk. He was never very good at this kind of thing, analyzing risks and comparing them. He was the kind of person who preferred to act. He left careful planning to people like his sidekick, Sir Night-Eye. One for all was a burden. Giving it to a more experienced, more prepared individual was not a bad decision by any means. A candidate who had proven themselves capable of bearing such a power, of dedicating themselves to being the symbol of peace. That was Togata Mirio. My life for his. No hesitation. No fear. Calm, resolute but powerless. Seeing sacrifice as his only option, as the only thing he could offer. Without the strength to fight or the words to soothe, all he could do was bear the pain in someone else's stead. That was Midoriya Izuku. Yagi himself, as the symbol of peace, had always been flawless in a way. Unmarred by defeat. All Might knew no true defeat, and as long as such was true, the world was safe. It was something of a pretense now, as much as he loathed it, but it was for the good of the world. For the Togata boy, it would be similar. Flawless and knowing no true defeat. The symbol of peace had to be victorious and triumphant because good must win over evil. But the Midoriya boy would know defeat. He knew it well already, Yagi would guess, but he would know it 1,000 times more. Midoriya would suffer 1,000 defeats but he would be relentless. Enduring. An undying symbol of peace? Wasn't that too much of a burden? A normal soul would be crushed by it. The average pro hero wouldn't fare much better. Could Midoriya bear it? Yagi wasn't sure. He was young though, about as young as he was when he received One for All. If he received it now, Midoriya would have time to grow into his new role, into his burden. But he was getting ahead of himself, wasn't he? All this talk about what ifs, and what could be's was all rather frivolous at the moment. Yagi was going to have make a decision sure, but so would his chosen candidates. He could hardly force it on either of them, and the idea that they'd refuse his power was, relatively unthinkable, but certainly still a possibility. But here he was thinking instead of acting. Rather than hem and haw about the decision, he should just make it. And if the Midoriya boy refused for any reason, he doubted that Togata would as well. A trash-laden beach with washed up, and some dumped on purpose, most likely, rubbish piled up high was not the kind of place many people would willingly walk deep into. The average citizen had no desire to be surrounded by such refuse, and even shadier characters found little reason to be in what was still an undoubtedly open space. But for those holding secretive conversations, it was perfect. Secretive conversations like whatever the hell Yagi Toshinori was telling Midoriya Izuku because he had been given a full 5 minutes to digest it and it was still blowing his mind. Izuku looks up at Yag All Might, working his jaw very slowly until he can find the words. Could you repeat that again? He might need to sit down, he thinks, but frankly everything around him looks like it'll give him tetanus just being in their general vicinity. Tetanus is painful, and he doesn't quite want to experience it if he can help it. All Might frowns, still all skeletal and dripping blood from his lips. It's very worrying in some ways, but given there seems to be nothing to be done about it, Izuku just tries not focus on it. I'm not sure how much clearer a 7th time will make it, my boy, he says, all wheezy and serious and somehow still All Might. I believe you are a worthy candidate to inherit the power that has been passed down for generations, a blazing bright torch against the forces of darkness. He thinks about it for a few moments, chews it in his mind and tries to do his best to wrap his head around it. Could you maybe, repeat it again? All Might looked like the last of his spirit was going to leave his earthly form at that exact moment. This was heavy. How was he supposed to react? What was he supposed to do? Izuku's swimming in his own thoughts, and for a moment he feels like he's going to drown. I understand that it's quite a lot to take in, my boy, All Might says in his usual declaratory tone, but I chose you for a reason. I have every confidence that if you choose to inherit my power, that you will wield it well. With all due respect, Izuku says quietly, and there is a lot of respect due because this is, as Kaken would put it, all motherfucking might, but you barely know me. All Might throws his head back and laughs, which involves more blood than Izuku is comfortable with. This is true. But did I not already say that you had the heart of a hero, Midoriya my boy? And Izuku squawks. He feels like he shouldn't be so refusing about this. This is like a dream come true in many ways. A handful of years ago, he would have given everything for something like this. A handful of years ago he did give everything for something like this. And what? There's nothing else to say on the matter that hasn't already been said. My time runs shorter by the day. When the time comes that I must rest, I can only do so peacefully if there is another ready to bear the torch in my place. All Might points rather dramatically at him. My chosen candidate is you. All that's left is for you to decide. Yeah, okay, that's exactly Izuku's problem here because that is a massive decision that he was not in any way prepared to make and there's a time limit. This is a limited opportunity and if he says no, he doesn't get to go back and change his mind later. If I say yes, what are the conditions? There's always conditions. Everything has conditions, even conditions themselves usually carry other ones. How serious? All Might exclaims, wiping blood from his mouth with a handkerchief. Of course he's serious, Izuku thinks, this is a very serious matter. But All Might presses on. As I said earlier, this is a matter that must be kept secret. The transition must be smooth. The secret of this power has been kept for generations, and it must remain that way. Izuku crosses his arms in front of him with a very serious expression. Absolutely not, he declares, for starters, that's basically impossible? My quirk's just been registered. I can't just go around shouting smash and hoping nobody asks how I'm doing that. Blood spurts out of All Might's mouth as he laughs. A good point, he admits, wiping the blood away again, but it's something we can work around. Your quirk is already a secret, is it not? Nobody knows what it truly is save for a handful of people. About that, Izuku says slowly, rubbing the back of his neck. My friend knows. About my quirk. All Might frowns a little, but he waves a hand dismissively. To be expected, I suppose. If you trust this friend enough with your own quirk, then I see no reason they cannot be trusted with this. That was easier than he'd expected. Okay, so I guess I can handle that much. Is there anything else? He seems to ponder it for a moment before striking another dramatic pose. Izuku wants to say that all the drama is completely unnecessary, but this is a very dramatic event, aside from the responsibility and duty that comes with this power. There is naught else. Izuku nods slowly. Okay. Then, how do we do the thing? Izuku is expecting a lot of different answers. Maybe All Might puts his hands on him and starts shouting like he's a shounen anime protagonist. Maybe there'll be blood or some weird ritual. What he gets instead is a single blonde hair and a disturbingly serious look from All Might. Now eat this. There's a certain peace to be found when he's alone and surrounded by trash, Izuku finds. The darkly humorous part of his mind suggests that it's because he's among kindred spirits, the unwanted and the cast off, rejected from all strands. Some broken beyond repair, some not so much. But with All Might having left somewhere in the vicinity of an hour ago, villains to thwart, people to rescue, Izuku understands, there is only the sound of waves lapping against the beach and the occasional cry of a seabird. Here, there is only Izuku and his thoughts. The last time he was alone with his thoughts, he jumped off a building. Today would be different, he thinks. He already feels different with All Might's power in his veins, coursing through his body. He'd expected to feel a difference, but it's incredible, in some ways. It simmers deep inside, but he's so used to reaching down into his depths to try and find his power, and to finally have something there that answers his call? Incredible doesn't begin to describe it. He feels like an explosion, contained in human form, like any minute he's just going to go. Just go. And stay go. It feels like he could run a marathon several times over. He doesn't, though. He stays where he is, lets the energy course through him because he feels alive. Alive in a way he hasn't felt in years. He can feel his blood rushing through his veins, his synapses firing like lightning. Every breath fills him with energy. The need to move intensifies with every passing moment, until eventually he can't hold out any longer and he gives in. And then Midoriya Izuku's entire world is pain. For Izuku, who has died 1,000 times, who has tasted pain in so many different flavors he might as well be a sommelier, it's beyond anything he could have imagined. Most of his deaths have been calculated, measured. Pain was never the goal, and a part of him wonders if maybe it should have been, that maybe if it had, he'd be more prepared for the sheer agony racking his body. All he did was move maybe 10 feet? He moved 10 feet faster than he'd ever moved in his life, but he was also pretty sure that his legs weren't supposed to look like that. He knows they're definitely not supposed to feel like that, although if he's honest he's beginning to think it's a miracle he can feel them at all given that the slightest twitch sends tendrils of pure fire along his nerves. The thought that death is preferable to this agony occurs to him in the same way that he might consider beef for dinner instead of chicken, but he knows that like replacing chicken with beef, it won't achieve any great result. Dying would be a brief escape, and unless his Revivify was willing to consider all of these self-inflicted injuries, it wouldn't even solve anything. He might not get a choice in the matter, all things considered. He can't move a muscle, the pain is too great, and even if he took the pain out of the question, he's not entirely convinced his bones are in any shape to support actual movement. At best he could crawl his way to the road and maybe hope a passerby helped. How long can the human body survive without food? Without water? He's beginning to think he might just find out. It's not something he's ever tested his ability to revive from. They seem like excessively unpleasant ways to die, long and drawn out and so very difficult to hide. Well, after a day or two, someone will probably search for him. Izuku lasts an hour before he focuses one for all into his neck and moves. He can feel his bones snapping just the instant before he doesn't feel at all. Then he wakes up again, and the sun is still brightly beaming down on his battered body, pale skin in danger of blistering from the heat. He had hoped that if he killed himself with one for all, then maybe Revivify would heal everything else he'd done to himself with one for all, but it was not to be, it seems. His quirk was annoyingly specific, and so Izuku is forced to endure hours more. It's not the pain that drove him to try, although the pain is all-consuming. It's the powerlessness that gets him, gnaws away at him like termites for the soul. Izuku has always been powerless. No quirk for so long, and then when he gets one all he can do with it is die. His only option is sacrifice, and his progress had been built on the countless lives he'd cast away. If at first you don't succeed, kill yourself and try again. Well, killing himself isn't helping. This doesn't seem like a situation he can get out of just by dying, and boy isn't that a sentence. He spends what feels like an eternity trying to crawl along the ground, but it's not very productive. Nearly every joint in his body is, he wants to say, dysfunctional. It's much more polite and concise than Fed beyond belief, although who Izuku is being polite for he's not sure. The best he can do is try and move along with his chin and head, and that might even have gotten him somewhere if he were anywhere but a sandy beach. At some point the sun begins to go down. Izuku is still lying there, on the ground, barely able to move. He's not even on his back, so he can't even look up at the sky. Staring at the stars would at least offer some mild STMLTN. It's just Izuku and his thoughts, once again. He thought it'd be different this time, but it seems that every time Izuku is alone with his thoughts, he ends up on the ground with several broken bones. It's beginning to form a pattern. His thoughts are very bad company, he thinks. Not just because every time he's alone with them, he ends up like this. They have nothing to offer him but criticisms. He tries to imagine a Kirishima-like shoulder angel to cheer himself up, but all his mental replication of his only friend does is shake him back and forth to the best of its imaginary ability and ask him what the F he was thinking. And then it tries to drag him to help. He wishes Kirishima was here. He wishes anyone was here, really, but if he got to choose, he'd definitely choose Kirishima. But he doesn't get to choose. He doesn't get to anything, except, wait. That's all he can do now. Wait for someone to find him, or wait for death to hurry up and find him first. Maybe death by dehydration will be something he can't come back from. Heh. It would be a truly pitiful way to permanently die, but ironic. Almost poetic. The boy who wanted to be a hero beyond anything in the world is granted the greatest power to do so, and then he kills himself with it. Full story on page 12. Izuku hasn't moved for hours now. There's so little point in even trying that he can't muster up the energy for it. It's a far cry from the way he was earlier in the day. He's numb all over now. The dull ache of old pain remains in his bones, but it's like background static to him now, something there but unremarkable. He feels like he could almost fall asleep like this, sunburnt, dehydrated and hungry. Almost, because no single part of his body would allow him to do something like that. There's nothing he can do. No act, great or small, that could result in anything meaningful except more pain, and pain is something he does not lack at all right now. So he tries to let go. Not to sleep, because he can't, but to let go of everything. To ignore reality. To exist in a microcosm of his own thoughts, those cruel traitorous friends that he can't shake off. He wraps himself in them, wears them like a cloak of imagination. The only barrier between him and the pain. It works, in a way. A distance that grows between the mind and the body, a distance he nurtures and feeds into. This isn't my body, he thinks, this is not happening to me. Lying has always been something Izuku is good at it, and he may as well turn that blade upon himself. This is not my body, he echoes in his mind. And then it isn't. Midoriya Izuku dies again, quietly. So soft and gentle is his death, he does not even realize it's happened. Bzzz click. Hey, dude. It's Kirishima. Where you at, man? I've been waiting an hour now. Is something up? Call me bro. Click. Bzzz click. Izuku. It's, dinner is in the microwave. You can reheat it when you get home. Don't. Please be. Good night. Click. Izuku opens his eyes only to realize there's something different. He can't remember closing his eyes, but he must have. Did he fall asleep? He doesn't feel like he has. He doesn't feel rested, but he doesn't feel tired either. He doesn't feel anything, and he thinks that might be worse. There's no pain. No ache. No sand sticking to his blistered skin. He's faintly cold. Well, that's something he supposes. He feels like he should be colder, in the dead of the night like this, but he'll take it. Reflexively, he goes to try and get up, halfway done when he realizes the folly of his decision. And then he realizes it isn't folly at all, because he's actually getting up. It's a pretty surprising development, all things considered. It's not the most surprising one though. He thinks it's much more shocking to look down at his own body, limp against the sand. His limbs are splayed out, shattered and swollen in purple blacks. Sand has scattered through his dark green hair, and everything seems so vibrant but foggy in a way that seems surreal, like he's in an impressionist painting. Surreal doesn't begin to describe the experience of looking down at your own body, he thinks. His own body, the one he's inhabiting? Whatever this is unblemished. The scars are there sure, but his arms aren't swollen broken messes, and when he stands up, it's on legs that bend properly. Looking at himself though, he's only just noticing his state of complete NDTY. He can't feel a breeze though, if there would be one to feel. As dreams go, and this surely must be one, it's not the weirdest thing he's experienced admittedly. That dubious honor belongs to a childhood nightmare where he was chased by sentient chairs, but he's digressing. He's happy to stick to this dream world instead of reality because it means he can do something. So he walks around, slowly but surely. The beach is, surprisingly well rendered in his dream. Nothing entirely too surreal has happened to him yet. He thinks it might even be semi-accurate? It's hard to say though. It's not like he was memorizing the beach when he was there. While he's there. He's still there, unless someone has found him whilst he's sleeping. He thinks he'd wake up if they did. Any attempt to move him would surely send terrible jolts of pain along his nerves. He does a lap of the beach in the dream world, faintly aware of the wrongness of his body here. It doesn't move right. Too light and too heavy in different ways, like he's a feather tied to the ground. Or a balloon snagged on a fence. The further he gets, the more restrained he feels. Somehow, he ends up back at his body. He wants to say he hasn't moved, but that's true and not true. Rather, he hasn't been moved. Still face down in the sand. Still limp and lifeless, shattered limbs shattered and swollen. Struck by a sudden urge, he kneels down beside his body, and tries to brush the hair from his face. Tries is the operative word, because unlike the ground or anything else, his dream body does not solidly connect with his other dream body. Instead, his fingers ghost through the flesh, leaving a ghostly white trail on his skin. Midoriya Izuku repeats the poking motion a few more times, watching his fingers sink through his flesh and re-emerge like nothing happened. It sort of feels like poking a sponge? The only sign he's even done anything is the faint off-white sort of gray but probably more pearl film that evaporates after a few seconds. He has no idea what that's about. It only happens on his flesh, because he can touch other things just fine, and there's no weird slightly suggestive white stuff at all. Maybe? He walks over to a nearby half-rusted dryer and reaches out with a single hand and presses his fingers up against the metal. It feels pretty real, but this is a dream, isn't it? So, why not? He keeps pushing, but he tries to focus on, not pushing? To pass through. Nothing happens at first, but then his fingers feels odd and Izuku falls through the dryer. It's the natural result of simultaneously leaning up against something and waiting for it to give, and he probably should have seen it coming. He doesn't really land on the sandy beach so much as he accidentally falls several feet down into it. He nearly panics for a moment, because he can't see or feel anything, but if he's some weird dream ghost thing, then can't he just float up? He's not sure if anything is happening for a few seconds and then okay, floating too far, stop. Okay. There we go. Now he's good. He's left some kind of slime angel on the dryer, in the rough shape of his body first going into it and then when he emerged out of it from the top. It's kind of weird looking, if he's honest. It doesn't seem to be evaporating like it does with his body either, sort of remaining there like a weird mucus or slime. He goes to touch it, but then he thinks, how? Well, thinking about being able to pass through objects let him do that, so maybe thinking about being solid will let him be solid? He half expects to just flop onto the ground, but no. He doesn't feel any different, but when he experimentally lowers himself, floating is very weird, he thinks. His feet land on the sand just as stably as, well, anything that lands on sand. Weird. But kind of cool. He cranes his head around before shrugging. He has nothing better to do in the dream, so why not? His feet lift off of the sand once again, and he starts to fly. There's a seagull pecking at his dream other body. The sun has begun to rise, and with it, the animals of the coast are in force, and that means seagulls. None of this is particularly interesting to Izuku at first, but the more he thinks about it, the more confused he is. Dreams are, well, illogical. They don't tend to make sense, and they often miss crucial and important details that you just accept because you're dreaming. Izuku has had a lot of dreams. A lot of them were very surreal. He's no real expert. Are they called dreamologists? Or is it just a subset of psychologists? He's getting sidetracked, but he likes to think he can identify a dream when he's in one, and this one is surreal enough to qualify. The sun rising and a seagull coming out to peck his other body is somewhat surreal because he's witnessing it, but it's also quite reasonable in some senses because he's been flying around for what feels like hours and there's been no sign of the dream ending at all. Dreams don't last this long. Is Izuku still dreaming, and if he isn't, would he even be able to tell? He's starting to freak out a little. Is this or is this not a dream? He wants to say yes, because how could he fly or go through physical objects if it wasn't? Those things are impossible, but Izuku is impossible by the same line, isn't he? What if he's still there, on the pavement, and none of this has ever been real? What if he's dead and this has just been one weird afterlife lesson with an Aesop or hell or something? And if this isn't a dream, then what the F is it? Get off my F body! He screams, lashing out with a kick at the seagull with all his might. It connects, but not in the way he thought it would. The seagull feels less like a small bird and more like a heavy, leaden ball against his foot. There's enough strength in his kick to punt it along a bit regardless, but the sheer difficulty of it is surprising. The seagull, for its part, seems vaguely startled to have felt the equivalent of another seagull colliding with it, and looks around for whatever attacked it. The sheer weight of the seagull has snapped Izuku out of his frustration, and left him confused. It's the weird kind of thing that'd happen in a dream, but he wants to double-check something anyway. He reaches out slowly, and tries to push the seagull gently with one hand. It clearly reacts to his touch, and hops away startled, but for a brief moment, Izuku felt the same weight and resistance again. He walks over to the dryer, and tries to push on it. It doesn't budge, and when Izuku really tries, it still doesn't move. He knows he's strong enough to at least move a dryer if he pushes it with all his strength, and he's definitely strong enough to push a seagull around if it came down to it. If this is a dream, then none of it has to make sense, but it's very consistent for a dream. The seagull is still present, highly confused and possibly irritated, but also apparently stubborn and persistent enough to continue regardless. One more test, he thinks. He can still feel one for all in him, but here it feels different. It sort of felt like it was burning inside of him, instead of sort of pooling around. So he channels that heat, feels it surge within him, and okay, that's weird. He's glowing. Sort of like a torch, really. Practically fluorescent. Experimentally, and carefully, he swings an arm just to see what happens. No pain, no sudden cracking of his bones, no sensation like his arm is trying to rip itself out of its socket. He does a quick spin to similar results. So far so good. And then he kicks the seagull again. The result is much different this time. The seagull rockets off into a wall of junk and just crunches. It's actually kind of gross. Also much more realistic than a dream would be. This probably isn't a dream. He probably did just kill a seagull by kicking it with one for all. Now he can add animal cruelty to his laundry list of mistakes. If it's not a dream, then Izuku lets his eyes slide over to his unmoving, possibly actual body. As if on cue, his phone starts to vibrate. He rushes forward, pushing on his pockets and doing his damnedest to get the phone out. It's harder than it should be, feels like he's hauling some serious weight, but he manages, and his little black smartphone falls onto the sand without aplomb. The number on the screen is his mother's. He's about to press down to answer the call when he stops. What would it even achieve? He mumbles. Could she even hear him? Could phones even pick up his voice? Would she just hear nothing after he answered? Would she talk into a void and think he was ignoring her? Slowly, he crouches down and sits next to the phone. He has too many unanswered questions, and he doesn't want to make more trouble for his mother. He's done that enough. The phone peters out sadly before vibrating again to let him know there's a new voicemail. He doesn't bother checking what it is. He has more pressing matters to attend to, like, how the F is he going to get back in his body? His first instinct is to just lay down on it and then sort of think about entering it. It sounds so bad in his head, and the only reason he doesn't do it is because his limbs are still all Mangle Y and Splinter Y. He doesn't know how to make them not be Mangle Y and Splinter Y, because he glances at the white stuff on the dryer, then back at his body. That's what Kirishima had said, hadn't he? That there had been weird white stuff and it healed him. Groaning, he presses the heels of his palms into his face. Stupid. Stupid. How did I just miss that? Okay. Enough self-flagellation, Izuku, you know how this works now. Sort of. When he puts his hand through something, it will leave a white film, right? So if I just put my hand in my arm, his fingers ghost into his flesh, sinking in like it was foam packing pellets instead of flesh, and he realizes the next issue he's encountering. How do I know if it's working? He shifts his hand about experimentally, watching as the white film begins to coat his arm as his wrist slides back and forth along the surface. It's kind of weird to watch. After a few seconds, the film on his skin seems to evaporate? Or maybe it's absorbed. He can't really tell the difference. The skin is clearing up though. The horrible purple-blue mass of bruised and internally torn flesh seems to be reducing. Is it working? He wants to say it is. But it's so slow. As a way to heal himself in a fight, this would take hours, and it involves leaving his body defenseless like this. There has to be a faster way. Maybe if he tries, just sort of floating where his body is? Try and do it full body. Maybe that will work? Or would that bring him back to life? Actually, can he do this without dying? Is he actually dead, or is he just sort of brain dead? So many goddamn questions. Nothing about this is going to be easy, is it? He mutters, as though his quirk could answer. It'd probably laugh at him and say of course not, fucko. Nothing in his life had ever been easy. He narrows his eyes and grits his teeth, a surge of spite rushing up within him. Nothing in his life had ever been easy, and that was all the more reason to succeed. F them, he growls quietly, F everyone. I'm not going to fail here. I'm going to FING live, DMN it. As if answering that very thought, he can feel something cool and cold rushing up inside him, and then Midoriya Izuku is alive again, rasping for air to fill empty lungs. When that useless idiot Deku didn't show up to school, Katsuki had gone off to search for him without wasting a second to reconsider. He'd been running from him for FING weeks, and it was infuriating him beyond belief. He'd come close to cornering him in school lately, so now the useless sheet was avoiding school like a terrified rabbit? Katsuki was going to teach him that there was nowhere he could run to escape him. His first stop is the Midoriya household. He might have stayed home, pretended to be sick, or maybe he just stayed home without the pretense of a FING lie. He bangs on the door, shouts, Deku. Get out here, but there's no response. He's tempted to break in just to check for himself, but he's not that desperate. He repeats it once more and waits a few minutes before he's satisfied that Deku isn't there, hiding like a rat, and he turns to go to leave. Only to lock eyes with Midoriya. Deku Izuku, halfway opening the gate to his house and looking like death warmed over. He looks so utterly pathetic that the angry yell dies in Katsuki's throat, and all that's birthed from his lips is stillborn silence. There's a brief flash of alarm in Deku's body language, but it dies as quickly as it came, replaced with so much resignation and tired apathy that Katsuki's not sure he's looking at a human anymore. Deku, what? All the questions he wants to ask, all the anger and rage is wilting on the vines of his heart, rotten fruit unworthy of being picked. He wants to ask him if he's okay, because he sure as F doesn't look it, but the words catch in his throat, barbed wire tearing it up the more he tries to force it. So all that comes out instead is the F dash. There isn't even a flinch this time, and that bothers Katsuki more than he'd like. Deku lets out a quiet sigh, and in the most tired voice Katsuki's ever had, he says, What do you want, Kaken? Sparks flare dangerously in his hands. Don't FING call me that. He snaps, and he nearly lashes out. Nearly, because he restrains himself at the last second. Deku is cooperating. He should have cooperated from the beginning, but if he starts blasting him now, there's no telling how he'd react, and he's already demonstrated the will and ability to evade Katsuki for as long as he wants to. Katsuki can't risk scaring him off. Not yet at least. Deku doesn't respond at first, staring at him with those horrible, listless dead eyes. Are you just here to beat me up again, Kaken? He doesn't even sound like that prospect is anything more than routine, that it's just the natural result of he and Katsuki meeting. No more hope, no residual affection, not even the hate and spite he'd come to associate with him the past few years. Just empty. That bothers him more than he wants to admit. Just tell me what the F is going on with you. He snarls, reaching out and snagging Deku's collar with a hand. Deku goes limp in his grasp and allows himself to be jerked forward closer to Katsuki without even the slightest hint of resistance. Why? 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 Are you F with me, you little sheet? Deku has always been under him. An underling. The weakest and most pathetic of his followers, but his follower all the same. And somewhere, deep in the most private parts of his soul, Katsuki justified everything he did as all for Deku's own protection. But there's still no reaction from Deku. He lolls about loosely in his grasp, head rocking back and forth with every jostle and movement. Just hit me already, Kaken. Just stop pretending this is about anything else. I don't care anymore. Katsuki feels something cold and dark gnawing away at his soul from that deep and private place, and the words are ripped from his mind and scattered by Deku's ruthlessly honest words. Every word digs in like broken glass, shards of a mirror Katsuki broke. 7 years bad luck weighs on Bakugo Katsuki's soul. I won't fight back. So just do it already. Good job breaking it, hero. Katsuki's arm slumps slightly, and the pent-up aggression and fight bleeds out of him like a slowly deflating bouncy castle, trapping his heart inside with nothing he wants to face. Just FING tell me why, Deku. Why did you FING, die? Save me. And then Deku has those eyes again. Those kind, pitying eyes that he sees in his dreams. Those eyes that he hates. You looked so helpless, Deku says, the words flowing out of his mouth like blood, staining them both. He has no energy or desire to do anything but let the pure unfiltered truth pour forth, and it burns like acid on their skin. And the heroes were so useless, and there's a knot of frustration in his words that cracks his voice. I couldn't stand seeing you like that. Kaken shouldn't look so powerless. It doesn't suit you. Katsuki flinches but he doesn't know why. But the dam is broken, and the words don't stop. All of them just watching you die and letting it happen. Are they even pro-heroes if all they can do is just stand there and watch someone die? There's genuine anger in his voice, and it's the most emotion Katsuki has seen him express since, he doesn't know. Maybe forever? No. Deku had always worn his heart on his sleeve, but at some stage he'd hidden it, and he'd never noticed. So you thought you'd just FING die in my place? Katsuki growls, tightening his grip. That's not how this FING works, you idiot. Then how does it work, Kaken? Deku replies quietly, and his eyes are still so kind it makes him want to scream. He does. You're not the hero, Deku, I am. I'm supposed to die in your place to save you. The words won't be buried any longer and they rip the hooks through his throat and leave it raw, and a little part of him is amazed that he isn't spitting actual blood. Not that it makes any difference given the shocked expression on Deku's face, but then he does something that just shatters Katsuki. He laughs. A harsh, mocking sound ringing empty of all joy and humor, more a tolling of the funeral bells than the light and airy sound Katsuki remembers. Only Kaken could say something so kind. He wheezes in between mournful laughs, and make it so cruel. Cruel? Do you think I'm a game you can play, Kaken? The words come out quiet and low, and Katsuki almost lets Izuku go from the recoil alone. I spent so long, so much of my life trying to become someone you would approve of. For the longest FING time, the only thing I wanted was for you to smile at me like we were still friends. Do you know how many times I died, trying to become someone you would call a friend? I died for your sake. Why isn't that enough for you? His voice rises to an angry, frustrated scream full of emotions he hasn't expressed in years, bubbling and boiling in his words. Because I never asked you to. Katsuki screams back, in the same awful tone, his face twisting up like his voice. I didn't want that, you stupid useless sheet. I didn't ask for you to do that. So what? Was I supposed to watch you die like everyone else? They're both only faintly aware that some people are sticking their heads out of windows to try and get a handle on the source of the ruckus, but those same heads duck back in as quickly as they came to avoid getting caught up in the drama. Katsuki lets out a wordless scream of pure unadulterated frustration and hooks him right in the face. So you, just made me, watch you die instead? Since when do you care? Izuku screams right back, and despite his earlier vow of pacifism, he returns the punch just as determinedly. Katsuki retaliates with another wild punch, and Izuku responds by kneeing him in the stomach, and before long they're outright brawling on the ground, brutal and hard and without finesse or quirks. Predictably, Katsuki still gains the upper hand and begins raining blow after blow on Izuku's face, too consumed entirely by the fires of his fury to even register the blood on his hands or care for the way Izuku's own futilely struggle to throw him off. It would be easy, Izuku thinks, to fight back with one for all. To reach out and just punch with everything in his soul. But all he can think of is the seagull crunching up against the trash, and so he lays there limply and lets Katsuki beat him over and over, until his face resembles a crushed tomato more than it ever resembled a human's. He doesn't want to feel the pain, but he doesn't want to die here either, not like this. He feels faint all the same, wavering on the edge of something that isn't quite death. He's reaching for the word when he remembers. This is what going unconscious feels like, isn't it? It's funny. He almost forgot what it was like. He wouldn't mind being unconscious if it meant the pain would stop. Anything that happened to this body of his could be repaired. It's okay if it breaks. So Izuku dies again, but only a little this time. He wasn't quite sure where he'd wake up when he came to, but the answer this time is thankfully not the hospital. He's quite sure if he arrived there, again, they were going to have to reserve a room just for him. Instead, he's in some sort of clinic? Well, he's definitely been seen to by a medical professional of some kind. His entire face is just wrapped in bandages, a good excuse to practice healing himself using his quirk now, and he thinks he may have been shot up with a painkiller? He doesn't feel the usual familiar aches. All in all, as ways to wake up, this has been better than average. Finally awake, a-hole, comes a familiar, abrasive voice, albeit much less abrasive than usual. Izuku's head snaps to face him so quickly he's surprised he doesn't break his neck again. Sitting in the chair and looking about 20% less bandaged up is Bakugo Katsuki, who is staring right at him. The thought that he has made a mistake is slowly but inexorably taking root in the mind of Bakugo Katsuki. It's not a familiar thought. Katsuki, by his own admission, is not the sort of person who looks back and thinks, I made a bad choice. He's not the sort of person who looks back at all, really. But as he stares at Izuku's unconscious form, wrapped in bandages and left in the clinic bed, he can't help but feel that something has gone wrong here and he might be the one to blame. It's easy to blame Izuku for this situation, and that's not to say he doesn't blame him. He blames him a lot for this mess. He just blames himself as well. Katsuki lets a slow sigh escape him, the soft sound similar to a gently deflating balloon, and he slumps in his chair in much the same way too. He'd been thinking over the situation for 5 minutes and he'd already come to the conclusion that he has to try and become the sort of person who looks back at past decisions. If only just for this situation. He wasn't so blind not to realize this wasn't a problem that could be resolved just by punching Deku until he stopped being such a FING idiot. He hadn't even wanted to punch him, but it was, he lost control, and that was a problem. Explosion was not a friendly quirk. It was powerful, yes, and Katsuki knew that by its providence he was destined for greater things than those around him, but it was not friendly. Some of the first things he'd ever learned was to be careful. To regulate it. Not only could reckless use hurt himself, it could hurt everyone around him. The importance of being in control of his actions had been drilled into him when he was young. He'd lost control there, and that was bad. It was just, he was so aggravating. Was it really so FING hard to just tell him what the F was going on? Katsuki didn't have any illusions as to the relationship between them. Deku didn't like him, that was fair, and he didn't care about that. But he still looked at him with those FING eyes. He can remember the first time he saw those eyes, back when they were young. He'd stumbled in the river, fallen down, but it had been fine. Katsuki had been fine. There had never been any need for anyone else to interfere. But Deku had. He'd taken it upon himself to come down and offer his hand, with those FING eyes. He didn't need or want Izuku's kindness or mercy or anything. That idiot had always been trying to play at being a hero, and Katsuki had always demonstrated the futility of it. Bravery was no virtue when you were too weak to do anything with it, and if Katsuki had to beat it into his stupid head, then it was a better result than letting him go off and try that bullshit with someone who wouldn't stop just because Izuku had. But neither had he, and that was the root of the problem. Until now, he'd justified what he did with things like, it was for Izuku's own good, or, I haven't done any serious harm. Sure, there were bumps and bruises and scrapes, but he'd never broken a bone or left Izuku like that. Every time they'd had a fight, Izuku had been able to walk away from it. This time, Katsuki had to carry his bleeding, beaten body to a clinic because he sure as F couldn't just leave him in his front yard, unconscious like that. This time, Katsuki was forced to look at what he had done. And he didn't like what he saw. The very first thought that runs through Midoriya Izuku's head is, what is the quickest way to kill myself to escape this situation? The second thought is, snap my neck with one for all. Everything that follows is a quiet reprimand to himself, for as satisfying and delightful it would be in the short term for him to avoid his problems via suicide. Avoiding my problems through suicide should be the title of his autobiography, he thinks, rather darkly. It will do nothing to alleviate, and indeed will only worsen, the long-term problems he's currently facing. So instead of exiting stage left, Izuku turns his head left and forces a faint smile on his face. Absolutely nobody is convinced of its sincerity. Not Izuku, not Katsuki, not the vase full of generic flowers to his right. Katsuki stares back at him, and the fact that it's a stare and not a glare surprises Izuku slightly. He doesn't say anything though, and they're left hanging in the awkward silence. Izuku wants to say something just to break the silence, but all the light, conversational topics like, so how about the weather, feel as though he's just masking the situation, just pretending that nothing is wrong, and he's so tired of pretending. What do you want, Kaken? He mutters quietly, FSTNG the sheets on the little bed he was in. Katsuki does glare at him now, although it's relatively weak compared to his usual fare. I've been doing some thinking, he forces out, sounding like the verbal equivalent of being pushed up a chain link fence hard enough to bleed. Don't overexert yourself, Kaken, Izuku says because he has a death wish. There is nothing Katsuki can do to him that he has not already done to himself, and so with all the fear drained away, all that's left are the bitter dregs of snark. Deku, Katsuki growls slowly, I am trying not to punch you but you are making it difficult. Why? You've never stopped yourself bef dash. Just shut up and let me finish. Katsuki shouts, hands sparking. He clams up almost immediately after and turns his head to see if anybody comes in. After a few minutes, they seem clear. Fine. But only if you leave me alone after you're done. Izuku feels like he's going to regret this decision but Izuku regrets most decisions he's made. What's one more? Katsuki exhales, reining himself in and marshalling his words again. Deku, he begins quietly, and locks eyes with Izuku's. You developed a quirk, didn't you? Forget regret. This is the nightmare scenario. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku says, too rushed despite his desperate attempt to even out his words. How FING stupid do you think I am? Katsuki snarls, fingers twitching. First you started acting strange, then you started picking fights. I thought you were just finally growing the F up, but then you pulled that bullshit. You always used to say that maybe one day, it would finally come in. And then it did, didn't it? I don't see how any of those things mean I have a dash. You weren't afraid. Izuku's teeth click shut. Katsuki's voice is quieter and softer, Izuku almost wonders if he's hallucinating this. The Deku I remember would have been shaking and trembling. You didn't even FING struggle. You just let it happen. You weren't afraid because you knew you'd be fine. Your quirk is the reason you're alive right now. Tell me I'm wrong. It's in moments like these that Izuku is quietly reminded that Katsuki isn't just brawn, he's brains as well. And, he says softly in response, once he's had time to digest it. He looks Katsuki straight in the eyes as he continues, shifting a little in his bed, so what? Don't tell me you thought I'd come running just to tell you that, Kaken. We're not kids anymore, and you're the one who wanted me to leave. I thought this is what you wanted. I already FING told you, Katsuki snarls, lips curling back, I never wanted you to die. Well you sure fooled me. The words slip out of Izuku's mouth like sheep escaping out of an ajar gate, but Izuku's too angry to really care. Congratulations, Kaken, you solved the mystery. Good job, Gold Star, 10 out of 10. What do you want me to say? That I'm glad? I'm not. I told you, I'm done. So just go. The words go off like a gunshot in Katsuki's mind, striking right through him. He wants to say something, anything, retort, shout, curse him out but the words are thick like a sludge in his throat. Izuku isn't looking at him anymore, his eyes are fixed straight ahead. He closes his mouth, quietly stands up from the chair, and leaves without another word. Finally left alone to his own devices, Izuku closes his eyes and folds his hands in his lap and sinks into the mire of his own mind. Meditation is something he's been practicing for years, in the faint hope of learning how to HRNSS his quirk. Of course, it hadn't really helped. But that was then, and this is now. Izuku knows his quirk better now, experienced the dark corners. Really, he's not even sure he's seen everything he can do yet. But that feeling of being outside of his own body, it's still burned into his mind. Until now, he's been thinking of his power as something he activates, the way One for All seems to work. But that's not true at all, is it? There's no off switch to revivify, if that was even an appropriate name for it. It's not waiting for him to call upon its power. It is him. The words come unbidden to his lips, a distant memory of a class once learned. I think, therefore I am. The body he dwells in just a vessel for his being. It's no more than a puppet of meat. It has no bearing on anything he is or is not. Even now, he'd gone and let it get so banged up and damaged but that was fine. Pain was something the body felt, not the soul, so he won't feel it. If his body breaks, he'll just repair it. And if it dies, why should that stop him? He's not his body, because flesh dies. Midoriya Izuku cannot truly die. He opens his eyes to the vibrant world of before, clearer and sharper now. Yes, now he understands. Now he wields the power. Now he. BZZZZZZZZZT. BZZZZZZZZT. Now his phone is buzzing. Great. Way to shatter the mood. He reaches out slowly, physical body moving in sync with his spirit and slips the phone out of his pocket. Kirishima's calling, he mumbles, I wonder what he. I was supposed to go hang out with him yesterday. Oi. Midoriya. Where are ya? Are you okay? You didn't do anything stupid, did you? Kirishima's voice is like a balm for his stress, and he can already feel a smile spreading across his face. But really, what's with that last sentence? I'm fine, he replies, leaning back against the bed. Just a bit of a scuffle. Are you sure you're fine? Where are ya? Your voice sounds kinda funny, I'm coming to check on ya. He can almost hear Kirishima frowning through the phone, and he can't stop himself from giggling a little. Seriously. If I have to search alla Muzurifu, I will. He doesn't doubt it. What if I said I wasn't in Muzurifu? Katsuki hadn't mentioned where they were, but he had a good inkling. There was a window near his bed, and he could see a vaguely familiar street. He was pretty sure he wasn't too far from home. Then I'll search Japan. Izuku can't help it any longer and doubles over with laughter. Kirishima's earnest determination is too much. It's fine, it's fine. I'm in Muzurifu, so don't go buying any train tickets or anything. I'm not actually sure where I am exactly, but we can meet at my house if you want. He swings his legs out of the bed, taking a few unsteady steps. He doesn't seem to be in any danger of falling over, so he just keeps walking along. Where were his clothes? Ah, over there. He'd need to take off these bandages. Kirishima'd freak out if he saw them. All right, I'll be there ASAP. And then the line went dead. He sets about changing into his clothes and out of the bandages. He doesn't need them, he thinks, because this is his body and he'll repair it. He is repairing it. Even now, as he tugs the bandages off, the bruises are fading before his eyes, the cuts are sealing neatly and plainly. He paws at one along his cheek, watching as it turns to a faint thin line. If this keeps up, I'm going to be more scar than not, he mumbles. Well, he doesn't really care either way. Young man, you shouldn't be, my goodness, you've healed so well already. Is this your quirk? A mature-looking man with a doctor's coat stands in the door, politely stepping aside as Izuku approaches. Yes, Izuku says, glancing up at him, thanks for taking care of me. I don't have any money to pay you though, sensei. The doctor waves him off. Don't worry about that, young man. Your friend already paid for your treatment. Such a reliable person, he brought you here, you know, after that fight you got into with the delinquents. Delinquents? Katsuki, paid for his treatment? Was this his attempt at making amends? Izuku wouldn't say he wasn't appreciative. But he certainly wasn't going to forgive him just because he shelled out some cash, especially given that the only reason he was getting medical treatment was Katsuki to begin with. He pushed it to the side of his mind. Well, thank you again. But if it's all right, I should be leaving. Of course, young man. Do be careful. And then Izuku's off. Midoraiya is all the warning he receives before he feels iron arms wrap around him and squeeze. He probably should have expected it that the first thing Kirishima does when they meet is crush him in a hug. And then, like clockwork, the shaking starts. What the hell, dude? You weren't answering your phone and I came to see if you were okay, and your mother said she hadn't seen you in dash. I'm fine. He says, trying to get a word in edgewise, look. See? No blood, no bruises, I'm all good, so you can stop shaking me now. Unfortunately, Kirishima isn't paying attention. I was so worried and she was worried and we were worried and dash. Time for desperate measures. Izuku reaches up with a single hand, and flicks Kirishima in the forehead, but not even that succeeds. Somehow, Kirishima hardens his forehead reflexively, and Izuku just ends up with a sore finger for his troubles. He's not sure whether to be mad or impressed, really, being able to activate his quirk like that without even seeming to realize it must have taken some serious training. What were you even doing, to make us so worried? Oh. He finally stopped. Can I answer those questions over tea? He offers weakly, managing a somewhat dizzy smile. 5 minutes later, they're sitting down in Izuku's room, a tray with 2 cups and a teapot full of lavender tea, to calm Kirishima down, prepared. Izuku pours a cup for Kirishima and one for himself, setting the teapot back down on the tray with gentle care. Right. So. Good news and bad news. Which one do you want first? No good conversation ever starts with that, so Kirishima decides to go all in on the badness. Bad news, he says, giving Izuku a stern look of disappointment. He's actually a little hurt that Kirishima's disappointed in him. That's surprising. For some reason. Why is it surprising? His only friend is disappointed in him, of course it'd hurt. Well, I died again for starters. He didn't have to wait for Kirishima to start taking a sip, but it was an opportunity he wasn't going to pass up even if it meant steaming hot tea was all over his face. What the hell did you do? Well, at least he wasn't shaking him this time. Easy, it was an accident. Well, the good news is, how does he put it? Just outright saying, All Might gave me his quirk it feels simultaneously anticlimactic and like he's dropping a literal bomb on Kirishima's mental state. Well, he can't just not tell him. The moment he uses it, Kirishima's going to realize something's up. I have a second quirk. Of course, knowing he has to tell him doesn't make it easier to make the words go in the right order. What? Kirishima's looking at him like he just inverted everything he knew about the world. It's a relatable expression. Don't freak out, okay, but I did something stupid a few days ago? Actually, you've probably seen the video. Maybe. There's video of it. But that's not the point. The point is All Might was watching. The pro hero? That All Might? Kirishima interjects, and his eyes are so wide they look like they're going to fly out of his head and circle the earth. Maybe it's a little cruel to tease him in this kind of situation, but anything to make this conversation feel a little less dramatic. Is there a different All Might? Kirishima actually thinks it over for a minute, and Izuku has to restrain himself from giggling because his face is all scrunched up in deep thought and it's just adorable. But anyway, he said I had what it takes to be a hero. Dude! Kirishima exclaims, and he goes to continue, but Izuku very patiently puts a finger on his lips and couples it with a pointed look. And then he asked if I wanted to be his successor. Dude! Izuku quietly takes his finger away from Kirishima's face. He can talk now, he supposes, asking him to be silent any longer would be unfair. That's so frickin' awesome. There are literal stars in Kirishima's eyes, and he almost knocks over the tea tray in his enthusiasm to get a closer look at Izuku. So he gave you his quirk? How does that work? What does it feel like? Can you bench press a bus now? Really, he's so excitable it's sort of like talking to a puppy. Yes. I have no idea how it works. He said I'd have to, eat some of his DNA? And he'd will it into me or something. I honestly don't know, but I just ate one of All Might's hairs and I guess that makes me like one of his crazy stalkers. It feels like there's a massive wellspring of energy inside of me at all times, and yes, I can probably bench press a bus now. He holds a hand up to forestall the next barrage of questions. But there's downsides. I told you I died accidentally, right? It's because I tried using it at full power. My body can't handle it yet, and I was stuck on a beach for hours until, and here's the other load of good news, I figured out how to actually use my original quirk. It doesn't involve killing yourself, does it? Kirishima mutters suspiciously, squinting at him. I don't think so. When he puts it like that, not even Izuku is convinced. Look, I promise there'll be no blood at least. Kirishima's concern ratchets up several levels. Wait, don't tell me you're going to demo it right now? I promise it'll be different this time, says the boy who isn't actually sure if that's true or not. RRRRNG, okay. Fine. But I swear to the Buddhas, if you stop breathing, I'm gonna. I don't know. But you won't like it. Izuku's not really sure Kirishima has the heart to do anything that could possibly inspire fear in Izuku's heart. He can't think of anything that would inspire fear in him. But he nods seriously anyway, and assumes a meditative position. He remembers reading an article online about chakras, when he was trying to see if meditation would assist him in utilizing his quirk. He genuinely can't remember the name for it, but the topmost chakra, located on the crown of the head. The link to spirituality, wasn't it? If he focuses on it, focuses on rising up through it. This time, Izuku does not die. His body simply slumps slightly, head turned low and breathing even. Izuku, the true essence of his form, the naked spirit of his being, is left floating above his body. Everything has that same vibrance he remembers, crisp and clear as though there is no more lingering illusions in his mind. This is the true power of Revivify. There's only one slight difference from before, a silvery cord is emerging out of his stomach, and trailing along to the top of his head. Kirishima is still frowning at him, and he leans forward to assess whether Izuku is, in fact, still alive before seeming satisfied at the feeling of warm breath against his hand. Alright. I don't know what this is, or how it's supposed to do anything but. Slowly, Izuku reaches out and touches Kirishima's shoulder. His finger presses up against the other boy's skin, feeling like he's pressing against hard clay as opposed to soft flesh. He yelps, turning around a few times to try and see what touched him. Midoriya? He says warily, holding his hands out. Okay, this is kind of funny. He probably shouldn't, but, well, why not? He carefully steps around Kirishima, avoiding his arms, and deftly pokes him in the side. Hey! What? Are you messin' with me, Midoriya? Kirishima's face scrunches up into a pout, and he starts slowly moving his arms about as if trying to catch him. Unable to resist playing with him some more, Izuku goes to step around him and poke him some more. Kirishima, however, extends a foot in an effort to trip him up, and it succeeds by sheer luck. For a brief moment, Izuku is flailing around as he pitches forward towards the unsuspecting Kirishima. Had this been a romantic comedy, their lips would have connected. But Izuku is a spirit right now. What happens next is a bit of a blur to him at first, all blurred colors and fuzzy feelings, and then he's looking at his own slumped-over form. But something feels different. The world looks slightly different, slightly fuzzier, and when he moves, his body moves differently. Eh? What the hell? Comes Kirishima's voice, both distant and near, and something about it sounds so very different. Kirishima? Izuku goes to say, but his voice comes out different as well. It doesn't sound, well, it does kind of sound like him, but also not like him. Wa? Midoriya? Where are ya? Izuku's body is moving on its own, stumbling around, and he reflexively tries to stop it, and ends up falling over himself. What the hell, says Kirishima, and a seed of an idea is blooming in Izuku's mind. Oh god, he thinks. I F-ed up. Midoriya? What did you do? How'd you F up? He sounds distinctly worried, but not as worried as Izuku is. The fact that Kirishima is responding to something Izuku is certain he only thought in his mind cements the idea. Kirishima. Don't freak out. He knows it's kind of a tall order, given the situation they're both in, but he carefully and slowly moves towards the mirror on his dresser. At least there's no other force fighting for control this time. Dude, what the F is going on? He can feel his heart rate accelerating, panic setting in. Everything feels so different, so strange. But his fears are confirmed when he stares into the mirror. Kirishima's panicking expression stares back at him. Thoughts. He's drowning in thoughts. He never thought it was possible to drown in them, but if there's any other way to describe what is currently happening to him, Kirishima has no idea. He's never been very good at that kind of thing, too simple, too straightforward. He thinks, but he doesn't really think. He thinks like he walks, lightly, and a little careless. This is heavy, and rushing, like an angry ocean that swallows him whole and drags him down to the deeps. Every part is tinged with raw panic, and in that panic is a weight that pushes down on him harder and harder until he can't breathe. But every thought is foreign to him, and carries with it something indescribable. Something he knows in his bones, as much as he knows his own name. He's drowning in Midoriya Izuku's mind. He can scarcely think to himself, every passing moment he's being swamped by another fresh wave of anxiety, like a whirlpool had a baby with quicksand only with more screaming. Don't panic, Izuku's voice echoes, thrumming in the chords of his soul, even as the churning waters of his mind only grow frothier and more desperate. Take your own advice. Kirishima shouts back, because it's very hard not to panic when you can feel the raw panic of someone else in a way that is both NTMT and frightening. I'm trying. Surges back along into his mind, accompanied by another wave. This isn't working. Shouting certainly isn't helping, but one of them needs to start calming down somehow because it's causing a, what's it? When one thing makes another thing worse and that other thing makes the first thing even worse as it gets worse. Feedback loop, supplies Izuku. Ah. Right. They were in that, so? Kirishima just had to be a rock, right? Stability. Calm. An island in the turmoil. He could do that. He takes a deep breath and tries to center himself. It's harder than it looks, but he does his best. He feels like he's in an ocean, so he just tries to imagine rocks. Rocks coming together, bit by bit to form an island. Calm, steady rocks. Much like his quirk, really. Breathe in. Breathe out. When he opens his eyes, when did he close them, everything is steady. His breathing, his pulse rate. Steady and calm. There's a soft swell of gratitude and relief, and Kirishima smiles widely. Now that he's no longer feeling like he's going to literally die from anxiety, he can take a moment to try and feel. This feels weird, he mumbles, flexing his fingers. His fingers flex a second time, accompanied by a strange cool sensation along his nerves. But I feel stronger? He throws a few experimental punches, shadow boxing against an imaginary opponent. The movements are familiar but distant. This is Izuku's fighting style, isn't it? Memories of fists and feet, punches and kicks, of furious brawls and elegant fights swarm his mind, and Kirishima flows with the memories. A crackling sense of amusement, like static electricity. Not bad, Izuku murmurs in their shared mind, but I don't think you have the flexibility to pull off the kicks. There's a memory of a rather impressive flying kick, and as tempted as Kirishima is to try it, he's pretty sure the best-case scenario involves him breaking the furniture and the worst case probably involves breaking himself. We need to test this out. What do you say? An ebbing sense of reluctance, but acquiescence all the same. Just do it outside at least. Kirishima pumped his, fist. Awesome, he cries out, already about to rush out the door. Wait. Izuku's urgency bursts like fireworks in his minds, and they skid to a halt just at the door. Put my body in my bed? I don't want my mother walking in and seeing me like this. At Izuku's guidance, Kirishima takes them to the trash-laden beach at a brisk pace. Nobody comes here, Izuku explains, so it should be fine for us to run wild. Run wild? Kirishima echoes, flexing his fingers. That kinda sounds pretty dramatic. I just figured we could test things out. Figure of speech, Kirishima. He brushes Izuku's amusement off, and tries to think of how best to test himself. He feels stronger, more energetic, so there's all sorts of trash surrounding them, and he settles in front of something large and heavy and metal. He's not sure what it is, or was, for that matter, but as far as tests go, lifting it shouldn't be a bad one. He grips on, careful to activate his quirk before he does. He doesn't want tetanus after all, and tries to haul it up. Curiosity bubbles up inside him from Izuku. Your quirk feels strange, he murmurs, as Kirishima still tries to lift the misshapen block of metal. Kirishima takes a step back, rubbing his fingers. "It, guess we're not strong enough?" he mutters, staring disappointedly at the metal. "No. Let me try something. On the count of 3, we'll lift." Kirishima shrugs, and feels like it can't hurt. He reaches out to grip the side of the hunk of metal again. 3, 2, now. Kirishima goes to lift, and there's an immediate difference. Something cool and cold runs through his arms now, coating his bones, and the metal heaves but manages to lift off the ground. "Ha! We did it!" he crows, letting it drop back against the ground with a thump. "It does work." He pauses. But it only worked when Izuku did something. How does it work? The bone-deep chill is subsiding, but it leaves behind a murky film of amusement and understanding. "I can control your body, right?" As if to demonstrate, Kirishima's fingers flex gently. "I don't think I use your muscles though. It's more like, my soul is moving them? So if I move and you move, we have double the movement. I think. I'm not a scientist." That makes sense to Kirishima. "Alright, so let's try a punch. On 3. He stands in front of the metal, and takes a deep breath. 3, he curls his fingers into a fist. 2, he pps his fist back. 1. They punch, and the cold rushes along his nerves, but there's a weird feeling along with it. Weird. And wrong. It feels like his arm is twitching and spasming, like he's fighting against himself. The punch crunches into the metal with little to no effect. It actually kind of hurts. What went wrong? Kirishima cries, wringing his hand a little. It felt different, sure, but why? They did the same thing, didn't they? Try it again. Slowly. Kirishima nods, and they both punch again in slow motion. The weird, spasming feeling is back, but it's muted in some way. Understanding dawns on Izuku, and through Izuku, Kirishima. It's because we're fighting against each other. I'm trying to move it this way, you're trying to move it that way. Oh, Kirishima says quietly. It certainly felt like he was fighting against someone else, but he'd never have actually guessed it was Izuku he was struggling with. Was a difference in punching style that important? He straightens himself up, and slams his fists together. "All right. It's decided," he declares, ignoring the burst of confusion. "We're going to practice this until we're in sync." A surge of indignation, confusion, and fondness. Don't decide these things on your own. The words aren't as convincing when Kirishima can feel the way Izuku's heart isn't entirely in them. Midoriya Inko wasn't sure what to expect when she came home that day. Would her son have returned? Would he still be missing? Would a pair of policemen take their hats off and ask to come in? She had no idea what it would be, but she certainly never imagined it'd be this. Sitting at a small table in the living room was her son and an unfamiliar dark-haired boy. Spread out on the table was a small plate of snacks, 2 cups of tea, and a teapot, and a set of playing cards. Both of the boys looked slightly scuffed and a little disheveled, but otherwise healthy and fine. Her first reaction was to rush forward and hug Izuku and start crying, but she held herself back after she took the first step. "Izuku," she says softly, in lieu of all the things she wants to say. Izuku scrambles to his feet. "Ah, Mom. Welcome home." He gives her a polite bow. It's too formal, she thinks, for a mother and son. But it's still better than she thought she'd get. She'll take it. "This is my friend," he says, gesturing with a hand at the other boy, who has since stood up to bow much more formally to her. "It's great to meet you, Midoriya-san," he exclaims, practically glowing with enthusiasm and optimism. "I'm Kirishima Aijuru. Please take care of me." Her first impression is, how on earth did Izuku make friends with a boy like this? His sheer enthusiasm, his endless cheer. It reminded her of the Izuku that used to be, not the sullen teenager he'd grown to be. She couldn't help the little smile that spread on her face. "It's nice to meet you, Kirishima-kun," she says sweetly, beaming back at him. It felt wrong for her to think this in some way, but she was glad Izuku had a friend like that. If she couldn't reach out to him, if he wouldn't let her, then at least he would let him in, wouldn't he? It felt like she was entrusting Izuku to him in some way. "Succeed where I did not." Will you be staying for dinner? He straightened up, eyes wide. I'll have to ask my parents, but I would love to. Such a lovely boy, she thinks. He must be something special indeed, for when she looks at Izuku, she's almost struck by how different he is. With Kirishima-kun around, he was happier than she'd seen him in years. She feels a pang of pain at that this stranger could make Izuku happy where she could not, but ultimately that is how the way things go, she thinks. Izuku is no longer her little boy, it's only natural that he would rely on his friends more than he would his mother. When Kirishima went off to call his parents outside, both Midoriyas were left alone together. Inko almost goes off to potter about in the kitchen to avoid the sense of awkwardness, but the very idea of avoiding her own son is. She shook her head. How did you and Kirishima-kun meet, Izuku? She asked softly. The question caught him off guard completely, it seems, and she restrained the little giggle in her throat. Izuku can be very cute when he's caught off guard, but the simple truth is he is so very rarely not on guard. There was a bully. He offers, and I helped. Against the bully. She nods quietly, and offers him a small smile of her own. He seems like a nice boy, she says, brushing her skirt off. Ask him what he'd like for dinner, would you? It feels bad to say, but she doesn't think she can stand the awkwardness much longer. She paused at the doorway, turning back to offer another small smile at her son. It's good to see you happy, Izuku. Izuku seemed startled by that, but he offered an awkward smile in return. Sorry for disappearing, he mumbled, looking away. It felt odd to be back on the dilapidated beach again, but as far as quiet places without many people around went, it was probably the best they could manage. Izuku still couldn't shake a faint sense of phantom pain though. Even as All Might, it didn't feel quite right referring to him as All Might in his skeletal form, so maybe he should use Yagi-san instead, guided him to the same familiar clearing. And if Izuku gave a warning glare to some seagulls, what of it? So, Midoriya, my boy. How have you found one for all? Painful. Self-destructive. Awesome and awful in equal measures. All of those things and more. I'm adjusting. Also technically that too. Yagi nodded, arms crossed over his skeletal chest. Good. The U.A entrance exams are coming up within mere weeks, and you need to be at your best. Izuku pursed his lips together. Yagi-san, how long did it take you to use one for all at full power? He'd given Izuku a generic, be careful sort of advice before he'd left, and maybe he'd given him some more advice, but Izuku had already been busy marveling in the feeling by that point. But as it was right now, Izuku didn't think he could channel more than, he wanted to say somewhere in the range of a tenth? A tenth without seriously injuring himself. A tenth left him achy after a few minutes, but in a you've just done some very strenuous exercise way and not in a everything is broken and you're dying way. He certainly couldn't maintain it for much longer than a handful of minutes without actually starting to injure his body. How long did it take me? A good question, my boy. Why, I think it was about a week. A week. Yagi nods seriously to himself and doesn't seem to notice the way Izuku chokes. Of course, according to my teachers, I was something of a natural. But there's no rush, Midoriya my boy. The United States weren't built in a day. A week? How the hell had he adjusted in a week? What sort of freakish person was Yagi Toshi? Okay, no, that was mean. And also somewhat hypocritical. If anyone was a freak, it was Midoriya, actually a spirit, Izuku. Any tips? That seems to stump him. Well, you've already learned how to tap into it. I suppose the only other thing I could suggest is that a quirk is just like a muscle. Regular use and exercise is absolutely necessary to adapt to it. Of course, if you're born with a quirk, that's something that would have occurred naturally. Regular use and exercise? Wasn't that like Quirk Training 101? Hell, Izuku was doing that right now. I'll keep it in mind, Izuku mutters, slowly readjusting his expectations of All Might. Well, he'd adjusted in a week, he probably wasn't even aware of what he'd done that made it so easy. DMN it. What about the exam? He says, changing tacks, any advice or hints you can give about that? Young Midoriya. Yagi exclaims, with a hint of reprimand, that would give you an unfair advantage. Izuku looks down at where he was doing crunches with the assistance of One for All. Right, he says, completely unconvinced, we can't have that. Yagi just nods seriously and Izuku has a very hard time determining if he's being actually serious or if he was just FING with him. In terms of mind and body, you're basically a shoe-in, so all that's left is the heart. The heart? Izuku echoes. Didn't you tell me I had the heart of a true hero? Isn't that why you picked me? That's true. Yagi exclaims again, slicing a hand through the air. Izuku tries to ignore the trickle of blood coming from the corner of his mouth, but Externally speaking, you're lacking in a hero's charm. Frowning, Izuku looks down at himself. He's not really sure where Yagi's going with this. Isn't that kind of shallow? He mutters, returning his focus back on the exercise. Yagi just nods seriously again. It is an unfortunate reality of the world. Heroes must be strong, swift, and wise, but above all, they must be welcoming. When you come to save the injured and hold out your hand, they must not hesitate to take it. He points an accusing finger right at Izuku. And to be perfectly blunt, the aura you give off right now is scary. Scary? Well, what was scary about him? What if I smile? Izuku offers, twisting his face up into a grin. It didn't reach his eyes. Blood spurted out of Yagi's mouth as he threw his head back. Absolutely not. That's even worse, my boy. Yagi was going to kill himself if this kept up. He wipes the blood from his mouth and levels a stern and serious look at Izuku. Your heart is heroic, but your demeanor is villainous. Hearing those words from Yagi's mouth it hurts. Do I really look that scary? He mumbles, running a hand over his face and trying to feel the way it contorts when he smiles. He knows some of the weaker bullies tend to run, but he'd always put that down as due to his reputation. Had they always been running because he looked scary as well? Don't worry, my boy. I'm here to help you. Another winning smile. It's more of a Pyrrhic kind of winning given the spurts of blood. And I have just the thing in mind. Izuku didn't like where this was going. This isn't going to be something like where I help out a bunch of kids or something like that. Yagi blinks. What? Oh no. I can't just push you at a bunch of children, Midoriya my boy, that would be extremely irresponsible. He decides not to add that he's pretty sure that would only end in Midoriya terrifying the children unintentionally. I was going to offer you this. The rising star plan to shine brightly. He has a pamphlet in his hands. Where did he get a pamphlet? A series of tips and ideas put together by yours truly to help you achieve the countenance of a true hero. Izuku takes it from his hands with a cautious look, and unfolds it. Practice smiling in a mirror. Use more open body language. Meet new people. Yes. Being able to be friendly and approachable is a skill like any other. If you never use it in reality, it will wither. Yagi strikes a pose. Never fear. On the back of the pamphlet there is a list of activities suitable for a young student such as yourself. Part of being a hero is taking time to relax, as well, and so should you. Musutifu Walking Club? Bird Spotting Society? Bus spotting? I'll keep them in mind, thank you. Yagi was right, in a sense, but his advice was, well, it wasn't very applicable to Izuku, he thinks. If he was looking for better advice, he was going to have to see Yamada. Yamada's office hasn't changed in the slightest. The same minimalist decor, same gently ticking clock, same little rotating chair she sits in with the same little pen and notepad. Izuku's not sure if he finds it reassuring or not, that in all the ways his life has changed, Yamada's office never really seems to change. He feels like it should. He feels like sitting in the office, watching Yamada watch him. He feels like something should be different about this, but it isn't. Welcome back, Izuku, she says, and even her voice is the same, calm and assuring. How are you feeling? Sorry, he blurts out, lowering his gaze down to his wringing hands, for running out last time. Almost predictably, she doesn't seem the slightest bit bothered by that. Apology accepted, Izuku, she says serenely, without batting an eye. He thinks it's a little unfair, really, how well she just seems to take everything he does in stride. He can't remember any time she's actually reacted adversely. Was it that she was just so tranquil and serene, or was it just that she learned to hide what she really felt about everything? And regardless of what her secret was, could she teach him? She didn't seem like she was going to push or even just gently prod him to begin, but Izuku wasn't really sure how to. Just coming out and saying, I need help, made him feel too much like he was only returning to get something from her. But then, wasn't that the point of their relationship? He liked to think of them as, well, not friends, but friendly enough. But they were still in a business relationship. She was paid money to listen and give advice. Asking her for help was the entire basis of their relationship. Is there something on your mind, Izuku? Naturally, she reads him like my first picture book. This is Izuku, says the book. He is not very good at words. He is not very good at anything. Do not be like Izuku. A lot, actually, he says instead of anything actually helpful. He wants to ask the question, but it doesn't feel right. I got into a fight with Bakugo. That's definitely not what he wanted to say either, but it's what comes tumbling out of his mouth before he can stop it. He wants to say it hasn't been on his mind, but it has been weighing down on him all this time, and something about being in front of Yamada just makes all of his troubles bubble up to the surface like a feeding frenzy of piranhas. She just calmly jots something down. Was this fight before or after you saved his life? He opens his mouth to ask how did you know, but then he remembers everything else about the awful situation. Cameras, television news crews, he's pretty sure they didn't release his name, but it's not like she wouldn't recognize him. Slowly, he closes his mouth again and just nods. Then he realizes that's not actually a proper answer and follows it up with, after. Another nod, some more note-taking. After what's probably a few lines, she glances back up to him. What do you think the fight was about? What did he think the fight was about? It was because he's an a-hole, is already leaving his lips before he can even recognize how upset he sounds. He had been trying to think about the answer before actually saying it, but Yamada's face just teases it out, and once the first words are out, it drags the rest out with it like a tangled mess of angst and anger. I don't even know why. I saved his life. And he's mad at me. He half shouts, half yells, and all cries, I didn't think he'd be thankful or even happy but mad. Why do you think he's mad? Because he's an ungrateful JRK who can't accept other people's help? He offers bitterly, because apparently he'd rather die than do something as embarrassing as be saved? He takes a moment to just breathe after unloading, sagging into his seat. Yamada doesn't say anything for a good few minutes, tapping her pen against her notepad in a steady rhythm. Izuku, she says slowly, why did you save him? For a brief moment, he's dumbstruck that she'd even ask him that question. Why? He splutters, because nobody else was going to. And I couldn't just stand there and watch when I knew I could help. And you thought it had to be you? She says, continuing on with an unbroken placidity. Well, it wasn't going to be anyone else. She looks at him, calm but assertive. And you had to sacrifice yourself to do so? She doesn't wait for him to say anything before she pushes on, you didn't fight at all. You let the villain take you. Why? He opens his mouth to say yes, of course he had to, because he didn't have the strength to fight the sludge villain but that wasn't true, was it? Its eyes. Its eyes were a weak point. He could have thrown something at them, tried to stab them with something, or even just his fingers, anything. You're not a passive person, Izuku, and I don't think you were afraid. How many fights have you gotten into, over the years? She continues, each slide carefully considered as she paints a portrait, so why didn't you fight then? Why did you let yourself die? His quirk is the obvious answer, because he knew it wouldn't be permanent but that doesn't feel right either. His brain is working, trying to figure out an answer, figure out the answer. He could have struggled, it could have been a lie but why didn't he? Yamada's words from the past echo in his mind like a funeral bell. Who are you trying to impress? Worse is his own voice, screaming out in fury. Why isn't that enough for you? Oh. Izuku isn't sure if he regrets seeing Yamada again. The feelings stirred up by it are uncomfortable and he doesn't like them, but ultimately they're still his feelings and his issues. He can't blame Yamada for bringing attention to them because it's his fault they exist to begin with. His emotions are still raw and tangled, and although he feels as though he severed Katsuki from his heart, there's still a wound left there that has to be mended, or left to scar. Scarring is something Izuku has done a lot but he's not sure he wants this particular kind of scar. It's something he'll have to confront and deal with, he thinks, because he's going to U.A and Katsuki's going to UA. It's not even really a question of if anymore. Izuku's basically All Might's protege and Katsuki. Katsuki is Katsuki. It would have been easier if they moved along different paths, branched off into different futures, let Izuku's feelings slowly wither and die like an unwatered houseplant. Moreover, he didn't even ask Yamada what he had originally intended to ask her. That one is more of a minor annoyance than anything else. If nothing else, it's something that's not an immediate concern for at least a year or two. And honestly, maybe it would be better to learn that kind of thing from U.A. He only has a week until the exam. He's absolutely not worried about passing it, he has All Might's approval he must be doing something right, but he still has to help Kirishima train, and he should probably try to find a way to get a better handle on both of his own quirks. But all of that can wait, can't it? Ever since the incident, it feels like his life turned into a train without any brakes, speeding along rails he can't even see with no sign of slowing down. He's learned so much about Revivify, he's become All Might's successor, he's done something with Katsuki. He deserves a break, doesn't he? It might be a little silly of him, but Kirishima Aijuru is excited. They're just going to see a movie, which is honestly pretty normal teenager stuff. He's gone to see loads of movies with his friends before, but he's never seen one with Izuku. That's not why he's excited though, he's excited because Izuku is the one who suggested it, and Izuku is never the one to really initiate anything in their relationship. Since the beginning, Kirishima's been the driving force. He thinks it's mostly because Izuku doesn't really know how to initiate these things, because in a sad sort of way he doesn't seem like he has any other friends. He's okay with being the one to start everything, because despite his dour attitude, Izuku can be pretty fun to be around, but that doesn't mean he can't be excited that he's taking the initiative. He finds Izuku at the food court, sitting by a fountain and wearing the most ridiculous t-shirt Kirishima's ever seen. A little floating hand pointing right at his chest saying, "If these were brains, I'd be a genius." Honestly, where does he get these shirts? "Yo! Izuku!" he calls out, half jogging, half walking over. Izuku reacts with a start, floundering briefly before he almost topples backwards into the fountain. Thankfully, he manages to right himself before he ends up soaked, and stands up to greet him back. "Don't just shout out like that," he grumbles, trying to adjust his t-shirt and pretend he wasn't inches from making an idiot out of himself. "Should I have just snuck up on you instead?" "Let's just go buy our tickets," Izuku mutters, not quite stalking off towards the cinema whilst Kirishima follows in tow, very kindly not laughing at his expense. At the counters though, Kirishima realizes one flaw in their outing that neither of them had apparently realized up until now: they hadn't agreed on what movie to see. This was mostly apparent because Izuku had calmly walked up to the counter and said, 2-4, Lullaby. Lullaby is a horror movie. A highly rated, and incredibly terrifying horror movie. Kirishima got shivers just watching the trailer and nothing even happens in it. He wants to say, "Let's not," or just about any kind of option that isn't walking into that cinema where that movie is playing, but Izuku has already paid for the tickets, completely oblivious to his trepidation, and he seems so genuinely excited for the movie that Kirishima can't bring himself to even think of dampening that excitement. It'll be fine, Kirishima thinks. He's a manly dude. He can handle a little horror, right? The answer is no. No, he can't. At the very least, he can't handle this particular horror. They're not 10 minutes into the movie. He's not entirely sure what's going on, but people fall asleep and then wake up somewhere dark and terrifying and then bad things, before he's doing his best to stifle his terrified screams. He glances over at Izuku. He's not avoiding looking at the screen, he isn't really, to see how he's handling it. "Come on. Really? They're going to split up?" Izuku murmurs quietly, sounding more sardonic than scared. Entirely more sardonic than scared, actually. Kirishima envies his fortitude, to be entirely unruffled by the horror. He takes a deep breath, and recenters himself. He can do this. He can get through this movie. He can do it. He doesn't want Izuku to think he's some sort of wimp. Full of determination once more, he stuffs a handful of popcorn into his mouth and narrows his gaze at the cinema screen. Bring it, horror. Movie. He can handle it. His resolve lasts for all of a scene and then the monster's revealed in all its terrible inhuman glory. It takes him a good 30 seconds after the monster, a horrible, mannequin-like humanoid thing with no eyes and too many teeth, to realize that in his blind terror he latched onto the nearest source of comfort, a nonplussed-looking Izuku. "Are you okay, Kirishima?" he murmurs, sounding just vaguely irritated at his predicament even though Kirishima is pretty sure he's left more than a few bruises. "It's okay if it's too much for you, we can go see a dash. It's fine." Kirishima gets out weakly, failing to convince either of them, just a little startled. Izuku gives him a sidelong look to really drive home how completely unconvinced he is, but he doesn't push the issue even if Kirishima is a little slow to let go. He's a little better at handling the following scenes, although his hand is digging a little too tightly into the armrest on his other side. The movie's tense, hair-raising orchestral score isn't helping matters as it ratchets up the tension with every note. One of the surviving protagonists is creeping down a flight of stairs and the music and the pacing and just about everything makes it abundantly clear that nothing good is about to happen, and Kirishima is just about to tear his eyes away so he doesn't have to witness what horrors are about to be unleashed and then. Rough, calloused and scarred fingers wind in between his own and a powerful, firm but reassuringly gentle hand is squeezing his. He spares a glance at Izuku, but he's still got his gaze glued on the screen with a faint air of incredulity, as though he was personally offended by the mistakes the protagonists were making. Quietly shelving his idea to thank Izuku verbally, he settles for just returning the squeeze, just as the monster makes itself known once again. This time, Kirishima is pretty sure at least one of Izuku's bones cracked. The pain and discomfort of his fractured but easily fixable hand is, to Izuku, a small price to pay. As they step out of the theater, and Kirishima assures him he is totally fine, Izuku cheerfully suggests a horror movie marathon sleepover at his place. There's a flash of absolute terror in Kirishima's eyes, but he still agrees. He's nice like that. And if Kirishima happens to crack any more of his bones, Izuku thinks he doesn't mind as much as he probably should. The day of the exam is upon him far too swiftly for Izuku's liking, and its all too heavy weight is crushing. It was easy to be confident earlier, but now his mind is finding 1,000 reasons he could possibly fail. It seems to latch onto some sort of vague idea where they'll ask him to do a heroic pose or shout a catchphrase and then a panel of judges just hold up a series of zeros. He really shouldn't think about it too heavily, or he'll send himself into conniptions. He looks around at the swell of hopeful students, breathes in the raw hope. There's a buzz of it in the air, like a heady cologne, all these students carrying dreams of heroics on their shoulders, all of them coming here. Not all of them would make it, and it's a sobering thought. He looks over their faces and wonders if they'll be classmates, but then his eyes meet a familiar pair and suddenly all he can hear is ba thump, ba thump. Bakugo Katsuki has an expression on his face that Izuku can only consider unreadable. It's not a scowl, and it's not a glare, and it's not even any kind of angry hateful mask, and thus, as alien and unfamiliar as the dark side of the moon to his eyes. Time seems to freeze, even though Izuku can consciously note that the rest of the world is still moving. It feels like a dramatic moment, tense and dangerous. He swears he can almost hear a noon bell tolling, like a high noon standoff. Is he the villain or the hero, in this standoff, he wonders, and would it make a difference? Katsuki takes a single step forward, and Izuku can swear he hears it hit the ground, like a thunderous noise in his head, but he doesn't run. He doesn't take a step back or forward or to the side. He thinks he wants to take a step in some direction, but he doesn't know which. He tried to sever the link between Katsuki and he, but it's still there, and it's tangling around him like a net made of everything he wants to say. It's an all too familiar feeling, he thinks. Katsuki continues to approach, step by ominous step, and Izuku feels for certain he's going to die here. This is it. Katsuki won't kill him per se, no, he's going to die because he can't handle this single moment. His heart is going to explode, and that'll be it. He's just upon him now, hands stuffed in his pockets, and they're looking right at each other for what feels like eternity, just Izuku and Katsuki and all the turmoil in their hearts churning around them like an angry sea, and Izuku knows he's going to drown, and then Katsuki continues walking, the brief pause seemingly forgotten. And Izuku is left with his thoughts all over again, feeling like a tornado just passed through and all it did was strew his thoughts about and scatter them to the wind. He's still standing there, a good handful of minutes later, when a gentle hand taps him on the shoulder. Are you okay? You've been standing there staring at nothing for 5 minutes now. Izuku snaps back to reality with all the force of a rubber band, and barely restrains himself from flailing at the voice. What? No, I'm fine, he mutters, brushing the hand away, turning to face its owner. A girl with long dark hair peers back at him, a long finger pressed to her bottom lip. Huh? You're pretty scary looking, wait. Aren't you that bully hunter? Oh, am I really that infamous? He half growls, before following it up with a, don't answer that. He takes a moment to drag his hand down his face and take a deep breath. There. Recentered. Strange girl is still looking at him. Can I help you? Strange girl doesn't seem perturbed by his general standoffishness, and if anything, he feels like she's gotten just a touch more curious about him. Nope, she says plainly, tilting her head to the side. I'm Azui Tsuyu. Call me Tsuyu, she adds after a few moments of silent consideration. A part of him feels vaguely annoyed, already feeling himself being pulled into someone else's pace. First Kirishima, now this Tsuyu. But is that really so bad, he thinks? Meeting Kirishima is something he doesn't regret, if anything, he feels like he'd regret not meeting him, well, only if he knew what he had missed. He wants to be a friendlier person, a more welcoming and inviting person. Doesn't that mean he should make friends where he can? Midoriya Izuku. Call me Izuku as well. Kirishima still has no idea what to make of Midoriya Izuku. It's a question he kind of realizes he may never have a true answer to. Midoriya Izuku is made of layers, confusing, terrifying layers. Like someone made a Rubik's Cube into a Matryoshka doll and filled it with spiders. The only thing he really knows for sure is that he likes Izuku. He likes his company, he likes listening to him talk, he likes training with him and learning from him, and he likes seeing him genuinely smile, although that's still kind of rare. He wants to say that's as complicated as their relationship is, but it's honestly not. Kirishima's feelings are annoyingly complicated, almost as much as Izuku himself. He doesn't like knowing what Izuku does to himself in the name of progressing his quirk or being a hero. Intellectually, he knows that Izuku will be fine, but it just feels wrong. He doesn't like seeing him hurt, even if it's temporary, even if there's no lasting scars. Which is why he throws himself into his training, with and without Izuku. He has to be stronger, tougher, harder. He has to be someone capable of bearing that burden alongside him because he can't leave him to do it alone. He can't. It's too much for one person. He has to be someone worthy of Midoriya Izuku. That's another facet he isn't sure about. What kind of worthiness is he looking for? The obvious answer is friends, because Kirishima is Izuku's only friend, and that's kind of depressing, but people say Kirishima is dense. They say he's an idiot, that he's a thickhead moron, and maybe they're right. He's certainly not good at studying, not like Izuku, but he is at least aware of himself. He's noticed the growing shift in the way he looks at Izuku. He's gone from admiring his muscles to admiring the way the sweat drips down them, and there's a pretty significant difference there. He wanted to make Izuku smile because he was always so sober all the time, and now he wants to make him smile because looking at his happy expression does something to his stomach. Probably the worst part is when he catches himself wondering just how much of Izuku is covered in scars, and maybe what they feel like under his hands. He knows it's a natural part of growing up, and there's nothing necessarily wrong with feeling this way about another boy. Kirishima's known that part of himself since middle school. The only problem is that it's Izuku. Izuku who doesn't have any other friends than Kirishima. Izuku who is strong and fragile at the same time. Izuku who might reject his feelings. Izuku who might try and accept the feelings out of a selfless desire to make Kirishima happy without any concern for his own feelings, because that's just what Izuku does, sacrifice himself. So he doubles down on the push-ups, and tries to focus on being strong enough. He can sort out the rest later. All he needs to do right now is be strong enough to stand next to Izuku. He reaches for his teacup and saucer as the replay freezes. The holo projector shows a very dramatic, tense scene, a gargantuan military robot, towering over even the buildings around it. An arena trap designed to corner and challenge examinees. It had one foot raised, and was slowly bringing it down on top of a young teenager, arm outstretched from where he had pushed another student out of the way. So, begins Principal Nedzu, this is the one you chose, is it? Yagi-san. It is, says Yagi, with an undeniable hint of pride. He has all the qualities of a true hero, the only thing he lacked was the power to do anything but sacrifice himself. I don't think I could ask for a better successor. Nedzu took a quiet sip of his tea, nodding quietly. Indeed. His performance during the exam was exemplary. His written test scores were quite good, and his villain elimination scores are some of the highest. Combined with his rescue score, he set a new record, I believe. He beat your score by 5 points. He set the tea down again with a quiet clack. I don't disagree that he will be a wonderful hero, Yagi-san. I disagree that he was the best choice as your successor. Yagi opened his mouth to retort, but thinks better of it in favor of a calmer, more diplomatic response. How so, Principal? The most obvious answer is that he's untested, compared to other candidates. He may not even handle being a hero. Nedzu forestalls Yagi's, entirely predictable, defense of the boy with a hand. I'm not saying I don't think he's incapable, I'm just saying we don't know that for sure, and handing it out before we are certain is reckless. Arguing was difficult against Nedzu, so Yagi slumps back into his chair. The rodent's quirk meant he could, quite authoritatively, claim to be smarter than him. Not necessarily wiser though, or more heroic. Furthermore, by your own admission and from what I've seen already, the boy has difficulty presenting himself as friendly, welcoming. The boy had a fearsome reputation, apparently, a fearsomely heroic one, but it was closer to anti-hero leanings than the symbol of peace. That can be learned, Yagi defends, seeing a battle he could win. It can, Nedzu concedes, but it's a risk. Why are you taking risks with One for All, Yagi-san? He leans forward, bony hands gripping the arm of the chair. Because it's what a hero does, he says, perhaps a tad too aggressively. And it'll be good for Midoriya. Without the power to truly fight villains, he would resort to sacrificing himself over and over, and that would destroy him. The boy had believed the only value he had held was in his ability to die. Yagi didn't need to be a therapist to realize that was extremely unhealthy. Nedzu nods quietly, conceding that point as well, for the most part. There are better, easier and less risky ways to achieve that aim. Therapy, mentoring, training and guidance, all of which can be provided here at UA. Yagi's forced to concede that point to the principal. Under the guidance of UA, it's possible that he may have learned to use what he had in a way that wasn't so self-destructive. I may have acted a touch rashly. But I still stand by my decision. Rashly doesn't begin to describe it, Nedzu mutters, reaching for his tea again. You don't have a lot of time left, Yagi. Realistically, we can expect the villains to make a move within the year. Your weakness may have gone unnoticed up until now, but he still knows. He'll make a move within the year, mark my words. And when he does, you'll be forced to use up your time. He takes a quiet sip, and set it back down again. I can make do with what time I have left, Yagi says, perhaps a little too defensive. I know within Midoriya is an excellent hero waiting to be polished. And how long will it take? Nedzu continues, pressing harder. A year? 2? You don't have that kind of time. The world doesn't have that kind of time. The transition between from All Might to the successor must happen smoothly. Any delay, any issues, and the fragile peace will be broken. He narrows his eyes, and gives Yagi a piercing stare. If you had taken my advice and chosen Togata-kun, then this wouldn't have been an issue. A few months to train him, to get him used to your quirk, and he would have been ready to begin the transition. And if Midoriya would destroy himself without one for all? Yagi retorts, you would sacrifice his potential, his growth? His happiness went unsaid. Nedzu was unmoved, however, calmly holding on to his teacup. Yes, he says bluntly, that is a risk I would deem acceptable, Yagi-san, compared to the risk of the symbol of peace faltering before his successor is ready. Yagi stared coolly at him, and the principal returned it unflinchingly. After a few moments, the principal downs the rest of his tea. Well, what's done is done. I don't disagree that Midoriya-kun appears to be a worthy successor. His quirk is very interesting. I do believe there's never been anything like it. When I think of the possibilities. He started to vibrate in his chair, cackling almost maniacally. If he wasn't already inured to this kind of behavior from Nedzu, Yagi might have been worried. Indeed. I believe it will all work out for the better. To a degree, he had to believe it. Nedzu coughs into a paw, straightening his waistcoat out as he calms down. Right. I believe this concludes our discussion. Please excuse me, I must consider the class placements now. Midoriya Izuku has no idea why he's been kept after class by his new homeroom teacher, Aizawa Shoyuta. He's worried he didn't do well on the tests, but he's pretty sure he did. He scored pretty well. Not the highest, but he didn't want to overdo things and badly injure himself in front of everyone, well, mostly Kirishima, and then Aizawa-sensei had come around and said it was all a trick regardless. Izuku didn't like this trick much, but he's not one to criticize. His best trick involves enough blood to warrant an M15+ rating. Aizawa set his books down on the desk, adjusts his wire scarf and gave Izuku a scrutinizing look. Follow me, he mutters, slipping out the door just as soon as he'd come in. He really has no idea what's going on, but he's not sure he likes it. Where are we going, sensei? He says, trying not to sound as worried as he feels. He can't shake the feeling he's done something wrong, that Aizawa's going to say this has all been a huge mistake and he's meant to be in Gen Ed. Or worse, he was never meant to have passed at all. Recovery girl's office, Aizawa mutters, without even breaking stride. Okay, that explains a grand total of nothing. Izuku doesn't think he's going to be kicked out then, but he's also not injured. He made sure. He's too nervous and confused to say anything else though, until they reach the infirmary that doubles as recovery girl's office. Aizawa knocks briefly before shuffling in, although it's pretty clear that recovery girl was expecting him. Expecting them. Midoriya-kun, she says sweetly, shuffling over with the aid of her syringe cane, please remove your shirt and take a seat on the bed. Despite his confusion, he obeys. What is this for, sensei? He asks tentatively, flicking his gaze between the blank, tired face of Eraserhead back to recovery girl's now frowning expression. You didn't tell him? She asks Aizawa, sounding somewhere between annoyed and confused. Aizawa just shrugs in response. You're better at explaining these things, Shuzenji-san. Recovery girl clicks her tongue disapprovingly, but turns her sweet smile on Izuku. We're just running a physical exam, Midoriya-kun. Getting a proper baseline for your health and how your quirk might or might not be affecting it. Oh, that makes sense. He thinks. He's not a doctor though. He's never really noticed a problem or anything like that, but, well, these things can happen slowly, can't they? Recovery girl walks him through the various exams and tests, most of which are at least semi-familiar to him. She tuts a lot over the myriad network of scars, and gives him more than a few disapproving looks. Ultimately though, there doesn't seem to be any lingering side effects. He's a picture of health, a cracked, crooked and badly damaged picture, but still a picture. One last thing, Midoriya-kun, she says, and then you can have a sweetie. There has never been a quirk like yours in recorded history, and as you wish to be a hero, there is something we should test. Izuku blinks. What is it? He can't think of many things to test at this stage. Unless it's suffocation. He hasn't suffocated to death yet. Quirk erasure, Aizawa interjects suddenly, standing up from where he had been sort of napping in a chair. I'm not the only one in the world capable of disabling a quirk, so there's no guarantee you won't face it eventually. There normally isn't any adverse side effects but Midoriya Izuku was an anomaly and they couldn't trust previous experience. Are you going to kill me and then erase my quirk? Recovery girl nearly chokes on her saliva. No. She exclaims, letting out a little huff. Aizawa-kun is just going to use his quirk on you. She mutters something under her breath about the children of today, but Izuku feels it's somewhat unfair. This is a uniquely Izuku problem. Aizawa seems distinctly unbothered by it though. We have no idea what will happen, so this is entirely up to you. Izuku nods slowly. Shouldn't my mother be consulted for this? He's pretty sure this falls right into the parental guardian territory of consent. He's not certain though, because he has a very poor track record of asking for his mother's consent before doing life-threatening things. He's trying to do better now though, and that has to count for something, right? She already signed forms regarding your healthcare that cover situations like these. Everyone does. He supposes that makes sense. They can hardly ask the parents if they consent to recovery girl healing their children every time they get injured. A one-off waiver would do. Still, well, what has he got to lose? His life, but he's never considered that to be of much value. Alright, go ahead. Aizawa takes a breath and focuses. There's something cold in Izuku's veins and then there's nothing at all. Dying has become as routine and simple as breathing to Izuku, so he doesn't feel any worry at all when he finds himself hovering above his slumped-over body. The teachers, on the other hand, are less familiar with this situation. Izuku revives himself shortly after Aizawa cancels the quirk, but makes it just in time for Recovery Girl to send him back by trying to resuscitate him with a defibrillator machine. Izuku finds the whole situation kind of funny, in a slapstick comedy way. The adults aren't nearly as amused though. The next day sees Class 1A in their new costumes, and Izuku can't help but feel that he's made a mistake. It's a familiar feeling, because Izuku makes a lot of mistakes. Frankly, a little part of him is surprised he's managed to make it this far in life, given that 90% of all his decisions turn out to be mistakes of varying caliber. His current mistake comes in the form of a dark, almost dirt-red skin-tight suit with the occasional piece of armored plating. The armor, admittedly, is less for his protection, and more so he can hit things harder, which is why it's strategically placed in areas like the elbows, knees, feet, hands and shoulders. The skin-tight nature of the suit was supposed to be for freedom of movement, and the red is because he is going to bleed a lot. They took some liberties with the coloring to make it look a bit better, with darker and lighter accents, and some sections of black that honestly make him a little edgier than he'd like. Not that he can really argue against it, because his whole quirk is kind of edgy. All in all, it's about what he expected it to be. He just, forgot that he'd have to wear the DMN thing, and he is nowhere near self-confident enough to wear a skin-tight full bodysuit. All Might does, but he's freaking All Might. All Might probably had the cojones to jump into heroing in a tutu. The idea of All Might performing one of his signature smashes whilst prancing about in perfect endpoint nearly makes him crack a smile. Of course, glaring at the suit like it had personally wronged him wasn't going to make things better, least of all because he had designed it. Like many of his problems, it was one almost entirely self-inflicted. What's wrong? Interjects his temporary partner. Did they not make the suit right? No, he mumbles, pinching the suit to peel it off his skin just a bit. They made it perfectly. I just kind of regret designing it like this. His partner, Kyokujiro, just tilts her head to the side with an appraising eye. Really? I think it suits you. What part of this suits me? Is what he wants to scream, but instead, he just lets out a small sigh instead. He has more pressing issues to worry about. Like how he's going to deal with this battle trial. Worse than the suit, really, is the matchup. Kyokujiro and Midoriya Izuku acting as the villains versus Todoroki Shudo and Ishido Mina as the heroes. It's a tough matchup to be sure. He doesn't know a lot about the other two, but he's seen their quirks in action during the assessment. Todoroki's control over ice is definitely powerful enough to control the battlefield, and Ishido's acid is, well, acid. Acid hurts. He should know. Hey, Midoriya, Kyoka mutters, giving him a slow, vaguely worried look. Is it getting cold in here? Izuku blinks. Had it? He hadn't really. Before Izuku can even finish his thought, their feet are frozen to the floor. I wouldn't try to move if I were you, Todoroki explains as he advances. The skin on the soles of your feet won't move with you, and that'll severely hamper your combat ability. His initial offensive has gone as smoothly as he could have hoped, but he can't shake the feeling that things aren't going to plan already, largely in part because neither Midoriya nor Kyoka seem particularly fazed. Is that so? Is all Midoriya says in reply, glancing briefly at his frozen feet, as though being frozen to the ground was a minor inconvenience. Kyoka, on the other hand, seems more combative. Nice trick, she remarks, her earjacks shooting out to plug into her solidly encased boots. Todoroki's not so ignorant as to not realize when his enemy is beginning an attack, and he moves to counter it with his own, summoning up another wave of freezing ice, but it's already too late to stop her. This is my first time using this technique, but here goes. Heartbeat fuzz. Pulses of focused sound echo out from her boots, the rhythmic BA bump already cracking the ice. He reinforces the ice with another layer, but it's not enough, and the harsh, thumping bass powers through him. The noise is overwhelming in a way he's never experienced, and his ice is already cracking and shattering. Midoriya is breaking free of his own bonds, calm and unfazed even though Todoroki is absolutely certain that the red patches underneath his feet is blood. In this brief moment, Midoriya's calm expression, not even determined, merely apathetic, suddenly seems far more terrifying than it has any right to be. A spray of electric green liquid splashes in the area just in front of Todoroki, and Midoriya is forced to halt his advance before the hissing and spitting stone. Another jet of acid sees Kyoka dodging, and Todoroki isn't caught in her thumping song anymore as Ashido enters the room. She rather politely says nothing to Todoroki about the fact that he needed her assistance after all, but there's an almost smug element to her stride. He underestimated both of his opponents, it's true. It was a mistake Todoroki will berate himself for after though. For now, they're forced into an uneasy standoff, but it's not a situation that's tenable for the heroes. If the clock runs out, the villains win. Kyoka's sound blasts, or whatever it was, can incapacitate, but between both of them, they should be able to keep her from immobilizing either one of them, which just leaves Midoriya. Midoriya's whose feet are definitely torn up. He can't imagine how painful it must be just to stand on those bloody soles, but the other boy doesn't so much as flinch. Either his quirk is dealing with the pain or Midoriya is literally a Terminator. That calm, apathetic gaze isn't making matters clearer, but he has an idea of how to turn the tables. Ashido. Todoroki calls out, ice already spreading out from his leg, the floor. It's a testament to her wit that Ashido catches on immediately. On it. Before Midoriya and Kyoka can figure out what that's supposed to mean, Ashido leaps into the air and begins jettisoning acid like a terrifying sprinkler. She's not targeting Izuku or Kyoka directly, even if both of them are still dodging the spray, but her true aim becomes clear only after a minute. Through a mixture of the ice and acid, the floor has been rendered into the world's most dangerous slip and slide. Then before Izuku or Kyoka can try and come to grips with the changed battlefield, Todoroki charges along on a path of ice, adjusting its formation as he goes to keep his traction. His target, like Ashido, isn't either of the villains either. As a hero, he only has to touch the explosives to disarm them. All he has to do is reach the end, and it's their victory. Todoroki catches a glimpse of Midoriya's eyes, the color and consistency of broken bottles. He PPS a hand back like he's loading a gun, fingers splayed out and palm ready, and it's the only warning he gets before he's being blasted by a gale force wind. A wind generated entirely by Midoriya's palm move. Exactly what kind of quirk does he have? He put up a good showing in the assessment but nothing on this level. A railing of ice is the only thing that stops him from getting blown away by the force before Ashido sprays a wall of thick, gooey acid between them, and then directs a jet of significantly more fluid acid at Kyoka before she can properly aim her own attack. Todoroki takes the opportunity to reinforce the acid wall with ice as he runs, intent on making it to his objective before either of the villains could retaliate. The retaliation never comes. It is the hero's victory. Kirishima's turn comes, and he gladly serves as a villain alongside Bakugo Katsuki. He doesn't know Bakugo, but he has an impression, and it's not a particularly good one. Loud, abrasive, angry. Filled with the manly fires of determination to the point of spilling, burning everything and everyone around him with their intense, all-consuming heat. Or maybe he's reading into things a little too much. He knows he's not imagining the tension between Bakugo and Midoriya though, and he's not so thick-headed that he can't tell it's not a friendly tension. He knows so little about Midoriya when he truly thinks about it, and Bakugo holds some of those answers he's sure. This is the best chance he might get in the foreseeable future to get those answers, but it's not a very good chance even then, isn't it? Just outright asking Bakugo what their deal was wouldn't go well, he thinks. He's got that impression at least. He can't exactly ask Midoriya either. Man, he kind of wishes this was easier, but nothing in life is ever easy, and nothing involving Midoriya Izuku is anything less than difficult. Their opponents, acting as the heroes, are Tokoyami Fumikage and Hantashiro. Kirishima doesn't know much about them, beyond the fact that Tokoyami's head is shaped like a bird's and Hanta has weird-looking elbows. All of which is basically just boiling down to what they look like. He's not a particularly analytical person, it's true. Can I help you? Bakugo growls, glaring at him with an intense amount of annoyance. You've been looking at me like a love-struck girl for the past 5 minutes. Has he? Well, he's never been very good at hiding his feelings. Yeah, he admits, you can help me. He's not very good at the whole beating around the bush thing either, so he may as well just go straight for it. What's up with you and Midoriya? The reaction is as swift as he expected, and somehow, even more furious. That's none of your FING business. He roars, hands sparking dangerously. Kirishima finds he's unfazed by this. Midoriya is scarier, in many ways. It kinda is. Midoriya's my best friend. Bakugo seems genuinely surprised at that, and there's a brief moment of terrible vulnerability clear as day on his face. Kirishima has known him for all of a day, but it still looks wrong on his face. He recovers quickly though. So what? Go ask that fucker then. He really is quite different from Midoriya, he thinks. Explosive isn't just how he'd describe his quirk, it seems to run through every part of Bakugo. It's a massive contrast to the coldness, the stillness that permeates Midoriya's very soul. I would, but he wouldn't tell me, Kirishima replies. So I have to ask you, I guess. His earnest honesty seems to stun Bakugo, like Kirishima's bludgeoned him in the face with his sheer forthright bluntness. TCH. Like I give a shit. He snaps, you want to deal with his shitty FING issues, be my FING guest. I'm trying, Kirishima whines with a frown. Neither of them are making it particularly easy for him, though. Before Bakugo can retort, and he certainly looks eager to, a reel of tape shoots towards each of them. Bakugo's fast enough to dodge, but Kirishima finds himself bound up in short order. It's definitely not a good start, he thinks, sort of ruefully, especially when the tape goes to fling him away. His body hardens, and with the hardening comes a sort of rigid definition, the soft roundness of the human body, even one as masculinely defined as his own, turns to a cubist sculpture, sharp edges and harsh corners. The tape parts easily enough now, but if Kirishima was honest he hadn't actually expected that outcome, he had just been preparing for the inevitable collision, and given he's airborne, there's not much else he can do to stop it. He hits the wall harder than he expects, but it's nothing his quirk can't shrug off. More tape follows in an attempt to bind him to the wall, but it parts just as easily as before, even if it does distract him for a few seconds. The sound of explosions draws his attention back to the main goal in short order though, especially when the loud booms are followed by the equally, almost louder, really, shouting of one Bakugo Katsuki. By the time Kirishima arrives on the scene, the area is surprisingly battle-scarred. In the brief handful of minutes it's taken for him to hit the wall and return, Bakugo has managed to turn the room into a war zone. Tokoyami's attempts at reaching the bomb have been warded off skillfully by Bakugo's explosions, and Siro's attempts at taping him down have likewise met failure. It's a pretty impressive display, if Kirishima's honest with himself, and he always is, but he can't exactly sit back and enjoy the show. He needs to get in there and help, but he can't really figure out how. His quirk is great at personal defense, but that doesn't mean much when the goal isn't beating your opponents into the ground. He can't really leverage hardening into a game of keep away. Can he? He punches his own hardened face. Come on, Kirishima, you can do this. What would Midoriya do? That might just work. Hantashiro has been having more fun than is probably appropriate trying to get past Bakugo Katsuki. It's rare that he gets to really use his quirk like this, and there's something to be said for hanging from the ceiling on lengths of tape. Bakugo is a mobile target though, and his attempts at limiting that mobility have been met with angry explosive rebukes at every turn, and his own attempts at just swinging to the bomb Tarzan style ended the same. Still, there's an advantage to being on the offensive side, all it takes is for Bakugo to slip up just once. One single opening is all they need, and until then, they can hang back and play it safe. Or at least, that's what he had planned on doing. With his attention focused on Bakugo, he had been left completely blind to Kirishima's attack. But to be fair, he was safely off the ground some 20 feet up in the air. He should have been safe. And yet, at this very moment, hanging off his legs, was one Kirishima Aijuru. How the hell did you get up here? Hanta cries, shaking his legs back and forth as best he can. His tape is strong enough to hold them both up, he's confident of that fact, so he's not in any danger of falling. Despite the shaking, Kirishima doesn't look like he's going anywhere either. I climbed, he says nonchalantly, his stony fingers digging uncomfortably into Hanta's flesh. He reaches up and hooks his fingers into Hanta's shirt to haul himself up a bit further. Hanta struggles harder, elbowing and jostling, and generally doing his best to dislodge the surprisingly stubborn Kirishima but to no avail. Inch by inch, Kirishima climbs higher, until his legs are wrapped securely around Hanta's waist, the hard edges of his hardened flesh digging in a manner that's just shy of painful. And then he reaches up with one hand, fingers honed to knife edges, and casually cuts one of the streams of tape currently holding them both up. Hey. What are you doing? If you do that we'll both fall. Hanta squawks, trying his best to get a second one up, but Kirishima is pretty intent on stopping him. The shark-like grin that Kirishima gives him is terrifying enough to feature in his nightmares. I know, he says cheerfully, holding Hanta's free arm back with his own whilst he reaches up with his other fingers SCSSRNG menacingly. Hanta's desperate struggling intensifies, but Kirishima seems unfazed up until his fingers are just about to snip the tape. You should surrender, he says simply, waggling the little knife fingers like they aren't just mere millimeters from sending them both plummeting to the ground. Hanta swallows nervously, and glances down to the ground. It's not like he's going to die, probably, but there's no way he can dislodge Kirishima even if they do fall. Fine. I surrender. With Hanta occupied, it only takes Bakugo 2 minutes to capture Tokoyami. You did well, are Izuku's first words to Kirishima, as he offers him a coffee milk from the vending machines. The praise perks him up, and Kirishima eagerly accepts the beverage. It's the rare kind of thoughtful moment that really drives home his place as Izuku's friend. Thanks. He replies, twisting the lid off to begin guzzling it down. Izuku watches him with an expression somewhere in the range of bemused and amused. Using your quirk to create handholds was pretty clever. What gave you the idea to try something like that anyway? Well, Kirishima begins, feeling like he should choose his words carefully. He abandons the idea pretty quickly, because he's no good at that kind of thing. I just thought, what would you do? And did that. You thought I would create handholds using my quirk and then jump onto Hanta-san. He's not really sure what to make of that, really. No, Kirishima replies blankly, taking another gulp of his milk. I just figured you'd do something reckless and dangerous. Oh. The worst part is, Izuku can't even argue with that statement. Today, Izuku mused, was awful. Terrible, really. Really, really terrible. Today was an awful, terrible, horrible, no good day. It started innocently enough, but so did most horrible days. The unforeseen simulation joint was their destination, to learn all about rescue operations. Heroism was more than just slugging villains in the face after all, it was also digging out landslides, fighting fires, and less moralistic work. Sometimes the greatest villain was nature itself. Of course, everything had gone to hell in a handbasket about 5 minutes after they were supposed to start, but that was just life. Before they could even begin the lesson properly, they'd been enveloped by some weird monologuing black mist. Naturally, Izuku had attempted to blow it away almost immediately when he realized the danger, but rather than be scattered, his fist had just passed harmlessly into the mist. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Bakugo and Kirishima's own attacks meet a similar fate. And then everything went sort of black. Which brings him to the present, surrounded by villains in what can only be the typhoon area, or downpour or whatever it was called. It was raining like mad in a dome, and that's all he needed to know. He cast his gaze to either side just to make sure, but he was certain now. That's good, he mumbles, if I'm alone it'll be fine. Alone? One of the villains barks out, don't forget we're here you brat. He's being rather rude, Izuku thinks, but then again, who expects villains to be polite? I wasn't talking about you. Izuku doesn't want to go all out where people can see him. That's fair, isn't it? It's a bit messy, he thinks. Well, it tends to be messy. He's not worried about getting hurt, and if it's just him, then he doesn't have to worry about other people getting hurt. Well, nobody except the villains, and they don't count. Case in point, the one who spoke up earlier lets out an angry shout and rushes towards him, his arm turning into a razor-thin blade. Don't fucking look down on us you brat. He howls, slashing down at him. Izuku doesn't bother to dodge, preferring to prepare his counterattack as the blade begins to cut into his flesh. To put the villain down in one strike without killing him, 50% should do, he thinks, ignoring the almost familiar sensation of blood trickling down his skin and his flesh parting under the edge. His fist connects solidly with the villain's chest, caught entirely off guard as the student he was in the middle of bisecting suddenly strikes back. The blow sends him flying back into the heavy rains where Izuku can't see, and he idly wonders if maybe it was too much? He isn't given too much time to think about it, or even think about healing the incredibly deep wound, before a handful of villains are rushing him all at once with various quirks and weapons. Izuku lets go, quietly and slowly, separating himself from his body. Like a puppet, he thinks, this is not your pain. This is not your wounds. Just keep moving on strings. The only noise he allows himself to hear is the rushing rain and the sound of his own heartbeat. The steady BA bump played against the constant KSSSSHHH left him almost meditative. Idly, he begins to notice that his ability to heal isn't keeping up with his wounds. That's fine, he thinks, he can handle it after. Even if he does end up dying, it's not like that would be a new development for him. As though in answer to that very statement, everything goes black a second time, but in a way that is much more familiar to Izuku. That, exhaled a villain dressed in green, water dripping from his fingers, was far too difficult. The student slumped to his knees and fell face forward into the damp ground, bleeding from a new hole about an inch wide in the back of his head courtesy of Kappa's water gun, Quirk. "You're fucking tellin' me, Kappa," muttered a woman, lowering a pair of knives made of solid ice, Yuki Anna. They'd both been chosen to go here because their quirks could become significantly more useful with outside sources of water. "First year my fucking butt. That BSTRD Kurogiri better pay me double for this bullshit." She approached the body carelessly, giving it a nudge with her foot. "Gotta hand it to the brat though. Put up one hell of a fight." "Yeah, well, drinks are on me after. ONNA, look out." Kappa's voice broke out into a shocked yell as the dead student, he'd seen brain matter, he's dead, that was a headshot, rose to his feet. Anna turned around, knives ready, but it was already too late. A freshly healed and newly scarred fist slammed into her face and sent her skipping along the ground like a pebble. "What kind of monster are you?" Kappa cries, droplets collecting on his fingers in preparation for a barrage. Izuku doesn't answer, rushing forward until their noses are almost touching. The sight of his unfazed, uncaring emerald eyes set in a scarred and blood-stained face are the last things Kappa sees before he joins the other villains in the blissful world of unconsciousness. "Monster? That's a bit much coming from someone willing to murder a teenager," he mutters, glancing around. That appeared to be the last of the villains, or maybe the others had cut their losses and ran. Either way, Izuku didn't care too much. He only hoped everyone else was dealing with it as well as he was. "So what is going on between you and Midoriya?" Bakugo pauses in the middle of applying an armbar to an unfortunate villain for the briefest moment before following through the motion with a terrible crunch. "I fucking told you it's none of your business," he snapped, rolling out of the way of another villain's attack before simply blasting her in the face. "And I told you it kinda is," Kirishima says, without even pretending to be chagrined. Not even a little for Bakugo's benefit, the FING a-hole. "So stop avoiding the question." "F you," he snaps, although he might be directing it to the pair of villains he blasts into a wall. "Maybe a little bit. I don't have to give you an answer." It's not like Bakugo has an answer to give, but he's not admitting that to the idiot's face. Whatever's going on between him and Deku is exactly that, going on between him and Deku. He'd really like nothing more than to just pretend nothing was going on there, and ignore Deku, but it's hard. Not only is the a-hole in his class, but now Hair for Brains has latched onto this singular thing and won't let it go. What the F is he meant to say? "I used to bully him and then he turned all hard and cold and then we fought and now it's like this?" Oh sure, that explained everything. FING hell, Bakugo was a part of the mess and he didn't know what the hell was going on between them. It'd take some kind of professional relationship dissector or something to figure it out. Somewhere in the space-time continuum, Dr. Yamada sneezes. Eager to change the subject before Kirishima prods him again, he kicks a downed villain. Are these really villains? They're fucking pathetic. I could handle these idiots in my sleep. Kirishima looks like he doesn't want to go for the obvious bait but resigns himself to it anyway. "Good. I guess we're just that manly," he offers, flexing a little. "But if we're done here, we ought to go find the others and help M." Bakugo snorted. "F off with that sheet. I'm going to find that smoke BSTRD and tear him apart with my bare hands," he declared, vaulting out of the window to rush towards the fountain. This is safer, easier territory for him to navigate. He can take his feelings and push them at the villains until he was ready to deal with them more constructively. If he was ever ready. Just as soon as he figured out how to deal with them. "Hey, Bakugo, wait up." And of course that idiot was coming with him still. Of course. Finding his way out of the downpour zone proved more difficult than Izuku would have liked. Really, fighting the villains was easier. There's very little visibility in all the rain, and no directions, which, he supposes is the entire point of the downpour zone, but it doesn't make it any less frustrating when he has to spend more time searching for the exit than he did fighting for his lives. And so he emerged, dripping with water and feeling faintly hopeful that everyone else was doing fine. He's confident they can handle themselves, but there's no telling what they're going up against. He had to fight his way through 10, maybe 15 villains, and that was just the amount assigned to handle one student. If he hadn't been, well, himself, then he isn't sure he would have made it. Still, that just meant more reason to help everyone else. He scanned the area, trying to assess who needed his help. The most when he caught sight of something that chilled him to the bone. A hulking figure with pitch-black skin was hunched over the broken form of Aizawa Shoyuta. The figure raises a fist, preparing to bring it down on the prone hero. He's going to die, thinks Izuku, and he does something incredibly reckless and stupid without thinking. "I have to save him." is what he thinks, and knowing he can't cross the distance in time and still be of use, his body would be broken and it'd take too long to heal, he launches the part of himself that can never truly die. And so, the day went from merely abjectly horrible to beyond nightmarish. Nobody really sees what happens, not in a way that truly matters. From the eyes of the horrified onlookers, those who happen to be watching at that time, the Numu is about to finish Aizawa off. All it will take is one last blow. But it doesn't. Its maw splits open slowly, almost hesitantly, before it screams and begins thrashing around wildly. The horrible cacophonous noise is beyond terrifying. It's a raw, primal noise, reaching down into every human and plucking on those horrible strings. The only person who witnesses the clue to the truth sees Midoriya Izuku collapse mere seconds before the Numu begins to scream. It will be some time before Bakugo Katsuki understands the link between the two. Midoriya Izuku is not unfamiliar with the sudden panicking sensation of realizing you've made a terrible, awful, disastrous mistake, nor is he a stranger to the darkly humorous awareness that this new horrible and cataclysmic error somehow manages to be worse than the last one. Really, it's impressive how badly he can F everything up. Even the current sensation isn't entirely unfamiliar to him, the desperate clawing, the sinking sensation like he's slowly being pulled in a pool of tar and there's no hope of escape. It is, in many ways, similar to the sensation he'd experienced in Kirishima's mind. Only, like everything else about this situation, worse than anything he'd ever imagined. The memories he's drowning in, the feelings and thoughts and sensations. Kirishima had been panicking, they'd both been really, but this isn't panic. This is terror. All-consuming existential terror, and it's consuming Izuku as easily as it consumes the unfortunate soul he's attempting to cohabitate with. There are flashes of images, snippets of sentences, bursts of sound and smell and taste, none of which makes any sense, like a jumbled kaleidoscope made of puzzle pieces that doesn't stop changing, but above all of those things is the unending sensation of pain. Izuku remembers lying on a beach, every bone broken and shattered, every scrap of flesh torn, barely able to breathe and merely existing in unending agony. This, somehow, is exponentially worse. He flails blindly, trying to claw for air or traction or anything. Something to hold on to, something to focus on, but the thoughts are so thick and overpowering that he can't manage anything except screaming in empathetic horror. This is how he dies, he realizes. Lost in the mire of someone else's suffering. He keeps screaming, thrashing and howling. It's too much. It's too much. He can't think anymore, he can't hold on. He can feel his mind tearing itself apart, his thoughts scattering themselves on the wind. He wants to scream for help, to eject himself, to return, but all he can think about is the raw, unending pain. I F it up. I F it up. Everyone, I'm so sorry. Mom, Dad, Yamada, Kaken, Kirishima, Ma. For the first time in his life, Midoriya Izuku truly experiences what it means to die. In the world of the living, the Numu rampages wildly and indiscriminately, smashing the ground, the fountain, anything within range. Oi! Numu! Shigaraki barks out, leaping away from an errant punch. Numu! Stop this. Don't get all confused now. TCH, someone's taken the controller, he pauses, assessing the situation carefully. Tamura? Should we withdraw? Kurojiiri asks, sounding as calm as ever even as he reforms beside him. Withdraw, their prized carry has been confused, and is now rampaging. This isn't a reversal though, rather than being in their control, Numu's under nobody's. This can be salvaged, Shigaraki mutters, picking at his neck. A tame Numu would have worked better, but a mob can still be trained. Warp him in the middle of those kids to redirect the aggro. Kurojiiri nods, or, sort of does the motion Shigaraki has come to accept as a nod. As you command. The black mist surges out suddenly underneath the rampaging beast, and a matching cloud deposits him helpfully in the midst of the now thoroughly panicking mass of students near the gate. Is this the victory he wanted? Not really. The final boss still hasn't appeared, but he'll deal a blow either way. They can figure out what happened with Numu afterwards. Ba-bump. The steady staccato rhythm of his heartbeat, slow and sure, is the only thing he knows. Ba-bump. Who is he? Ba-bump. Where is he? Ba-bump. Do those questions have answers? Ba-bump. What is he? Ba-bump. I don't know, he says. Ba-bump. But I must know, he continues. Ba-bump. I'm a he. That's what I keep thinking. That makes me a man? Ba-bump. Yes. That's right. I'm a man. Male. Boy. That's me. I am something. Ba-bump. I am me. Ba-bump. His eyes snap open with a startled gasp, and he surges up above the blackness to breathe. Confusion still burns within him, his name, his location, his purpose, but none of them quite matter at this moment than the clear undeniable knowledge that he is. He clings to it, uses it to stabilize himself even as the tides around him churn and pull at him. The statement resounds within him, and he hauls himself up out of the ink and black, somehow onto stable ground, but he tries not to think about that. Nothing about what's around him makes sense in any particular way, but that's because it's someone's mind. He can hear them screaming somewhere deeper. Memories come flooding back to him now, and the shock almost sends him back into the deep, but he pushes back. He's not going back, he's not. Midoriya Izuku takes deep breaths as he lives once again. The pain, the screaming, all of it's still there, but he doesn't let it overwhelm him again. Separation. Dissociation. This isn't him. He doesn't have to feel it. Slowly, the last of the inky black slips away from his bare skin, leaving him naked in a vast dark expanse of nothing. At least Kirishima's mind had some color in it, he murmurs, treading carefully. His feet leave ripples in the tar, but it feels solid beneath him, so he doesn't pay it much mind. So this is the mind of that mutated guy? So bleak. So awful. Izuku feels a twinge of pity. What happened to drive someone to be like this? Izuku shakes his head. He's getting distracted. He came here for a reason, too. Oh holy fing sheet sensei. He forces himself to acknowledge the mind around him, suddenly all too aware of what the Numu is doing. But it's not what he expected at all. There's no more Eraserhead being crushed. Instead, all around them are his classmates, who are desperately fighting against their wild rampagings. Tape tries to bind him down to no avail as Dark Shadow pushes him into a fierce double blow from people he can't see. It hurts. Why does it hurt so much? He said it wasn't going to, screams the voice from all around him, but he can't let himself be distracted by it. Izuku reaches out and tries to wrench control away, to make them stop, but all he can manage to do is force the Numu to hesitate very briefly. He calls on One for All, on that awesome and destructive power, and it responds. Numu's flesh ripples and spasms as they fight for control, until their arm splinters and shatters into a terrifying mess, and then it regenerates over the course of a handful of seconds until it doesn't look like anything had happened. Why? Make it stop, please. I want to go home. His classmates can sense something has changed, but to them it's an opportunity and they redouble their attacks. Izuku grits his teeth. It's no use. This thing can regenerate. This weapon of human suffering, this. He feels like he's going to be sick. But he has to stop it. Has to stop them. He can't control the body, they're just fighting too hard. An image of a seagull splattering against a wall comes to his mind. No. No. No 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 no. He can't. He can't. Someone please. Someone please just save me. Ahahahia. Azui, calls a voice, and he snaps to the senses. He can see Azui Tsuyu rolling along the ground a good distance away. Had they hit her? Had they struck her? Oh god, she could be. Kirishima, no. He can't stop their first no matter how badly he tries as it slams into Kirishima, and he can see the hardened flesh actually crack and bleed. No, I won't let you. Suddenly, he's standing before a hunched over figure, both of them naked as they were born. He doesn't need to ask to know who he's looking at. This is the owner of the body he's possessing. Stop this. Izuku screams at him, but the man doesn't even look up. You have to stop. He was going to take it away. He told me he'd take it away. The man screamed, and with his scream comes blasts of images and sensations, and Izuku is forced to push them to the side. Just stop. You're in control. He shouts, shaking the man back and forth. But there's no acknowledgement. The man doesn't even look at him, and his eyes are wide and wild. The inky black mires around him, bubbling hotly with agony and pain. There's a dawning sense of horror as Izuku realizes there's no reaching him. The man is broken. Whatever has been done to him, it would take a miracle? No. Years of hard work. Professionals. People who aren't Izuku, people who can fix things and not destroy them, but that's all Izuku can do, hurt things. Hurt people. They strike Sato hard enough that they can see his arm shatter, hear him let out a scream of pain. Izuku can't not do anything. Someone has to stop the rampage, but all he can do is, I'm sorry, Izuku murmurs, reaching out. There's no other way. He can't see another way. I want my mother. I want my mother. He screams, agonizing and desperate even as Izuku wraps his arms around the man's neck. Outside, Izuku can see the fight continue, can see them slowly but surely wearing down the students of One. If it continues, they'll kill them all. He can't. He doesn't have a choice. Why doesn't he have a choice? He promised. The man screamed, clawing at his own face with his fingers. It wasn't supposed to hurt. Izuku tightens his grip, tears threatening to stream down his face. "I'm sorry," he mumbles, over and over. "I'm sorry," he repeats, his own mantra, a prayer. Who is he apologizing to, wonders a small part of his mind. "I'm sorry," he mumbles to the man. "I'm sorry," he prays to God. God won't answer, whispers the part of his mind. God never answers. It hurts it dash. "I'm sorry," whispers Izuku, and the tears make good on their threat. There's a horrible crunching noise, followed by silence. Outside, Bakugo Katsuki stands defiantly, prepared to launch himself at the beast at the first sign it's going to attack again, but the attack doesn't come. Of the students gathered here, only he, Half and Roundface were still in any shape to actually fight. Everyone else was either still busy with other villains, or had taken a blow from this. Even that idiot Deku had collapsed, probably due to whatever damage he'd suffered in his fights. It's not like he had time to contemplate how that idiot was faring right now. One wrong move, and Bakugo probably would have joined him. But now the Numu was standing still. Deathly still, like a statue. Slowly, its mouth opened again and its long, horrible tongue ran over its jagged, tombstone teeth. And then it did something nobody was expecting. Sure, G-A-R-A, key. Kel. You. The nature of revivify, Izuku muses idly, is like a mystery wrapped in a bear trap wrapped in barbed wire and buried in a minefield. Every secret pried from it comes with pain and agony and guilt. He's beginning to wonder if it really isn't some awful, cruel joke gifted to him by fate. A body without a soul is very much like a puppet without any strings. Izuku knows this intimately, because his body cannot function without him inside it, and he knows that without the man's own tortured soul, may he finally know peace, Izuku has complete control over the body and its powers. That was all things he expected, and bargained for. But nothing is ever simple, and nothing is ever just what he needs it to be. Without a master, the soulless flesh brings with it memories, and nothing could have ever prepared Midoriya Izuku for this. It's startling to know that he can delve into another person's mind and learn their deepest, darkest secrets. It feels wrong on many levels. Not only does it feel like a gross invasion of the highest order, the memories are, he wishes it were more like watching a reel of film or a series of photographs. He wishes he were distanced from them, but he's not. It's like being pulled along in a play you don't understand or know, wearing a costume that doesn't fit right and saying words that don't sound right. The worst part is feeling things that don't feel right. He doesn't see much. He pulls away before he can be overwhelmed again, but there's an awful clarity to the memories now that wasn't there before. They're not jumbled kaleidoscope messes anymore, they're moments. They're experiences. Izuku understands. He doesn't see much, but he sees enough. And what he sees? Izuku knows anger. He knows hatred, and spite, and cruelty. He knows these things, felt them, wielded them. But what he feels now is different. It's something pitch and black and wrong, but he can't stop himself. This is hatred in its purest form. What he feels for Shigaraki Tamura in this moment isn't hatred, it's raw and undiluted malice. Every cell, every thought, every scrap of intent in his very soul is aligned to a singular purpose, screaming a single desire. Shigaraki Tamura must die. Shigaraki Tamura has very little time to react after the Numu's sudden and half-legible declaration before several feet of muscle, power, and unearthly malevolence is bearing down on him. It's only timely intervention by Kurogiri that stops him from being pasted against the ground. The deathblow that wasn't is redirected against the Numu, and he marvels at a power and a strength that wasn't there before as it easily tears through the beast's torso and very nearly reduces it to scraps of flesh. The initial shock over, Tamura reacts by leaping away, hands raised defensively. Kurogiri! He shouts, "What the F is going on? What sort of FING glitch is this?" Numu getting confused and going berserk was one thing. Speech? A directed betrayal? No, this wasn't a glitch. The Numu's programming was perfect. This wasn't a bug, this was a feature. Tamura dodges another swing, and Kurogiri opens portals to help interfere, one for Tamura to duck through, another to absorb the kick that would have torn him in half had it connected. Gone. Nah. Tar. You. AP. AHT. Figured out how it works, huh? Tamura mutters, mostly to himself. Someone had stolen the controller before, but they hadn't read the manual, they had just been button mashing. Worse than just failing, this was a critical failure. Losing Numu was one thing, failing to kill All Might was one thing. But Numu on the side of those FING heroes? If he let that happen, he wouldn't have just failed to do any meaningful damage to the assholes. He refused to let this be a net gain for them. Black mist swirls into being in front of him, and a charging Numu is redirected, somewhere. Tamura! We have to retreat! Kurogiri shouts, his glowing yellow eyes just now visible in the mass. Retreat? Don't be ridiculous, Kurogyri, he mutters, turning his head to face the sound of another unearthly scream. The Numu bursts out of what looks like the conflagration zone but doesn't rush him again. Instead, it stalks him slowly at a distance. The enemy is learning. Adapting. Further evidence that someone has taken the controller. Numu as an enemy is too dangerous. We have to wipe the slate. Restart from square one. Kurogyri doesn't seem pleased at this, but Tamura doesn't particularly care what he thinks. Very well. Your orders then. Tamura cracks his fingers. Numu's too strong and fast to risk fighting in melee, so go for his limbs. Defeat them one by one like mini-bosses before we go for the head. Izuku resists the urge to scream again, wide eyes fixed entirely on Tamura as his beak-like mouth bears tombstone teeth. That missed, it's entirely too troublesome to deal with. It's almost like a perfect shield, but Izuku knows it's not perfect, it's a person. People aren't perfect, and there could be an opening, he just has to find it. Mist swirls into being mere inches from his right flank, and he dashes away almost immediately. He has no idea why the mist user would do that, but he can only assume it's some kind of attack, an attack that doesn't appear to be relenting as several more form around him. Fine then. If he can't outrun the attacks, then he'll just overpower them. He swings his arm wide, air rushing with the swing, but rather than disperse the mist like he'd hoped, it swiftly expanded and swallowed his arm whole, up to the shoulder. He goes to pull his arm out when the mist surges closed. There's no pain, initially. Just a sensation of lightness, as Izuku stares at the stump where most of his arm used to be. Now, the pain comes, along with spurts of blood. If they're hoping this will slow Izuku down though, they have another thing coming. He forces his quirk down to his arm, and the flesh almost bubbles as it rushes to regenerate the lost limb, his body's own regeneration quirk working in tandem overdrive. But the mist user seems to have expected this outcome because there's another weightless feeling as Izuku is suddenly falling through a misty portal in the ground. He slams his free hand onto the ground to counter gravity's pull, but either he's too late, or the enemy decides to take what it can. There's scarcely a sound as everything below Izuku's waist lands some 20 feet to his left. No matter, Izuku thinks. This is just a minor setback, and he goes to propel himself towards Tamura with his arms. However, the moment he goes to fling the unsevered one forward and launch himself along, it passes through a portal of mist that certainly hadn't been present a second ago, and isn't present a second after. Okay. Maybe he has a problem. Come on, regenerate. He thinks, trying to force his quirks, to work harder, but there's only so much they can do. He reaches out with a single hand, still desperately trying to reach Tamura to make him pay for what he's done. 5 fingers press down against his back, hard, and where those fingertips press into his skin, there is only a burning sensation left, like someone's poured acid into the small of his back. Sheet, he curses in his mind, letting out another unearthly scream. Daa. MMMNN? You. He can't see what's happening, but he can DMN well feel it. His back is dissolving? Breaking apart? Burning up? Something like that. Half-formed legs, one arm, and now something eating away at his back. His quirk is fighting against all of it at once, but it can only do so much. This body is broken. So I'll throw it away. When the last of the Numu fades into dust, there is nothing behind its eyes at all. TCH. What a waste of a day. Come on. Kurogyri. Let's get out of here, Tamura mutters, almost sulkily passing through the mass of mist that surges around him. Although he failed to achieve anything of note today, at least Numu terrorized those brats. And surely at least one of the other idiots managed to kill? By the time Izuku has abandoned the failing body of Numu and charged towards Shigaraki, it's already far too late to catch him. There's nothing left for him to do but curse his own impotence, and return to his collapsed body. Is everyone okay? Izuku calls out as he drags himself over to the gates. He's tired in a way he can't remember ever being before. It seems like there are limits to what his quirk can do in a short time, and possessing the Numu, taking full control of the body and then attempting to regenerate extensive damage as quickly as possible is enough to drain him. Frankly, he's okay with that. He has no intention of ever replicating these events. I think so, a girl Izuku doesn't recognize replies. He thinks her name is? Uraroko? Urako? Everyone's still breathing, but some of us got hit pretty hard. Are you okay? I'm fine, Izuku replies, more out of habit and instinct than anything else. The rain of the downpour zone has washed most of the blood away, and his costume was dyed red to hide the blood to begin with. It, at least, has served its purpose, but there's no hiding the tears and the cuts in the costume itself. Izuku can heal, his clothing cannot. Maybe he'd be better off going shirtless like Kirishima? Something seems to take his words at face value. He is walking fine, and there's no obvious signs of wounds after all. Izuku takes this moment to assess the rest of the class properly. True to her words, everyone's alive and moving, but it's pretty clear at least a few of them are going to need serious medical attention. The thought occurs to him that maybe he can heal them, the way he healed the Numu's body, but... Are you sure you're okay? Uraraka asks, that was her name, concern evident on her face. You looked like you were in pain. It takes him a moment to realize he's clutching his chest like he's having a heart attack, but he forces a smile on his face regardless. I'm fine, he lies, trying to ignore the echoing screams in his head. Just trying to deal with things. His voice goes a little weak, and he stumbles a little bit as he tries to find a good place to slump down. There's no more adrenaline now, there's no more hot, burning malice. There's only the cold, sickly awareness of what has happened. The realization comes as a trickle at first, but at least by the time the dam breaks, Izuku's sitting down because he's pretty sure he'd collapse if he wasn't because holy fing shit he killed a man. It's cruel. Life is too cruel. All the pain, all the sacrifices, all the dying, and it wasn't enough. It still wasn't enough. Izuku had sworn to never feel powerless again, and had submerged himself in agony and death to make that a reality, but it wasn't enough. What would it take? What did he have to give before it would be enough? If it were All Might, then Numu wouldn't had to die. If it were All Might, Numu could have been saved. No. Not Numu. His name wasn't Numu. He had a name, he had a mother and a father and... Izuku knows failure, Izuku knows defeat, but this is something else entirely. This is something vile and foul. This is pure, undiluted despair. All of a sudden, he's just a powerless little kid once again. You okay, dude? I'm fine, escapes his lips before he can even think about who he's talking to. He glances up at Kirishima's squinting expression before looking away suddenly. Somehow, he knows Kirishima sees through the lie, but whether it's because it was a flimsy lie or whether it was because Kirishima knows him well enough now, he isn't sure. He isn't even sure who he's attempting to convince. Liar. Kirishima plops down next to him, cradling a bleeding arm, his free one. Izuku remembers that moment vividly. Numu's fist had plowed into the hardened flesh and shattered it like glass, and even now that his arm had returned to its normal, pliant flesh, there were still spiderweb lines weeping blood where it had split. You really SCK at lion, bro. Normally, those words would have drawn at least a smile from Izuku. Not today. Kirishima opens his mouth to say something, but he's cut off before he can form anything more complex than a dash. The entry gate is blasted open, smoke and dust throwing up in a great stormy gust, and there's a brief, horrible moment as everyone wonders if the League of Villains has returned to finish the job when a loud, booming, familiar voice echoes around them. Do not fear? Why? For I am here. Izuku is already on his feet, fists raised in a defensive posture, and he doesn't even care that he's back to back with Katsuki, or that Todoroki is right behind them with a wall of ice already forming to protect the others. All Might surveys them all, the broken and the bleeding, and in his presence, already it feels like hope has returned, that even with all that's happened, tomorrow will be a brighter, better day. And yet Midoriya Izuku won't meet his gaze. It doesn't take long for Kirishima to find Midoriya. When it's clear that he hadn't gone home, he racked his brain to figure out where he could have gone, and there were only a few places he knew of where Izuku could hide. The first is the abandoned, trash-laden beach. This is where they had come to experiment when Izuku had been inside of possessed him. Possessed. That was a better way of thinking of it. They discovered the raw power they could channel together, the incredible feeling, but Izuku wasn't there. He has more luck with his second choice. In the woods, where few people tread. The abandoned cabin with creaky floors and unidentified stains. Well, hitherto unidentified stains. He had a pretty good idea of what some of them were now, but he preferred not to think about it. But he's there. Sitting in the corner of the vine-covered wood, he almost looked like a child being punished. Almost. Kirishima stomps up to him, pointedly making every step as noisy as possible. When Izuku doesn't react, he simply takes up a seat next to him. He can't claim to understand what's going through his head at the moment, and he's not sure he'd tell him if he asked. That's fine, he thinks. That's just the way Izuku is. He can't change that, so he just has to accept it, for now, at least. I don't really know what you're thinking right now, or whatever happened to ya. Nobody had been where Izuku had been sent, and he hadn't emerged until everything had settled down, in a ripped and torn jumpsuit. Izuku is the strongest person he knows, well, next to All Might, and he knows that he's no stranger to death, so whatever unsettled him is, probably way too terrifying for Kirishima to comprehend, he thinks. But you don't have to bear it alone. Not that it's going to stop Kirishima from trying. 'Cause you aren't. Alone, I mean. If you knew what I did, you'd hate me. The words are so quiet Kirishima might have missed them had the cabin been so deathly quiet. Aside from the sound of his own breathing, there's only Izuku's, and even that is so soft as to barely exist. He twitches a little despite himself. The lack of trust hurts, no matter how understandable it is. Try me. I killed a man. And? The words were out of Kirishima's mouth before he had even fully processed what Izuku said, but even the shock, and it is a monumental one, that rocks through him isn't enough to shake his resolve. Izuku stares at him, wide-eyed and disbelieving. Kirishima meets the stare with his own resolute one, and Izuku's eyes turn cold. I reached into his soul and killed him, Kirishima, he continues, as though explaining things to a child, because clearly the only reason Kirishima doesn't immediately hate him for this is because he hasn't grasped the full situation yet. Or at least Kirishima is pretty sure that's what Izuku is thinking right now. I used his body like a puppet. I killed his soul and stole his body, he repeated, sounding distant and hollow. That's what I do. That's my quirk. I steal people's bodies. I'm not a dash. Kirishima presses his forehead against Izuku's suddenly, so close their noses brush up against one another. Possess me, he says, without really thinking about it. Izuku has an expression of pure horror that would be almost comical if it weren't so genuinely afraid. Do you remember what it was like, when you were inside me? In any other situation, Kirishima would probably rethink the phrasing, but he's far too concerned with other things to worry about potential double entendres right now. He knows what he has to do right now, and it's the only thing on his mind. I felt everything you were feelin', and you felt everything I was feelin'. Izuku's bright green eyes are searching his for any sign of doubt, any sign of uncertainty, but Kirishima's resolve is unbreakable. You don't have to do this alone. Trust in me, Izuku, like I trust in you. It's the first time Kirishima has addressed him by his first name, and Izuku nearly recoils. He looks at Kirishima one last time, but the only thing on his face is an expression of pure, unadulterated compassion. Izuku closes his eyes. The walls break down. In this moment, they are one in more ways than they can describe. Izuku cannot hold anything back, not in this moment of weakness. Not when every part of him is falling apart. He couldn't even if he tried, but he doesn't, because in this moment he knows Kirishima is there to pick up the pieces. His soul is bared raw, and all the anguish and torment and pain with it, but Kirishima is there. No matter what memories they experience together. Izuku is enveloped in warm, welcoming, accepting trust and never does it so much as tremble. There's no judgment. There's no guilt or fear or horror. Kirishima Ijuru wraps his arms around the bare, naked soul of Izuku and holds him close, calm and reassuring. It's going to be okay, he murmurs. And Izuku believes him. In the binds of sleep, Midoriya Izuku dreams. Although to call it a dream would be a misnomer. The creeping darkness that twists his mind is no dream. It feels far too real to be something like a dream. It is far too real. That's how he knows it's a nightmare. Mama, Mama, he says, tugging on the skirt of a woman he does and does not recognize. Mama looks down at him, with a tired, stressed face. Whose mama is it, he wonders, with mossy green eyes but muddy brown hair? Whose mama is it, with a kind welcoming smile that doesn't reach those tired eyes? Mama's tired right now, and needs to make dinner, she says, and her every word is testament to that. Go play with your games. He sulks, but doesn't push the issue, stomping ineffectually up the stairs and to his room. As he pushes his door open and steps through, he finds himself in the bathroom, looking into a mirror. Whose face is it, he wonders, with dark brown hair and large thick lips? Whose face is it, with the bitter expression, and hard-set eyes? Experimentally, he holds up a hand. Today's the day, he mutters. I'm gonna learn how to use it. I can do this. I can. He clenches his hand. He thinks really hard. Come on, he thinks. Come on. Goosebumps form all along his arm. He can feel them pressing up against his skin. It hurts. It hurts. He can feel them pushing through, painstakingly slowly. 100 little needles, pushing out all at once, all throughout his arm. It hurts. It hurts. The tips have only just forced themselves through when he can't take it any longer, and lets them mercifully retract to wherever it is they come from. Some would argue he's blessed with this quirk, quills. Just like his father had, his mother tells him. He was a professional hero, although he had never been particularly popular. You look just like him, she says when she's had a little wine to drink. God. Why did he leave me alone with you? He knows his mother doesn't mean it and that his father didn't have a choice. Death has that effect on people. He wants to follow in his father's footsteps, make something of himself. But it hurts. He doesn't know if his father hurt when he used them, but it hurts him. All those little needles pushing through his skin, it seals up just fine after, but the pain doesn't magically go away. Yet he has to learn how if he's going to be a hero. I wanted to be a hero? So why is he here? He'd followed the instructions on the business card? Some shady guy told him it was possible here. Possible to change your quirk. Replace it with a new one. He hadn't been a good person. It was hard, you know? His mother was working herself to death and he hadn't done that well in school. He'd wanted to be a hero, but what prospects did a guy like him have, who couldn't even use his own DMN quirk? So maybe he'd done some dumb things to make ends meet. Things he wasn't particularly proud of. But could you blame him? Everyone else was coasting along in their happy lives and it set him off. Why did they get to chase their dreams when he had to languish in misery? But that was all changing now. It cost him pretty much every penny he had, but if he had a brand new quirk, he could have a brand new life. They promised it wouldn't hurt, they being the creepy a-hole who offered this to him. What was his name again? Shigaraki? Shigasaki? Sure. G-A-R-A. Ki. He steps past the threshold, and the dark room doesn't light up. It stays dark and pitch black. A figure steps out of the shadows, naked as the day he was born. Scars are scattered across his body, and his very being thrums with a quiet power. His forest green eyes glimmer like murky ponds, but there isn't any kindness or mercy to be found in their depths. Only cold determination. Only cold, ruthless, and unrelenting determination. Before he can so much as blink, the boy is upon him, hand sealed in a tight grip around his neck. I'm going to die, he thinks. Why do I have to die? Izuku freezes. His hands are still wrapped around the man's. His name was Haruka Hanamaru, he was 24, he loved rice ball with sour plums, neck. He can't stop himself from squeezing, fingers moving on autopilot. Hanamaru's neck is warm against his hands, and he can feel the incessant BA bump of his heart. I didn't have a choice, he mumbles. What kind of reasoning is that? Hanamaru whispers, voice hoarse and quiet. Is it from the screaming? Or is it because Izuku is choking the life out of him right here and now? You want to be a hero? What kind of hero kills an innocent man? I'm sorry, he says, almost pleadingly. Although his words are full of sincerity, he knows it isn't enough. It will never be enough. What kind of hero is he, who cannot even save a single life? What good is his sacrifice, if it's still not enough? You're sorry? Hanamaru continues, and his skin begins to turn an awful, discolored gray. Flecks of it begin to flake away before Izuku's eyes, leaving raw bleached bone behind. Words aren't enough. Who's going to mourn me? Who's going to tell my mother? There's nothing left of me now. I'm sorry. Apologies are all Izuku has, platitudes the only thing he can bring. He's powerless once again, somehow at the beginning despite coming so far. Hanamaru's skeleton glares at him as it too begins to decay. You're so weak, it accuses, and then there's nothing left in Izuku's hands at all. How can a guy like you save anyone? Izuku awakes to a bitter taste in his mouth and a piercing scream ringing in his mind. Why? Why did it have to hurt? The dark cloud over Izuku remains persistently as he starts the day, although it's a touch harder to notice than it might be given that dark clouds seem to be hanging over most of the class. It's hard to ignore what had only happened so recently, especially when the marks are still clear. Bandages, casts, anything severe was healed immediately, but sometimes it was better to let things heal naturally if they could. Not that this stops Azui Tsuyu from commenting on Izuku's haggard appearance. You don't look so good, she croaks, concerned. To be fair to her, there's a lot of things to be concerned about when it comes to Izuku. Izuku isn't bothered by her bluntness though. It's somewhat refreshing, compared to how most people talk to him. Nightmares, he replies, casually. Azui nods. She doesn't question him. You were at the downpour zone, alone, right? That must have been tough. It was, he says after a few moments. The villains weren't that difficult, really, but he'd collapsed outside the zone to all outside eyes. Saying otherwise would have looked like empty posturing. How was yours? The question is awkward on his tongue. There's no neat way to phrase, how was your traumatic life or death battle? Not that bad. We got lucky, I think. Mineta's actually pretty clever when he's not being a pervert and Ojiro's really skilled. Izuku's ashamed to admit it takes him a moment to place the names to faces. That's good, he remarks idly, not sure if he really means it. He does. It's just hard to right now because everything doesn't feel like it has any meaning anymore, least of all himself. Where did you guys get sent? Landslide zone. Which was pretty lucky, I think. Some of the other zones wouldn't have been very good for us. Especially the flood zone, I don't think the others would have managed as well in the water. That's probably true. Izuku doesn't really think it would matter where he ended up. The flood zone sounds like it'd be the most bothersome though. Fighting underwater isn't easy unless you have a quirk suited to it, and of 1A, the only person who could really handle it is probably Azui. Or Todoroki, he adds after a moment. His quirk generated ice. Being dumped in the water would have been child's play for him. That villain at the end though, Azui shakes her head gently. I don't blame you for having nightmares. It's a nice thought, but it doesn't really comfort Izuku. After all, he was that villain at the end. At least, in part. Yeah, he mutters, looking away. Azui sees his awkward reaction, but chalks it up to entirely incorrect reasons. She can hardly be blamed for mistaking the situation. It's not as though she even knows what Izuku's quirk is, beyond the fact that he seems supernaturally strong and entirely unconcerned for his own health. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm open. Thanks for the offer, Izuku replies, rubbing the back of his neck with a hand, but it's not that bad. I'll get over it. Azui doesn't look particularly convinced. That's understandable. Izuku's not convinced either. Thankfully, Izuku is saved from further awkwardness by the entry of Aizawa, whose very presence stills the class, not that the class was particularly energetic to begin with. Like many of the students, he bears the scars of the battle, although to a greater extent. He's significantly more bandaged than any of them, with an arm still in a sling and most of his face obscured by the linen wrappings. I have an announcement to make, so everyone quiet down. It's a bit redundant, as you could already hear a pin drop in the silence of the class. Firstly, I'm proud of all of you. That solicited a brief reaction before he waved it silent, cutting short the murmurs before they could bloom into anything louder. Make no mistake. What you faced yesterday were professional villains. They were not amateurs. Despite that, none of you gave in to fear. You worked together, and were able to persevere and succeed despite the odds. That is an act worthy of praise. That said, you should never have been in that position to begin with, and for that, on behalf of U.A, I should apologize. He paused for a moment, observing everyone with his single good eye. I will not. There was an almost audible sense of shock throughout the class. Aizawa pushed through it without much more than another brief pause to let his words sink in. The harsh reality is, you are all students of the heroics department, you are here because you aspire to be heroes. Sooner or later, you would have faced a situation like this. Ideally, it would have occurred under a more controlled circumstance, but if everything in the world was ideal, we wouldn't need heroes. Consider this a crossroads. If you choose to forge ahead, you will surely face situations like this again. If you feel you cannot face it, then turn back now. There is no shame in admitting your limitations. Think on it and come to an honest answer. The atmosphere in the classroom grew stiller yet, as everyone seemed to turn inwards and question themselves. Izuku already knew his answer. Heroics was all he had. All he could be. If he couldn't even do that, then what good was he? Now, in light of those recent events and the unpreparedness of it, we have hired a professional therapist on call. If you ever feel like you need someone to talk to and you feel that you require professional guidance and help, you may make appointments through Recovery Girl's office. Don't feel any shame in that, even pros need people to talk to. Her name is Dr. Yamada and she comes highly recommended. It's a good thing Izuku wasn't drinking anything, because it would probably be all over his desk right now. He doesn't want to face Yamada right now. Even the offhand chance of running into her in the halls is too much for him to think about, not when she can just see right through him like he's made of glass and make him feel guilty about it. It's not her fault for him being angry about it, and it's not like she does it on purpose, but that just makes him feel even guiltier. So he does the mature thing and just pretends it's not happening at all by finding a quiet place at lunch to brood. It lasts for all of a minute before Kirishima's face is entirely too close to his as he peers down at him, concerned expression dominating his view. He doesn't say anything though. No, hey bro, no, are you alright? He just stares at him for a moment, and Izuku stares back. And then he settles down next to Izuku against the tree he's taking shelter under, sets his tray on his lap and starts digging into his lunch. No words. No grand gestures. Just a silent reminder of the unspoken promise. I'm here. I see his face in the mirror. Hear his voice in my head. It's easy talking to Kirishima. Easy in a way that even Yamada couldn't match. Of course, he knows why, quietly wonders if it was a mistake. If there would be side effects. He doesn't, he can't regret it though. To regret it, to turn his back on it would be like tearing a piece of himself out. I have his memories and his thoughts and his emotions and desires and, the only thing Izuku doesn't have of Hanamaru is his face and his quirk. It's almost ironic that he lives on in some way as a part of Izuku's psyche. Kirishima doesn't say anything, but just the warmth of his presence up against Izuku's side, just a little too close, is all Izuku needs in this moment. An island in the sea, an oasis in the desert. A rock to stabilize himself. I don't know what to do about it. Someone has to tell people. So many things he wanted to say or do, and now he'll never get to do them, but someone should. Izuku runs a hand through his hair and sighs. I should. It's my fault after all. That gets him a reaction from Kirishima, although it's probably not the one he wanted, a sharp bonk on the head and a frown. Not your fault, Kirishima says, or tries to, around a mouthful of rice and curry, so it comes out more like, "Nat your fault." If he were anyone else, having bared his soul to Kirishima's raw, genuine wholehearted belief and support probably would have left him a person of extreme confidence for the rest of his life. Unfortunately, Izuku is as stubborn as Kirishima, so it'll take more than that to dislodge his habit of self-loathing and guilt. It does, however, give him the insight necessary to know that even thinking about arguing the point is a waste of time. Still my responsibility. I'm the only one who can tell anyone or do anything about it. And it should come from him. Hanamaru's a part of him now, a distinct section of himself, but Izuku knows it's only temporary. Like a rock in a whirling ocean, it will begin to dissolve away the moment Izuku stops supporting it. It might take days, months, even years. It may never truly finish dissolving. But sooner or later, there will no longer be a Haruka Hanamaru within Midoriya Izuku. There will only be Midoriya Izuku. It's only natural his quirk would see him kill Hanamaru twice. Kirishima swallows his mouthful to speak clearly. "Daya think if you do everything, he'll move on? Like a restless spirit." Izuku pauses. It does seem like a restless spirit, doesn't it? Haunting his murderer until he settles the debt. Should I get an exorcism then? Izuku remarks dryly, surprised to find he can manage a joke. Nah. It'll probably take you as well. Izuku snorts, and somehow the ridiculousness of the idea of being exorcised from his own body by a well-meaning priest just keeps pushing on him to laugh harder and harder. It's not that funny, maybe it's just the stress. Maybe it's a million other things. Kirishima certainly isn't going to question it. Hearing Izuku laugh is a rare enough treat as it is, and the insanity is infectious enough for Kirishima to join him, until they're both doubled over against each other, laughing uncontrollably. By the time Izuku regains control of himself, he's sprawled out on the ground, head and shoulders in Kirishima's lap as the other boy slumped against the trunk of the tree. He lets a soft smile grace his face, all the tension having bled out of his body by the fit. "Thanks, Aijuru," he says quietly, "I needed that." Kirishima beams down at him, jagged teeth somehow seeming friendly and welcoming. It's probably just Kirishima's general everything, Izuku thinks. Of course. That's what I'm here for. What would he do without Kirishima, he thinks quietly. Break, probably. In a spectacular and terrible fashion. He closes his eyes for a moment and just enjoys the warmth and comfort. An oasis in the desert, an oasis is just a place to rest whilst you travel the desert. Sooner or later, Izuku is going to have to walk back into the desert. But at least Kirishima will always be there for him to return to. And it's time for him to do just that. I'll tell Aizawa-sensei. He'll know what to do. Pause. After lunch is over. The desert isn't going anywhere. He can stay in the oasis for a bit longer. Kirishima just makes a quiet noise of acceptance and runs a gentle hand through Izuku's messy tangle of hair. All things considered, Aizawa takes Izuku's "I accidentally possessed Numu" and have all of its memories surprisingly well. It's still rather impressive to watch a man age 30 years in a single moment before dying inside several times over. Haruka Samaire looks much like she does in Hanamaru's memories. Soft, with a willowiness to her that makes her seem like she'd sway in a breeze, but her hair is graying faster and the lines of stress have built on her face. She's thinner, but not by much, not that there was much fat to lose to begin with. She looks so tired, sitting in her hospital bed. How can Izuku possibly add to her burdens now? But he has to. This is his responsibility. He has to bury Hanamaru, in spirit if not in body. He has to give him the closure, give them both that closure. If not, then it'll compound, get worse. The broken bone has to be set properly or it'll never heal, even if it hurts. They deserve it. They need it. Izuku needs it just as badly. Are you sure want to do this? He glances at Detective Tsukachi, his expression steeled resolve. I have to. The detective only frowns, and Izuku knows why. He thinks Izuku is blaming himself, he is, and that this is his way of trying to fix what he's done. It is, even if everyone tells him it's not his fault, it is. But Izuku is doing this not for himself. He's doing it for Hanamaru, who never got to tell his mother all the things he wanted to say. He's doing it for Samaire, who never got to hear from her son for weeks. They deserve it. He doesn't. He puts his thoughts aside and pushes the doors open, and gently begins to ease Hanamaru's memories to the surface. Haruka-san? He says quietly, getting her attention from the window. I have some news for you. Haruka Sumayor's gaze is shallow and drifting, with a tired listlessness. You're not a doctor, she says, sounding somewhere between confused and curious. It's about your son. That gets her attention, and her gaze is suddenly bursting with life as she almost attempts to leap out of her bed. She probably would've, if she had any energy. Hein-chan? You know something about Hein? Have they found him? Is he? She begins to trail off. Izuku's quiet reticence, his gloomy demeanor, his apologetic tone, the way his eyes won't meet hers. It doesn't take a genius to realize the news isn't good. No, she croaks. I'm sorry, he says, as though it could ever mean anything to her now. She inhales deeply, and Izuku can watch in real time as her heart begins to break, but there is no great wailing. No great breakdown, no tears of despair or screams of denial. There's a quiet, defeated acceptance instead. Izuku is only confirming what she secretly believed must be true. She looks at him, a hint of confusion creeping into her stare, and Izuku can hardly blame her. She must be wondering, why is a child telling me this? Izuku scratches the back of his neck, and tries to put the feelings into words, arrange them in a way that makes sense. He's weaving a lie, but it's a lie he'll have to tell. I have a quirk, he mutters, seeding his deception with truth, that let me see his memories. Before he passed. How did he die? She says instead, and there's a flare of the powerful, determined woman Hanamaru knew as his mother, the woman life had beaten down but never broken. Izuku swallows. Screaming, he thinks in his mind. Heroically, is what he says instead, the lie burning in his throat. What does it mean to die heroically? Can it fill the void that Hanamaru left behind? Will it bring solace to her soul? She looks away. He always wanted to be a hero. Her voice is cracking, and Izuku thinks of Hanamaru's father, Quillscratch, the spiky hero, and how he had fallen against villains. And Izuku thinks of the hole's father and son left behind, of smiling faces declaring, I'm going to be a hero, and the face that looks back is his own. She looks down at her hands, at the sheets that cover her, and there is such a tired resignation that he feels as though if he opened his mouth to say anything, the weight of his breath alone would crush her. Izuku has died 1,000 deaths, but in looking at Haruka Sumire, he sees a kindred spirit in that suffering, in falling and getting up no matter what life threw at them. He watches, as a part of her dies, never to be reborn. Thank you, she says quietly after a moment, and Izuku takes this as his cue to leave. He wants to tell her all of the things that are swirling in Hanamaru's mind, to sit down and divulge everything and anything, but he has no idea where to begin. He can't dump it on her all at once, but bit by bit, piece by piece, he will give Hanamaru the end he deserves. There's a tension to the room that feels out of place even though Izuku knows the reason for this meeting. He's not surprised to see All Might serious and dour, but there's something else to him that sets his teeth on edge. It's the lack of reassuring that gets him, he realizes quietly. It's been nearly 10 minutes, and although neither has spoken, All Might hasn't even smiled once. The realization strikes him like a blade in the spine, leaving him paralyzed to the spot with a mix of fear and worry as a single thought blares through every loudspeaker in his mind. I F it up. Midoriya my boy, All Might begins quietly at last, and Izuku braces himself internally. I must apologize to you. And just like that, all the wind is gone from his sails, leaving him floundering. Thankfully, the only outward reaction he gives off is a silent but very shocked stare. I have failed to prepare you adequately. I had believed that there was more time, but I was mistaken. Seeing All Might hang his head it didn't seem right. It lasted for only a brief moment though, and he raised it a moment after, a stern expression on his gaunt, bony face. But that changes now. Although he'd managed to recover from his earlier floundering, Izuku still wasn't quite sure what to do here. But he'd never been one to shy away from such things. More time for what? He says, unsure of himself. You're not running out already, are you? Not yet. All Might declares with a sharp hand gesture. The time I refer to is not my remaining power but that of our enemies. His expression, if it were possible, grows graver. You have already faced against them, the League of Villains. Izuku freezes in place, the battle playing out like a highlight reel in his mind. He barely even notices the way his fingernails are digging into his palm, even as blood begins to ooze out from his clenched fist. It's time you learned the history of One for All, Midoriya my boy, and what it means to be their sworn enemy. And as All Might tells the story, Izuku listens quietly, attentively, and every little detail, every recounted moment stokes the fire in his heart brighter and brighter. 1A has only just started to return to their usual rhythm when they find a mob of students swarming outside their door after class ends. By the look of the phenomenally thick crowd, it seems like every other student in their year level has come to gawk at them for some reason. Regardless of their reasoning, Izuku has little patience for the way they've so neatly, well, messily, blocked every available route out of the class. "You're in the way," he says, with more than a little irritation bleeding into his voice. He doesn't really know or care why they're doing it, but lunch rush is serving katsudon today and he's starving. The moment he speaks though, the previously murmuring crowd falls deathly silent with a familiar energy. Somehow, it only makes him more irritated. "You can be pretty scary, huh, Midoriya?" Tsuyu mutters from his side, observing the way the crowd is ever so nervously beginning to clear a small path. She has absolutely no idea. "Looks like everyone's here to check out the competition. We did survive a villain attack after all." There's an overwhelming urge to sigh, but Izuku bites it back down. If they are here to check out the competition, there's no point in exposing weakness. It's an attitude that Katsuki seems to share. "Well, they can all F right off then," Katsuki snaps with more venom and ire than Izuku. "There's no point in a bunch of extras trying to measure up." Where Izuku had inspired hushed silence, Katsuki's outburst seems to inspire the opposite. Muttering sprang anew in the crowd, and more than a few comments seemed directed at Katsuki rather sharply, although they were still just muttered quietly, except for one. "Is this really the heroics department?" interrupts a voice. Almost immediately the crowd begins to shift away from the speaker, revealing a tall, tired-looking boy with wild purple hair that flared out around his head. "I thought I'd come see what the hype is all about, but I wasn't expecting to find out you were all so arrogant." Katsuki's brow twitched visibly as his eyes darkened, fingers twitching with the unspoken promise of pain. "Want to say that again, chucklefuck?" Whoever the other student was, they seemed entirely unruffled by Katsuki's demeanor. "Did you know that depending on the results of the sports festival, students from the general education department can enter the heroics?" He continues, as though Katsuki hadn't actually said anything. Naturally, this only inflamed him more. "But you know, the reverse is also true," Purple Hair continues, and there's a sharp edge in his voice that Izuku recognizes. "So if nothing else, a simple extra like me is thinking, why not try and pull the rug out from under arrogant pricks like you? Consider it a declaration of war." When Kirishima asks him later, Izuku will tell him that he wanted to stop Katsuki from exploding and causing a scene, but the honest truth, the one buried somewhere where Izuku can't even see, is that this was far more personal than that, as a little piece of Hanamaru rears his head within his soul. "A declaration of war, was it? Then consider this a word of advice," Izuku says quietly. A polite smile begins to stretch across his face, hours of practice put into action but without any warmth or genuine humor, the expression like icicles digging into his flesh. "If any of you want to take my place." His smile twitches into something sharp and bloody, a rictus grin stolen from a corpse. "Then just do what the villains couldn't." Nobody breathes, because there's nothing to breathe but the dust of broken glass, and even a single atom might shred their lungs to a raw bloody mess. "And kill me." The challenge, as the rumor mills have termed it, spreads across the school like wildfire to the point that it begins to seep into the culture surrounding Udade itself as even journalists catch wind of the statement. Every retelling grows just a little wilder, just a little more outlandish. Before long, the only thing everyone seems able to agree on is that the freshman year is one to watch. Toshinori Yagi was hoping his protege would make waves, but nothing quite prepared him for this. Although Izuku's newfound infamy distances him from much of his classmates, there are a few who stubbornly refuse. For Kirishima, it was nothing entirely new. For Bakugo, it wasn't like they were close to begin with. But for Tsuyu, she's not one to shy away from a person for something so minor as being absolutely terrifying. "Was it really wise to provoke them like that?" she says, without a hint of judgment. Izuku doesn't pause in his stride, hands shoved in his pocket. "No," he says bluntly. Inwardly, he's kicking himself as hard as he can. More than any kind of regret for antagonizing them, Midoriya Izuku will not be intimidated by anyone. His only concern is that it was far too public. The last thing he wants is to build up another reputation like he did in middle school, although arguably it might be just the kind of thing he needs if he's going to be a successful pro-hero. "Didn't stop you from doing it," Kirishima mutters under his breath, and Izuku very politely resists the urge to roll his eyes. Instead, Izuku just nods. "So I'll just have to own it," he says simply, with far more conviction than the statement really calls for. "Are you always like this?" Tsuyu asks, with a genuinely curious tone. Before Izuku can answer, Kirishima cuts in to do it for him. "Nope," he says cheerfully, with a tone that's starting to grow increasingly familiar to Izuku for a reason Kirishima makes clear when he finishes. "Sometimes he's worse." Tsuyu just nods as Izuku gawks silently beside both of them. "I can believe that," she replies, shamelessly joining in on it. "What are you two even talking about?" Izuku grumbles. He knows he's being teased, he just can't actually identify what he's being teased about. He looks to Kirishima first, but the comedy of watching Izuku sulk outweighs the feelings of duty and his best friend only grins back at him. It's Tsuyu who answers him instead, with all the grace of a blacksmith forging a sword. "You're very dramatic." Izuku stares at her blankly for a few moments, before turning to look back at Kirishima, but he's just nodding silently in agreement. No further explanation seems to be forthcoming, so he settles for just letting it slide off his back. It's not his fault his life is so dramatic. He just happens to have a drama-inducive quirk, and the fortune of being chosen as the heir to another drama-inducive quirk. He's just doing his best. Kirishima just pats him on the back reassuringly, like he was comforting someone at a funeral. There, he says in a tone of voice that suggests this is only the lead-up to another go at Izuku. "I still love you. If you loved me, you'd tell me what's going on," Izuku mumbles, and he absolutely does not sulk when it only spurs a round of laughter from Kirishima and Tsuyu. Midoriya Izuku stared down at the podium before him, and took a small moment to regret every life choice he'd ever made that led him to this point, even some of the ones he technically made whilst he was dead. He hadn't forgotten that the top-scoring student from the entrance exams would be required to make a speech at the start of the festival. It had just never occurred to him that it would be him. Sure, One for All was powerful, and yes, he'd done pretty well for himself, but he'd never really thought of himself as the best at something before. He'd never had the highest score on a test, never came first in a race or a contest. Izuku considered it winning if he was in the upper quartile, for heaven's sake. And now they were just going to dump a speech onto his shoulders? "I should just make myself trip and break my neck," was a thought that ran through his head, but even that wasn't actually going to help. Aside from all the kerfuffle it'd create, he can just imagine how Kirishima would react. It's not as though the faculty doesn't know he wouldn't be permanently dead. And now, the athlete's oath by the first-year player representative, one, as Midoriya Izuku. He's delayed as long as he can, he muses with all the grim certainty of a death row prisoner. There's nothing for it. He'll just have to wing it. Every step he takes thunders in his ears and his journey seems to stretch on for eternity, and yet, he finds himself at the podium in what seems like no time at all. He grips it so tightly he's surprised it doesn't splinter under his fingers. He can feel them, all of them, looking at him, waiting for him. He looks out at the crowd, then back at all the students. Most of 1A seems encouraging, but others are harder. More determined. There's spite in those gazes, and he recognizes it well because it's almost like looking in a mirror. He exhales slowly, steadying his fraying nerves. It's just the athlete's oath. "In the name of all competitors, I promise that we shall take part in the sports festival, respecting and abiding by the rules that govern them, committing ourselves to the challenges in the true spirit of sportsmanship." It's boring, it's dry, it's a formality. He takes a moment to sweep his gaze across the crowds, and his fellow students. "Everyone will be striving to do their best," he adds, "so if you want to take first place. This," he thinks quietly as he locks eyes onto the boy with purple hair, "is for you. You're welcome to try and take it from me." The crowd explodes into a roar, applause and shouting and cheering, and the purple-haired boy returns his hard stare with one of his own. Izuku inhales softly, eyes closed. Around him, the press of bodies hems him in, and he's almost sure the way they're bunching him in is deliberate. He's definitely sure when he catches the glaring eyes of more than a few of the other students around him as they unsubtle jostle him with elbows and arms. If he was the time to make quips, he might have asked them what he did to earn such animosity before the event's even begun, but he has no intention of wasting his breath or energy. He has nothing to prove. "Ready?" Midnight calls, raising her flog. Quietly, Izuku thinks anyone who is going to answer no to that question has made some serious errors in judgment. "Set?" He can feel some of the students around him shifting into positions, presumably preparing to take off one way or another. Izuku himself inhales once again, and carefully, oh so carefully, begins to calibrate One for All. He's been drawing on a small amount of power this time to make a smooth transition into starting. Well, as smooth as possible. He's been keeping the engine running and now it's time to hit the accelerator. He just has to make sure he doesn't blow a gasket. Or, less metaphorically, his limbs. Go! Midnight slashes down. The world blurs into motion. The ground cracks underneath Izuku's feet, and his starting sprint ends up more of a launching leap, quite literally blowing past the crowd who sought to keep him contained. He can feel the telltale signs of fractures building in his legs, and if he were anyone else that would have been more of a problem. He breathes deep, and remembers his mantra. This body is not my body, this pain is not my pain. By the time he lands, he can't feel the fractures, whether it's because they've healed or just because he's detached himself from the sensation doesn't quite matter. What matters is his body will continue to run, tearing up the course with uncontrolled energy. He's not the only one with an explosive start, and he can see, and hear, even over the wind in his ears, Bakugo's explosions as he uses them to rocket through the air. Ida seems to be managing to keep pace ahead of him, although it's to be expected that the man with literal engines for calves would dominate a foot race. He doesn't chance a glance behind, not to see the horde no doubt rushing towards him or to check the progress of his friends. It feels odd, thinking of it as a plural now. He's had no friends for so long, and then just Kirishima, and now Azui. In either case, he's confident they'll be fine. A looming shadow snaps him out of his thoughts. He can hear Present Mike gushing something about obstacles and challenges and plus ultra, but it's all so much noise in his ears that Izuku tunes out. The world around him doesn't matter, the people around him don't matter. The only thing that matters is the goal. Detroit Smash. He has no time to celebrate, bounding over the remains of the zero-pointer as it crumples to the ground. He lets his thoroughly ruined arm hang limp for the handful of seconds it takes for his quirk to restore it to full condition. He won't be getting the sleeve back, but it hardly matters, and he manages to secure his place as the front runner. Although both Bakugo and Todoroki are close enough he can feel their quirks. Just a little more power, he tells himself, just bear with it a little more body. It's a good thing he's numb all over right now, or he might feel exactly what kind of punishment he's putting his calves through. The tightrope might have slowed him down if his current gait wasn't already more bounding than sprinting to begin with, and a temporary boost is all he needs to soar over the gaps. It's a little too much of a boost unfortunately, and the landing's rougher than he'd like, which is to say that it's a miracle his foot didn't snap clean off, and the less said about what happened to his knee the better. The crash landing turns into more of a roll, which itself turns into more of a brief scramble on all fours to get going as he feels his two tightest competitors blitz past him in his moment of weakness. This body is a puppet, he thinks, stealing his will and engraving the words into his mind, and if I have to JRK it along by its strings I will. When he takes off again, he can feel his bones beginning to crack with every step in a distant, dull way, can feel his quirk working overtime to mend muscle and tendons that tear with every motion, and he knows he's reached the limit of practical use. The engine, his body, won't hold out if he has to go any faster, and it's not going to hold if he has to go for too long either. But it will hold, even if the only thing holding it together is Izuku's force of will. He can see the explosions being set off by the other two shortly before he reaches the minefield, and part of Izuku has to wonder what kind of obstacle course this is. What happened to tires and wall climbing and maybe a rope swing? Right, this is UA. Part of him was more surprised they don't have to save a dummy from a fire or something. The explosions are dangerous though, more in the sense of their potential to throw himself off course than their ability to actually hurt him. He can take a chance that he can use them to propel himself forward in a way that's not dissimilar to how he's managing already, that is, with significant personal injury and more than a little reckless disregard for his own well-being, but all it takes is one mine exploding the wrong way to stall him out and he can't afford to waste a second now that he's finally caught up. That, and he doesn't have much time to make a decision because he sure as hell can't spend the time standing and thinking about it. The safest path is through the air, but he can't outpace Bakugo in his own territory even if the other boy is beginning to flag, not without a little help, at least. He has to get the angle just right, and he's not going to get a second chance. Click, kaboom. Sheet. The angle's off. Too high. Rather than going for the direct but slightly angled shot he had aimed for, he was more of an arc worse. He realizes too late he's on a collision course. If he had realized a moment sooner, perhaps even planned for it, he might have been able to adjust his angle, but there's not a lot of time to be thinking when you're launched through the air by an explosive. Fortunately for Izuku, making the best of his bad decisions is a skill he's learned through necessity, and when he collides with Bakugo Katsuki in midair like some sort of human anti-air missile, he has enough wherewithal to shield his classmate, rival, enemy, acquaintance, childhood friend, from the consequences of his stupidity, which is to say, he twists himself around to act as a cushion when they eventually succumb to the laws of gravity and crash to the earth in a spectacular show. At the very least they're crashing past the finish line, but that's cold comfort to his bones. Unfortunately for Bakugo, Midoriya Izuku is neither soft nor yielding in any respect, and having him as a pillow is like landing on a futon instead of the ground. Yes, it's better than the alternative, but he's still going to feel it in the morning. Doubly unfortunately for him, much like a futon, Midoriya Izuku does not care what he thinks of the situation, and only partly because his ears are still ringing from the explosion and he can't quite hear all of the no doubt colorful expletives that are being hurled directly at him. This is the second time Izuku's come to his rescue, he realizes quietly, although this time it was mostly from a situation he himself created. It was my fault anyway, so it doesn't count. It's not going to become a habit because Izuku is resolutely going to make sure it doesn't. And to prove that point, he sullenly mutters, "Next time you can protect yourself," although even to his own ears it's too distant and mumbled to make out. It doesn't matter. What matters is that Izuku knows he said it. What matters is that Izuku can't feel his legs, and regardless of whether that's because of the exertion or some self-inflicted injury, he's not going to get up from the ground until he can. He watches as Bakugo says something, clearly furious and incensed and conflicted in all sorts of strange ways, but he storms off a moment after without waiting for a reply. It's just as well, because Izuku has no intention of responding. Todoroki walks over a moment after, shoulders shaking slightly with ragged breaths. He says something as well, and this time Izuku's hearing has recovered enough that he can make out a few of the words, but he genuinely has little to no interest at the moment, and all he can muster is a dead-eyed stare. Whatever he said, Todoroki seems to take that as response enough and he too walks away. Izuku is tired, he realizes belatedly, tired in a way he only feels on occasion. Overuse of his quirk is taxing, even if he knows he'll be fine in the end. Well, he's pretty DMN confident at least. He can at least move his toes now, and feel them move, so he decides he's lazed about enough and begins to get up just in time for a familiar hand to occupy his field of vision. He clasps his hand against Kirishima's without bothering to glance up, and lets his best friend haul him up like the sack of potatoes he feels like, not even bothering to wince when he feels what's definitely a still healing rib grind against itself. "I'm going to be honest," Kirishima says, as though he were even capable of anything else. "That was awesome." Izuku snorts lightly. "Glad you enjoyed it," he mutters as he cracks his neck. And then cracks it some more. It probably shouldn't be making noise like that, but by the time he rubs the back of it, it seems to have righted itself, or at least, as close as it'll get. Did I miss anything near the end? I couldn't really hear anything for a bit. It's Kirishima's turn to snort, and he shifts Izuku's arm around his shoulders. Izuku doesn't actually need the help, but he's not going to say anything about it. "Nothing important," he says, "just Yamada-sensei announcing a lot. Come on. You need to get checked out." "I'm fine," Izuku protests, even if he's still tired in that bone-deep, exhausted way. It's not like any medical attention is actually going to fix that for him though. He tries to pry himself off Kirishima, but a mix of his own lethargy and Kirishima's tight grip is enough to make it a futile effort, doubly so when Kirishima decides to make certain he's not getting away by lifting him up in a bridal carry. "Nope," Kirishima replies, with an almost vindictive cheerfulness, "doctor's orders." You know, when I asked if I missed anything important, I feel like coming first might have warranted a mention. Kirishima has the gall to look innocent, but knowing Kirishima, it's probably less out of a sense of mischief and more likely because he is actually innocent. "I thought you'd already noticed," he admits easily. "How did you not?" "Because I was too busy crashing," is what Izuku wants to say, but Kirishima has a point, so he just huffs quietly. The good news, he already had a target painted on him, so being made worth a ridiculous amount of points hasn't really changed his situation much. The bad news now is absolutely everyone is going to gun for him, even those who were just kind of ambivalent about the whole challenge deal. Well, I'm not saying no, but do you have a plan?" Azui says, finger on her chin as she regards Izuku. "Sort of. He really doesn't, if he's honest, not beyond some vague kind of, 'Let's team up.' He doesn't really know anyone else in 1A, if he's really honest, he only sort of knows Azui to begin with, and he seriously doubts anyone outside of the class is going to reach out. Fortunately, Azui doesn't seem very bothered by his lack of planning. Well, who else is on the team?" An arm slings around his shoulders and he feels the all-too-familiar presence of Kirishima at his side. It's answer enough for Azui, it seems. It could work," she says slowly, tapping a finger on her chin. "I've got a plan, if you're listening?" "Well, it can't be worse than just winging it. Can it? We just need one more." Kirishima shifts his grip a little, trying not to think too much about where his hands are, because if he lets himself get even a little distracted it's not going to end well. "All set?" he asks, although he already knows Izuku's answer. "Are you?" Izuku murmurs back, patting Kirishima on the head with a hand. "Everyone's gunning for me, and by proxy, us. It won't matter. We will form an insurmountable wall," Tokoyami declares quietly, with the kind of solemn phrasing normally reserved for grand vows or life or death oaths. Convincing Tokoyami had been surprisingly easy. Izuku had assumed most of 1A was too, not scared of him, but not exactly willing to get close to him, especially with the target on his back. Then again, being dark and scary seemed to be Tokoyami's entire angle. "You guys just keep everyone focused on you," Tsuyu pipes up from her position hidden behind the three of them, "leave the bands to me." "All right everyone. Ready." Kirishima leans forward just a touch and readjusts his grip on Izuku's leg again. Between Tokoyami and himself, calling their defense an insurmountable wall wasn't too far out. With Izuku at the helm, he wouldn't hesitate to call it impenetrable. Dark shadow creeps out from Tokoyami to reinforce their grip on Izuku, and power already begins to crackle all along Izuku's limbs. Set. He sweeps his gaze across the other teams, trying to guess who would be the first to attack. If he's honest, his best assessment is everyone. Well, most of everyone. More than a few look like they're willing to wait until everyone else has had their shot. Remember, we just need to defend. Go!
Okay, sadly the chapter is over, and if you enjoyed the video just leave a like, and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.